The city screams to life with a jarring, relentless honk-honk. An overhead shot revealing the chaotic pulse of the urban jungle below. The traffic lights flicker with an impossible speed, a dizzying, buzzing flash of red, yellow, and green. And through it all, a lone figure strolls, completely unaware of the reality-bending chaos unfolding around her. But then, reality itself shatters, a pair of feet, clad in dark shoes, slam onto a tiled floor, appearing from absolutely nowhere. Black-gloved hands shoot up, a primal instinct to confirm their own presence in this new, impossible space. The city's lights still bizzzt with their chaotic rhythm. As the chilling question rips through his mind, where am I? Yuar's sky-blue eyes ignite with a fierce, disoriented glow, his gaze piercing the unknown as he tries to make sense of this impossible situation. His piercing sky-blue eyes, usually burning with resolve, now just stared blankly, utterly lost. The city's roar, vroom, of unseen vehicles, mirrored the storm inside him, as he locked eyes with his own reflection in a storefront. A deep frown etched his face, his own reflection a stranger's stare. One chilling thought echoed, who am I? Lost in the urban jungle, he moved through the indifferent masses, the colossal skyscrapers mocking his shattered past. His eyes snagged on the insignia on his shoulder, a cryptic patch emblazoned on his dark sleeve. He raised his gloved hands, scrutinizing them, desperate for any clue to his forgotten identity. Still, his face was a mask of confusion, the emblem mocking his desperate search for answers. Was this a military uniform? He mused, but the chilling truth slammed into him, I can't remember my name. Utterly bewildered, he takes a hesitant step, the world around him a blur of unknowns. He stares up, a silent question etched on his face, seeking any clue to his forgotten past. Then, a raw, explosive power ignites within him, his eyes blazing electric blue as his hand instinctively tightens into a crushing fist. The very air around him crackling with an almost visible, destructive force. He throws a devastating punch, a shockwave of azure energy exploding from his impact, obliterating everything in its path and sending a torrent of debris scattering. High above, birds glide serenely, completely unaware of the raw power just unleashed beneath them. Yuar's fist tightens again, a fierce resolve burning in his now glowing eyes, the very air groaning with his surging power. Behind him, two figures are violently blasted backward by a chaotic explosion of dark energy, the sheer force of his power absolutely undeniable. He snaps into a defensive stance, blue energy still sparking around his fists, a raw power thrumming within him. His body moves on pure instinct, a blur of motion, reacting to a threat he can't even see. His gloved hand snaps open, poised for action. This raw, untamed power, this new strength, is a game-changer. Then, a voice blasts into his head, a shocking greeting that makes him flinch. He whips his head around, taking in the totally alien city surroundings. His body still reeling from the sudden shift. The voice drops a bombshell, body-embedded combat support AI. He's completely floored. Stranded on a busy street, he's hit with the ultimate questions, where is he? And what year is it? The combat support AI drops a bombshell. Based on the city's banners, UR is in Seoul, and the year is 2024. UR is absolutely floored, demanding to know how this is even possible. And just as he questions reality, a traffic light nearby goes haywire, sparking with blue electricity. With his feet still faintly glowing, UR connects the dots, asking if he's actually a time traveler. The AI's temporary reboot means no answers about his past, as the traffic light totally gives up, fizzling and popping out of existence. Suddenly, a bewildered driver, seeing the chaos, shouts to UR, asking if he's lost his memory too. The delivery driver keeps going. But his face suddenly twists in pure alarm. As he finally sees the traffic light is completely dead. Suddenly, a crushing force slams into a red car, buckling its roof and sending it skidding with a deafening screech. But that's not all. From above, a colossal, razor-sharp metallic object begins its terrifying descent. And UR's eyes snap wide open, his face etched with pure shock at the escalating pandemonium. His internal AI screams a dire warning, traffic accident imminent. The city is about to explode. Spotting the plummeting danger, he instinctively screams, watch out, his voice cutting through the growing panic. His muscles coiling, the Public Alliance emblem on his arm a stark reminder of his duty. Then, the red car smashes into a barrier with a thunderous crash, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. But the real danger isn't the car crash. The AI blares, dangerous object incoming. It's heading straight for him. And with a chilling whoosh, that deadly, sharp projectile is now mere inches from his eye. He unleashes a searing crimson laser from his device. A shockwave of surprise hitting him as a metal rod brutally impales an unseen foe. But the chaos isn't over. Something else comes screaming down from above, sending him plummeting through the urban canyon as terrified civilians shriek for emergency services. He slams into the pavement, a chilling blue warning sign materializing, as a desperate voice shouts to stay vigilant. Then, with a terrifying whish, a deadly projectile narrowly misses his eye. He clutches his eye, a phantom red light burning in his vision. It was a mental attack, a red light phenomenon known to the public alliance. He barely dodged it. But the incident isn't isolated, another one has already erupted, just 5 minutes later. UR surveys the scene, a chilling thought echoing in his mind, there's no way they're getting this patient to a hospital in time. The tension is thick, as someone suggests an emergency field operation, but who's even qualified for that? His eyes snap open in disbelief, the realization hitting him like a truck, me? How? A commanding voice cuts through the noise, demanding that they check on the patient immediately, no excuses. With a steely resolve, UR drops to his knees beside the injured, ready to check on the patient and get to work. He takes in the injured person, the crowd of worried faces blurring around them. His face tightens with a storm of emotions, 1,000 questions screaming in his head. No time for hesitation, no time for training, the raw urgency of the moment forces his hand, he has to save them. Driven by an unyielding resolve, UR dives into action, leaning over the bleeding victim, ready to perform a life-saving miracle. UR drops to his knees, a blade already in hand, confronting a horrific wound that demands immediate, drastic action. His mind races, a chilling voice echoing the immense challenge, pushing him to question if he's truly ready for this impossible task. But there's no time for hesitation. His focus snaps, instantly pinpointing the exact, unconventional tools needed to save a life. A fierce blue glow ignites in his eyes, a surge of absolute certainty confirming his audacious plan, a makeshift operation with only the barest essentials. A bewildered young man nearby can only mumble in shock, hearing the bizarre shopping list for this emergency surgery. He stares, captivated by UR's intense aura, a silent question hanging in the air. Are you some kind of paramedic? He blurts out, utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Yet, seeing UR's unwavering resolve, he steps forward, ready to lend a hand, no matter how strange the situation. UR's gaze shifts, a momentary flicker of distrust for the stranger, but the critical need for a needle, thread, a box cutter, and disinfectant overrides all hesitation. A voice cuts through the tension, offering a lifeline. And just like that, the young man whips out a full-on field kit, spray, thread, needle, scalpel, the works. TADA. Yunseo can barely believe her eyes, demanding to know what UR is even doing, realizing this is her sister's boyfriend. But UR's mind is racing, the grim reality hitting him, operating out here, in the open. That's a death sentence by infection. Yet, he drops to his knees, locking onto the patient with an intensity that burns through the chaos. His eyes ignite with an electric blue, a silent declaration of absolute, unshakable will. No way, he vows, is Yunseo's sister's boyfriend dying on his watch. He's taking full responsibility, no matter what. This, temporary control authority, he's talking about. It's more than just words, it's a power, a commitment, as a faint cough cuts through the air. There's no time for questions, no time for doubt, this man is dying, and UR is the only one who can save him. He unleashes his temporary control authority, a raw surge of power igniting around him. As the energy explodes, gearing him up for the impossible. He stares at his own hands, a low whirring hum accompanying their sudden, autonomous movements. Realizing they're no longer his, but guided by an instinctual, flawless precision. With a sharp clang, the scalpel descends. Executing a clean, lightning-fast incision. A sickening squelch follows the gush of blood from the wound. And even as the operation seems successful, a critical alert blares, the patient is bleeding out faster than expected. His piercing blue eyes blaze with fierce determination, the brutal truth hitting him, survival odds are plummeting. UR is locked in, every move precise, when a voice cuts through the tension, demanding to know if he's got this, if he can really save the patient. No answer. Just silence. The voice gets agitated, demanding to know why he's not responding. But UR's focus is absolute, his hands a blur of glowing blue energy, the needle dancing with impossible speed and precision. The pressure is immense, sweat dripping, but his eyes, blazing with an electric blue glow, show an unyielding resolve. Then, a sickening, explosive spurt of blood. It drenches him, a grim sign as the patient's life hangs by a thread, a heavy drop hitting the ground with a sickening sound. A desperate cough, a choked gurgle, the patient is fighting for every breath. Blood smears his face, his expression grim, as the chilling realization hits him, he's completely screwed. It's an absolute emergency. They're rushing a patient straight into the operating room. The sign blazes green, operating. A doctor in white rushes up to a colleague, demanding to know the patient's status. He's alive. Hyun-woo declares, earning a nod of approval from the senior doctor. But the doctor shakes his head, calling the survival an extraordinary feat, the surgery had to be absolutely perfect. The hemorrhage had to be stopped instantly, he explains, then asks, so what's the problem? Hyun-woo drops the bombshell, the stitches are just regular threads. The doctor is stunned by the impossible precision. Meanwhile, the patient, eyes blazing with fierce determination, clenches a fist, a silent, powerful declaration of his will. The doctor finishes his thought, utterly baffled by stitches so perfect they look like they were done by a sewing machine. It's almost too good to be true. The hospital staff was absolutely floored, still trying to wrap their heads around the patient's miraculous survival, a feat that defied all medical logic. But the mystery only deepened, as a detective stepped onto the scene, ready to dig into the impossible truth. The man was Gyeong Park, the lead detective, and he wasted no time getting straight to the point, demanding an update on the patient. Dr. Hyun-woo, ever the professional, greeted the detective and confirmed the patient's stable condition. But then came the bombshell. An investigator dropped the shocking rumor: someone used a box cutter as a scalpel. The room went silent, utterly stunned. Back at the crime scene, the investigator grimly confirmed the wild stories: a box cutter, used as a scalpel. Unbelievable. It was pure madness, a critical patient, operated on with a box cutter, right there on the street. How was any of this possible? The investigator couldn't shake the thought: how could a box cutter make such clean cuts? Was this surgeon some kind of legendary master, a true swordsman of the operating table? Staring at UR in his hospital bed, the investigator could only confirm the unbelievable witness stories, leaving the impossible surgery a chilling, unsolved enigma. Still reeling from the impossible tale, the investigator demands to know more. Only to discover the surgeon used a sewing needle. A chilling image of a hand, likely UR's, expertly wielding the crude tool, burns into their minds. The investigator, utterly bewildered, then drops the bombshell question. As the answer reveals, the figure simply walked away, vanishing before the ambulance even arrived. Back in the present, Detective Park, Hyun-woo, and the investigator are left in a hospital corridor, the mystery only deepening. Meanwhile, UR, now holding the very box cutter from his impossible surgery, confronts a new individual who questions his sudden pause. He's decided the surgery is the only way forward. And when pressed about his memories, UR reveals his entire past has been wiped. The box cutter in his hand isn't just a tool, it's connected to a system that screams, not configured. Then, he drops a bombshell, offering a name to the artificial intelligence that just declared itself an autonomous combat entity. UR takes a moment, letting it sink in. Before making the epic declaration, from now on, your name is ACE. But Ace isn't just accepting it, it immediately challenges UR, asking why he's not moving like he used to. The AI, ever efficient, offers instant reconfiguration if UR wants any tweaks. UR shuts it down, saying he's perfectly fine, and with a subtle creak, he can't help but marvel at the sheer speed of it all. Staring at the ACE insignia emblazoned on his arm, he starts to lay out the truth of his situation, pointing to the uniform as a clue. He reveals his true identity, a special forces operative, but one who's lost his entire memory. Ace fires back, challenging his claim: okay, you're a special forces operative. So why aren't we with the team, UR? UR, unfazed, points to the holographic interface: you are my Ace. I don't have another one to ask for intel. Ace's interface flashes, data reading and data save, as it computes, then states, only through your 5 senses can I gather information. The AI elaborates on its incredible capabilities: imagine a delicious meal, I can literally taste it with you. But then, the critical caveat: however, I need your explicit control authority to act. Ace lays down the rules of engagement: I'll only back you up after I've decided if the action is justified on the battlefield. The AI makes its ultimate restriction clear: I can't launch attacks by myself. The truth hits him: Ace isn't just an AI, it's a living combat assistant, and this is their very first mission. If they want answers, if they want to know why they're even here, they'll have to dive in head first, using his own body as the ultimate information hub. His gaze sharpens, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. Then, a beacon of hope appears: a PC cafe. He locks onto it, a plan already forming. Ace confirms the intel: this place is a goldmine for information. But Ace probes: is that memory, or just a hunch? He fires back: pure intuition. As they close in, the harsh reality strikes: they need cash to get in. He pats his empty pockets, a grim realization. Even Ace's stomach is rumbling. UR's mind races, pondering if a song is the answer, or if Ace could just hijack his vocal cords. While he strides forward, Ace cuts in, declaring its assistance is absolutely crucial for the battlefield ahead. The word battlefield hits him, and UR, with a sigh, gives Ace the green light to take control, for now. Then, out of nowhere, his gloved hand is clutching a spoon. A quick whip as he shifts his stance. He's standing there, spoon still in hand, that signature blue glow pulsing around his feet. He stares at the spoon, demanding to know from Ace if this is seriously battlefield essential. Ace's reply is instant, revealing it's a morale-boosting feature. He takes a quick glance, a silent question hanging in the air, why are we even here? Then, bam. A blinding, vibrant vision of a fantasy world explodes into his mind, a realm of epic heroes and terrifying monsters, all under the banner, light a fire in my heart. A frustrated rips from his throat as he demands, how are they even supposed to beat those guys? But just as quickly, the vision vanishes, dropping him back into a peaceful park, watching a performance on a stage, a small crowd gathered to witness the elegant display. His face is stone as he thinks, this performance is boring me to death, but Ace's voice cuts in, people will assume that's your fault. Suddenly, he's holding a spoon, and he just says, yes. Then he snaps, I get that you're an amazing AI, but this is a push too far. You're only going to embarrass me. The performance wraps up, and Ace's voice cuts in, are you ignoring me? Then, a loud thud breaks the silence, as a cardboard box crashes to the ground. He stares at the fallen box, a beat of silence stretching, his expression unreadable as he takes in a new development. From the cardboard box cliffhanger, UR is suddenly masked up, giving a subtle ahem as he prepares for whatever's next. He's got his back to us, scoping out some distant figures in a park, and check out those glowing musical notes, the vibe is already set. He starts moving, and those musical vibes are still radiating with every stride. Meanwhile, some school kids are totally caught off guard, with one of them letting out a shocked, oh, as the show kicks off. Even two women nearby are totally into it, with one shouting, that's my favorite song, as the music lights up the scene. UR's totally feeling it, flashing a confident thumbs up, with a bling effect that just screams superstar. Someone's asking, is this pose even right, but the reply is all about capturing the audience, talk about dedication. UR and his buddy are in the crowd, checking out the stage, and his companion's like, seriously? Should we go see what's up? No time to waste, UR just goes for it, dashing straight to the stage. He's putting on a show, and the system's already clocking it. A massive 1000-point LP boost just dropped. He knows exactly what the crowd wants, it's all about his voice, his song, the pure magic he's putting out. The audience is absolutely stunned, buzzing with questions about this enigma on stage, completely blown away by his insane vocal range. They can't get over his one-of-a-kind voice, a shocking feminine tone coming from a man. His tone is literally out of this world, earning universal praise, but one question keeps popping up. Why is he only singing the middle parts of every song? Facing the captivated crowd, he mentally notes that the data from his previous street gigs isn't enough, this whole performance is just part of a bigger, analytical game. And just like that, the money starts pouring in. Mission accomplished. He's locked in the minimum cash needed to keep his mysterious operations going. The show's over, but the mission isn't. A subordinate confirms, team leader, sir. Time to move out. But the fans aren't ready to let him go. They're screaming for an encore, begging for just one more song. Meanwhile, Yunseo catches the tail end of the frenzy, a mix of curiosity and slight irritation on her face. The scene shifts to a calmer setting, a cafe's display case filled with delicious treats. Yunseo, now inside, leans thoughtfully against the counter, her mind clearly elsewhere. Back with the team, the subordinate gets the green light, confirming the venue change is a go. Yunseo, still at the cafe, lets out a disappointed sigh, lamenting, what a shame. Shaking it off, she grabs a mop, getting back to business. Her sandals glide across the floor, each step a quiet rhythm of her daily grind. A hand snatches something from a box. As UR stands before a PC cafe, his mind already racing with the intel he could extract, wondering if it holds the key to his target's ultimate agenda. He snaps back to focus, reminding himself that infiltration and adaptation are the absolute top priorities right now. Forget comms with command for now, the mission is clear, infiltration, pure and simple. Then, a sudden, brilliant idea hits him mid-stride. His eyes lock onto a flyer, part-timers needed at the PC cafe. The perfect opening, right there. A smirk plays on his face, the path to infiltration just opened wide. It's a no-brainer, get the job, and information, food, everything falls into place. No time to waste, he's going to apply right now. With a decisive step, UR lands on unfamiliar ground, his mind already racing. He's already strategizing, thinking about asking for a room if he lands the job, because securing a residence means all his essentials, clothing, food, and water, are covered. But first, he needs a place to crash tonight. But wait, he's got nothing. No belongings, no gear, nothing. Then, a brilliant idea strikes him. His military uniform, he remembers, isn't just for show, it's a master of disguise. The suit flares with an otherworldly glow as he unleashes its secret weapon, photonic shape memory, ready to morph into anything. This isn't just fabric, it's an advanced module uniform that can break down into countless glowing fragments, giving him the power to rearrange or reassemble them into any form he desires. With this power, his high-tech military gear can instantly morph into something as low-key as a casual hoodie. He watches, stunned, as his uniform begins to violently shift and morph. With a series of explosive pops and intense stretches, the fabric violently reconfigures itself. Finally settling into its new, sleek form, he acknowledges the radical transformation. The military-grade material now presents a striking red and black combat uniform, a total power-up from his previous look. The new design features reinforced boots and leg guards, absolutely battle-ready. He observes his reflection, realizing he knew the uniform had special properties, but this total transformation was a shocker. Why wasn't he told about this earlier? He questions the uniform's choice, asking if they're seriously going with this outfit, then fires back that the unseen entity has no right to comment. Meanwhile, in a bustling public space, two guys are totally engrossed, staring intently at something off-screen. He stands on the steps, his new combat suit gleaming under the ambient light, as two men below him pause, their gazes fixed on his transformed appearance. Their eyes widen in a mixture of awe and surprise. While he remains impassive, his attention already drawn upwards. As the two men begin to ascend the stairs, casting curious glances back, UR shifts slightly, a faint sound accompanying his movement. They continue their climb, their footsteps echoing softly. As he watches them near the top, a subtle smirk plays on his lips, a quiet sound escaping him. As he considers their reaction. They were shocked by my appearance, weren't they? He muses, receiving a detached reply, that is a possibility. He then questions the unseen entity, I'm guessing you don't like it either, to which the entity responds, fine. I'll reassemble it. The PC cafe is buzzing with energy, a new mission about to unfold. After a slick uniform change, he checks out his new look, demanding, how about now? With a subtle blue glow around his feet, he strides up the stairs, his inner voice declaring this new, Special Forces uniform is absolutely perfect. The door creaks open, and he's ready, well, let's go then. He walks right in, his presence announced by a series of clicks and clacks. Then, with a quick whip, his eye ignites with an electric blue glow. His glowing eye locks on, instantly scanning and analyzing every inch of the PC cafe. A quick whir confirms the data is being processed. He's already at a computer, digital data swirling around him, and his first question is, how many customers are playing video games? He freezes, a silent query echoing through his mind as data streams around him. Every detail, from the cafe's food to its water supply, screams optimal to him. The manager's gaze hardens, a clear challenge in his eyes. UR's job application hits a snag, as the cafe employee lays down the law, no resume, no ID, no job. What's a reborn demon king to do? The manager, looking stressed, doubles down, insisting that even though he's in charge, he can't just bend the rules for a part-timer without the right paperwork. It's a hard no, the manager confirms, no ID, no dice. But UR isn't here for a handout, he's on a mission, and a little thing like no ID won't stop him from figuring out this new reality. With an unshakable resolve, he knows his true power far outstrips any job requirement, making this cafe gig a piece of cake. Suddenly, the employee changes tactics, throwing a curveball, can you cook? UR's mind instantly snaps to the kitchen, a culinary battlefield where he's ready to conquer hunger and keep humanity healthy. A confident shrug, and UR is ready to prove his culinary prowess, declaring he's a kitchen master, even capable of making some killer fried rice. After a quick huddle with a coworker, the manager throws in the towel, giving UR the green light despite the lack of paperwork. Stepping into his new domain, UR makes his grand entrance as the newest employee of the PC cafe. His internal system immediately goes into overdrive, scanning the new environment, as a voice challenges him from nearby, Ace, can you make fried rice that really tastes good? The system, ever efficient, instantly pulls up the perfect ingredients for the dish. Triggering UR's own internal command, commencing field skill, tactical cooking. Requesting temporary control authority over hands. With a powerful whish, a soft glow erupts from his palm, as the tactical cooking skill ignites. The kitchen utensils, poised and ready, seem to hum with anticipation for his touch. Then, in a blur of precise, almost supernatural motion, he unleashes his culinary prowess, a symphony of clanging and whooshing echoing through the kitchen. And just like that, in a flash, a masterpiece is unveiled, a culinary TADA that defies belief. A smirk of pure satisfaction spreads across his face, as he marvels at his own incredible, unexpected talent. UR's knife was a silver blur, chopping ingredients at a speed that defied belief. The kitchen filled with the intense, rhythmic sound of his blade. While a stunned cafe worker could only stare, completely baffled by the lightning-fast chops and slices. The pan clattered in a blur of motion, every move a flash of genius. He glowed with power, a shocking realization hitting him, he hadn't even needed to preheat the pan. Just like that, 2 steaming, perfect plates of fried rice were done. A golden, fiery aura exploded around the dish, a clear sign of the insane skill at play. The fried rice, crowned with a perfect egg, practically sparkled, a true masterpiece. He handed the dish to a stunned Yunseo, who could only manage a bewildered, "It's ready," as he calmly replied, "Yes, please enjoy." Yunseo, absolutely stunned by the lightning-fast cooking, can barely believe Yuar's already done. He coolly presents the fried rice, and despite her initial shock at the speed, the incredible smell is just too good to resist. Steeling herself for the moment of truth, she finally dives in. A quiet is all she can manage as the taste hits her. No words, just pure, unadulterated eating. She devours it, spoonful after glorious spoonful. Watching her devour it with such intensity, Yuar can't help but wonder if something's wrong, sheepishly admitting he didn't even taste it himself. Her brow furrows in a serious frown, her face a mask of intense thought. A final, determined gulp, and the last bite is gone. The spoon clatters against the now empty bowl, and she shouts with undeniable conviction, "That's it." Her face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy, and she practically screams for a bottle of soju. She's out. No booze here, and she's already moving on. She's still reeling from the vibe, thinking it was a pub, and he's already calling her out, unsure about drinking in public, huh? Just then, her uncle pops up, making the introduction. He's all like, "This is my niece, Yunseo. She works here too, so get acquainted." Her eyes widen in total shock, a realization hitting her like a truck. She shouts, "It's you." Yuar's mind is blown, he instantly recognizes her as the singer from outside. He's internally freaking out, how did she know, while she's straight up asking, "Why are you working at a PC cafe with a voice like that?" He just shrugs it off, coolly stating, "Singing is just one of the things I'm good at." She just snaps, "Shut it." Still reeling from the absurdity, she mentally celebrated her day off, even though her easy part-time gig still managed to get on her nerves. But her uncle, always hustling, was already grilling Yuar about his work schedule, pushing for lunch or evening shifts. Yuar, though, just wanted to peace out and go home, muttering about only needing enough for rent and food, while silently observing the uncle's seemingly comfortable financial state. Later, walking alongside him, Yunseo casually brought up a strange man she'd spotted, secretly hoping she could just crash at the cafe while he was on duty. He shot her a look, bluntly asking, "Wait, you don't have a home?" Her uncle, lost in contemplation, admitted Yuar was a tough negotiator, but ultimately, his skills were too valuable to let go. Yunseo, on the other hand, was consumed by envy, remembering the insane crowds at the PC cafe next door, all thanks to their amazing food. A triumphant grin broke out on the uncle's face, as he saw the golden chance to skyrocket his cafe's reputation. Then, with a flourish, he announced, Yuar could crash in the storage room, get free meals, and double pay for a whole week. Yuar is on the scene, a hand pointing his way, laying down the law. He's clearly not thrilled, a thought flashing through his head about not being in shape to rake in the cash, but he shuts it down with a defiant, "No, come on." Meanwhile, Yunseo, hyped to game, drops the idea of grabbing some grub first. Her uncle, trying to be the cool guy, reminds them they've got food right here, but Yunseo's having none of it, straight up calling PC cafe food trash. Yuar, catching her shade, calls her out. His eyes blaze with an intense, digital blue glow as he throws down the gauntlet, demanding to know why she won't just say what she really means. Then, bam. He hits her with a plate of food. He's got the plate ready, waiting for her move. But as she bails, he drops the mic, telling her to taste it herself before she judges. The kitchen erupts in a fiery explosion of flavor, a culinary spectacle. Yuar moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion as Yunseo and a customer are absolutely stunned by his cooking prowess. He's already done, demanding a plate, and Yunseo scrambles to hand it over. The sheer velocity of his cooking leaves her jaw on the floor, he's finished already. And just like that, a masterpiece of fried rice, gleaming under the lights, is perfectly plated. Yuar barks out the order, "Yunseo, get this to the customer." Her uncle, completely blown away by the efficiency, snaps a salute as she dashes off. Later, chilling at a computer, Yuar casually comments on the ridiculously fast cooking timer. He then drops a thought bomb on Yunseo, "Seriously, how good can PC cafe food even be? Running a PC cafe all day? Brutal," Yunseo's uncle thinks, already planning to grab something else since they only ordered fried rice. When bam. Yuar's there, fried rice in hand, leaving Yunseo and her uncle absolutely stunned by the lightning-fast delivery. And the fried rice? It's practically glowing, a perfect fried egg sitting atop golden, shimmering grains. They all stare, eyes wide, at the steaming plate, Yunseo and her uncle practically gulping at the sheer speed of the meal's arrival. Yunseo can't even process how he whipped it up so fast, but Yuar just shrugs, cool as ever, just a fast cook. Skepticism still hanging in the air, her uncle finally gives in, "Alright, let's try it." Yunseo reluctantly nods, but Yuar. He's already in heaven, happily chowing down, nom nom. But the second that fried rice hits her taste buds, Yunseo's world explodes. Her eyes go wide, a blinding light erupting around her in pure, delicious shock. Both Yunseo and her uncle are left absolutely floored by the mind-blowing taste, but you are. He just keeps eating, totally chill, like it's just another Tuesday. The fried rice absolutely explodes on Yunseo's tongue, overwhelming them both to tears. It's like the most incredible chicken they've ever tasted, but it's fried rice. Even after they've left, the uncle is still reeling, completely blown away by how unbelievably good that fried rice was. Still buzzing from the flavor, Yunseo's uncle demands they get at least 2 more, and Yunseo, totally hooked, knows it's gotta be epic. He throws up 2 fingers, locking in their order, and Yunseo's right there with him. But then, bam. UR's hit with a massive wave of 12 customers, all demanding fried rice simultaneously, leaving Yunseo totally shocked. He shoots a look at Yunseo's uncle, who's watching his every move, totally captivated. UR's a blur in the kitchen, whipping up orders with a lightning-fast whip. Yunseo's uncle is absolutely blown away, wondering how only Ace can pull off such a massive order so quickly. His eyes blaze with a soft blue glow as he realizes, his cooking skills were literally made for feeding armies. He thinks, it's all about delicious food, and my skill nails it every time, knowing that bad food would crush soldier morale. He wraps it up, thinking, this skill is seriously clutch, and renames it 12 portions fried rice on the spot. He's still in the zone, churning out orders, a crisp "Yes, sir," echoing through the bustling restaurant as the payment queue grows longer and longer. 3 hours later, and the energy is still absolutely insane. Yunseo's uncle, absolutely blown away by UR's cooking marathon, can't hold back his curiosity any longer. He's practically drooling over the food, wishing he could just devour it all in one go, while Yunseo reminds him of his promise. "Man, I wish I could have tasted this food in only one bite," he exclaims, "then, I'm getting paid for people like you, right? Of course, I always keep my word. Just keep this up." But then, cutting straight to the chase, he hits UR with the burning question, "So what's your name?" UR just freezes, a blank look on his face, totally stumped. Yunseo's uncle, still raving about the incredible food, totally gets UR's situation, but he's not letting him stop. "Keep cooking," he demands, promising endless ingredients. "Seriously, have you remembered your name yet?" he presses. UR just looks down, a flicker of something in his eyes, and can only manage a soft, "No, it just." The PC cafe hums with activity, a voice snapping, "Yes, SIR," as another exclaims about the insane customer rush, questioning how it's even possible to handle. A storage door groans open, revealing someone who's already locked down food and a place to crash. Slumped in a gaming chair, UR brushes off any introductions, his mind already racing with the ultimate challenge: could he hack the entire Korean network? His eyes blaze with electric blue light as he mentally processes the impossible task, but an internal voice, a challenge from his own core programming, fires back, "You're ACE, right?" A confident smirk plays on his lips, he's already accepted the impossible dare. He stares upward, a profound realization dawning: this isn't just a hack, this secret mission into the Korean network could finally reveal his true identity. His fingers blur across the keyboard, a rapid-fire clack 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 as he shreds through security, and just like that, permission is granted. He's in. Deep inside the Korean Federal Administration network, he initiates a full-scale search for anything, any data, that could possibly resemble his own enigmatic past. He lets out a casual yawn, but the system's voice cuts through, a digital nag, warning him it can't get a read if he keeps squinting. With an exasperated sigh, he finally gives in, telling the AI to just stop nagging. But then, something on the screen snags his focus, and a single, sharp wait escapes him. A new display flashes up, and he can't help but wonder, what's this? An error blips, then an ID card for Dangin Na pops up, demanding a fingerprint rescan. The scan finishes, and the system drops a bombshell: "My fingerprints are identical to yours." His hands hover, stunned, over the glowing interface, as the screen screams 100% match. Completely floored, he stammers, that makes no sense." The system had just told him fingerprints are 1 in 7.8 billion unique. Driven by a desperate need for answers, he slams his fingers onto the keyboard, initiating a lightning-fast verification across every major global database. He confirms the shocking truth: the Earth Alliance is a phantom, non-existent in 2024. A bombshell revelation that only deepens the enigma of his own forgotten past. He realizes he can't make a definitive judgment with so little data. So he dives deeper, determined to unearth more of his personal data. Convinced an important clue lies hidden within. The digital world explodes around him. And a new, mysterious identity flashes into existence: Dangin Na, age unknown. A ghost in the system with no credit history, no activity for 2 years, and 0 pension contributions. The system's chilling conclusion: presumed to be currently unemployed. He's locked onto the screen, that single word unemployed screaming at him, a chilling contradiction to the impossible fingerprint match he'd just uncovered. His face is a mask, the enigma of Danyan Na only growing more intense with each missing piece of information. But then, a voice shatters his focus, blown away by his lightning-fast typing. Yunseo practically leaps over, eyes glued to his screen, totally captivated by his insane speed. He turns to her, straight-faced, and drops the question, "Do you know how to code too?" She yanks her hand back from his screen, a sudden realization hitting her. "Oh, sorry," she blurts out, caught red-handed. Later, phone in hand, Yunseo announces her uncle hooked her up with grocery money, then hits him with the invite, "Wanna come with me?" Finally outside, soaking up the freedom from the office grind, she can't help but exclaim, "Man, it's so nice to be outside during work hours." Strolling along, bags in hand, Yunseo teases him, saying his typing speed must make him a shopping genius, but he just shrugs it off, admitting he only grabbed what was on the list. He's already done. 5 minutes, top-tier ingredients, locked and loaded. But Yunseo's not buying it, throwing shade on his speed, asking if fast means undercooked. Later, chilling on a bench, she's amazed at how easily the powerful toss money around, but he just hits her back with a, "You're one of them." She laughs it off, clarifying she meant the money people, and he's quick to shut her down, claiming he wasn't even talking to her. Not ready to call it a day, Yunseo suggests a cafe, but he's quick to remind her they're on the boss's card, aka, her uncle's tab. She snaps back, like, "Hello. He's my uncle. Unlimited spending, duh." With a determined shout, Yunseo grabs him, dragging him along and declaring their destination irrelevant. Then, out of nowhere, a chilling voice drops a bomb, "Or I'm going to kill you." Talk about a mood killer. His furious glare just screams pure, unadulterated menace. After that chilling threat, Yuar's entire vibe changes, his eyes blazing with an electric blue intensity, a silent promise of what's to come, with Yunseo right there with him. Yunseo strolls by her uncle's cafe, a thought echoing in her mind, speed is crucial, but what's the point if the flavor's a flop? Then, a sudden collision, a soft bump reverberating, and her head snaps up, startled. Before she can even properly apologize, a harsh voice cuts through the air, demanding to know what Yuar is doing there, and then, a chilling threat hangs heavy. "Or I'm going to kill you." The words hang in the air, a stark promise. Suddenly, two hardened, grim-faced men materialize from the darkness, their gazes radiating pure menace. Yuar's eyes ignite with an electrifying blue glow, his voice cutting through the tension, asking if they truly want to throw down. A low word emanates, a prelude to power, as he repeats the challenge, "Do you wish for combat mode?" He holds that intense stare. While Yunseo, totally flustered, just blurts out an apology. And just like that, the two menacing guys back off, one even telling his buddy off for scaring her. Yunseo's still totally confused, barely getting a question out, as the guys just blurt out, "Thanks," and bail. Threat neutralized, just like that, Yuar and Yunseo head off from the coffee shop, leaving the other two in their dust. Inside, Yuar's system confirms, target secured, safe mode engaged. Later, a ding from the elevator announces its arrival. Waiting there, Yuar snaps at Yunseo, who's totally glued to her phone. He's furious, demanding to know why she ignored his calls during a full-blown emergency. Fresh off the last crisis, Yunseo's uncle is already panicking about a new disaster, connection things are totally messed up, and he's freaking out about what's going on. Yunseo's totally freaking out, thinking they're doomed, but Yuar, cool as ever, just shrugs, admits it's a mess, and casually suggests they call the kidding guy to fix everything. Next thing you know, Yuar's on the scene, face locked in serious mode, ready to tackle whatever tech nightmare awaits him. He's deep in thought, muttering about how speed means nothing if the fix is garbage, then wonders if the security tech is failing or if there's a deeper, hidden problem. But even with his genius brain, he's not taking chances, insisting on a full system check, starting with the library's main server. He demands to know where the server is, then immediately asks about the counter, clearly on a mission. Then, a triumphant smirk lights up his face, signaling he's either cracked the code or is about to unleash his ultimate tech wizardry. And just like that, he declares no hacker traces, no suspicious activity, but BAM. He detected a hacking attempt and shut it down with a satisfying clack. UR is locked in, fingers flying across the keyboard, the clack 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 echoing as he dives deep into the system, wondering, what is this? This is just a regular PC cafe. A privacy hacking program was installed, and the internet was instantly disconnected the second the hacking tool activated the security program. This was no amateur job. Could someone have used this very PC cafe's server as a test server? The implications were huge. His eyes narrowed, a single, burning command echoing in his mind, find the hacker. No time to waste, he initiates the trace, his fingers a blur, the keyboard a symphony of clack clack clack. The system lights up, revealing the shocking truth. 0 servers used as stepping stones to avoid backtracing. This was a direct hit, a bold move. 7 of them are overseas, but 1 is right here. They use this PC cafe to test their skills, but why so close to home? Did they have to come in person to install the program? The answer was a resounding yes. A chilling thought strikes him, could this be connected to the information leaked before? Just when things were getting good, UR gets hit with the ultimate rage quit, a disconnection right in the middle of his promos. Yunseo, the blonde employee, rushes over, trying to smooth things over by extending his hours, desperate to help him hit that silver rank after the unexpected disconnect. But the chaos isn't contained. Yunseo's uncle is fuming, wondering why everyone's so mad and how this outage is hitting harder than he ever imagined. UR, ever the pragmatist, is already back at his screen, scrolling through the menu, eyeing up the lowest calorie snack, thinking number 3 looks good. Then, with a hint of challenge, he confronts the system itself, demanding to know if it's really that helpless. But the system, ever the digital brick wall, just spits back a robotic error, the question doesn't even compute. Completely fed up with the useless response, UR just throws his hands up, muttering, whatever, and walks away from the counter. The cafe descends into utter pandemonium. Yunseo is in full meltdown, surrounded by a symphony of crashing and clattering as she desperately apologizes amidst the wreckage. Finally, Yunseo's uncle steps up, bowing low to UR at the counter, delivering a heartfelt apology for the absolute mess and inconvenience. The PC cafe staff smooths things over, telling a customer the server's back online and hooking them up with a freebie. The customer's stoked, grabbing the free food, a huge grin plastered on his face. But before the customer can even take a bite, UR swoops in, snatching the cup right out of Yunseo's uncle's grasp. The uncle's totally caught off guard, thinking, wait, did I cook that too fast? Is it even good? UR dives in for a quick taste. And his mind is blown. Lightning bolts of pure shock erupt around his head, the taste is just that good. He's absolutely stunned, his face locked in pure disbelief, the unexpected deliciousness hitting him like a truck. Yunseo, her uncle, and another customer are all staring at his wild reaction, while he can only stammer out a confused, huh. The other customer, totally blown away by the taste, shouts that it's amazing, begging for another serving. And just like that, another customer, clearly having gotten a taste of the magic, bolts from the counter, screaming a hyped-up, thank you. Yunseo's hand shot out for the free snack, but her mind raced, questioning if this wasn't just ordinary popcorn, but something infused with magic powder. She remembered her uncle's instant chill-out after just a taste. She offered some to UR, who, without hesitation, grabbed a handful, and took a massive bite. The flavor exploded on her tongue, a shockwave of deliciousness, leaving her absolutely stunned. It was a flavor explosion, spicy, sour, sweet, and salty all at once, and she couldn't believe how incredible it tasted. But UR just shrugged, claiming he'd whipped it up with random ingredients. Yunseo's resolve hardened, she had to tell her uncle about the internet fix and this mind-blowing food, demanding more when she got back, knowing this was the secret weapon to pack the place. Her mind raced with a new, epic mission, envisioning herself as the ultimate, food-related hero, ready to crush any enemy threatening their delicious domain. A faint blush crept up her neck as she pondered if this heroic destiny was somehow tied to him. Then, with an explosive burst of energy, Yunseo bolted from the PC cafe, a woman on a mission. Just then, Dangin Na, witnessing her frantic exit, nodded to himself and took off after her, clearly understanding her urgency. The system roars to life, a digital interface blazing with the confirmation, navigation mode, engaged. A sharp beep confirms a surge detection, and the screen flashes with critical intel, no cameras, no GPS, no tactical detection, the path is clear. From his hidden vantage point on the street, Dangin now locks onto the building, his target's presence almost palpable. He hesitates at the base of the stairs, a moment of doubt before he commits to the ascent. Deep inside, a whisper of sound snags his focus, and his tech immediately kicks in, amplifying the distant voice. A surge of blue energy crackles around his ear as the tech goes to work, extracting, scrubbing, and boosting the voice for crystal clear intel. His face contorts in a snarl, a furious thought erupting, you punk. I'll kill you if this doesn't work. He slams his fist against the wall in pure frustration, cursing the system's beta phase instability, desperate to just squash the bugs. Slumping against the wall, utterly defeated, the chilling words of his superiors haunt him, a stark reminder of failure's price, as he silently begs for his life. A jolt of pure adrenaline hits UR, his glowing eyes scanning the grim industrial wasteland. He curses his own momentary lapse, a critical error in judgment. No time for doubt. The mission is clear, civilian rescue and immediate evacuation are paramount. He bursts into the scene, finding a terrified young woman surrounded by thugs, and barks at her to get up, her fear-stricken okay, barely audible. No more talk. UR explodes into motion, a devastating kick tearing through the air, wreathed in crackling blue energy. The impact reverberates, a sonic boom of raw power, leaving no doubt about his lethal intent. Before they can even blink, he snatches one thug by the throat, hoisting him off the ground like a ragdoll, leaving the civilian stunned. His electric blue eyes blaze through the mask, a terrifying, silent vow of absolute destruction. In a blur of motion, both thugs are down, out cold, leaving the stunned civilian to gape at her silent, powerful rescuer, a testament to his sheer dominance. Panic-stricken, a young man clutches his phone, his face a mask of pure terror. A guttural scream rips from his throat, as the full horror of his situation dawns on him. He's down, helpless, as three menacing figures tower over him, one snarling about the unlocked door, while he can only stammer a weak denial. The bald leader's grin widens, his eyes burning with malevolent red energy, as he menacingly questions the civilian's very existence. But before he can even move, a chilling voice slices through the air, a confident declaration, "I'll take care of him." Then, a blinding blur of motion, and a devastating punch connects, rocking the bald aggressor's world. The sheer force sends him flying backward, blood exploding from his face. But before the first even hits the ground, a shadowy hand clamps around another assailant's neck, veins bulging under the brutal, crushing grip. His eyes bulge in pure shock, as a dark, suffocating aura engulfs him completely. He's still standing, radiating power, a blue aura swirling as the ground beneath him shatters from the sheer impact. Another aggressor goes down, hitting the pavement with a sickening crash. The impact was so intense, it looks like reality itself is shattering around them. But UR isn't done. His eye burns with electric blue light through his mask, his fist coiled for the next strike. And just like that, blue energy explodes from his hand, crackling with a terrifying TSSSSS. Meet Songwanan, a freshman at Hanguk University, about to change his life forever. A computer whiz since childhood, he's always been glued to the screen, fingers flying across the keys. This self-taught white hat hacker is so good, even search engines are hitting him up for help. But even a genius hacker needs cash for tuition, so he was hunting for a part-time gig, when suddenly, a message flashed across his screen. A part-time job? He knew he had to apply. He confidently declared he'd find someone to pay him big bucks in just a few days, his eyes burning with ambition. He was absolutely hyped to land a part-time gig where his skills would shine, shouting, "All right. Let's do it." But that excitement crashed and burned, because it was all a scam, and now three terrifying figures are staring down, ready to make him pay. He stares at the screen, and it hits him like a truck. This wasn't just a bad job, it was a scam. Pinned down and getting smacked around, he thinks, "I've got so much left to do. Is this really how it ends?" He was totally losing it. Another brutal hit rocks his head back, a sickening boom ringing out. But just when he thought it was over, a blinding light rips through the gloom. As a figure drops from the sky, a wild blue energy exploding around their feet. One of the thugs gets absolutely rocked, slammed into the ground with a crash, the impact shaking everything. The new arrival stands tall, hooded and masked, their eyes burning with an electric blue glow, a silent, deadly threat. Then, with a lightning-fast move, a fist crackles with blue power, blasting forward at insane speed. When a hero finally showed up. He stands victorious in the heart of a shattered room, two enemies already down, as two more armed thugs spin to confront him. A cool, digital voice cuts through the tension, declaring this an infiltration mission and demanding the elimination of all hostiles. The AI's voice, almost taunting, boasts about his raw power and impressive build, then playfully commands him to shake his hand. Facing down the last two threats, the system instantly flags their weapons, giving him tactical choices to estimate or target weapon 2. One of the thugs, now target 1, screams in utter shock, desperate to know who he is and how he appeared. His electric blue eyes pierce through the mask, unwavering, as Ace, the AI, coolly queries if there's any cause for concern. The system's analysis continues, confidently affirming his peak physical condition as a special agent. And with absolute certainty, the AI declares, a guaranteed 100% chance of victory with its support. Then, with a lightning-fast move, he points a finger, dropping a silent challenge that hits harder than any punch. His voice slices through the silence, dropping a bombshell, he heard the trash talk, and now he's here to collect. He keeps pushing their buttons, calling out, "Mr. Octopus and Kangaroo" for ganging up, and instantly, one of them snaps back, demanding to know what he just said. The bald guy, Mr. Octopus himself, can't believe his ears, his face contorting in pure rage at the insult. But he just shrugs off their fury, telling them they're living in a movie, not reality, which sends the bald guy into a full-blown, cursing meltdown. Just as they're about to explode, he snaps something in his hand, then vanishes in a blur of speed. He mumbles to himself, a low, almost humble confession. His master plan unfolds, mess with their minds, make winning a cakewalk. Meanwhile, one of the thugs is totally lost, wondering what the heck just happened. Ace's foot connects with brutal force, sending a shockwave through his target as the impact shatters the air. Mr. Octopus's face distorts into a mask of pure pain. And as Ace lands lightly, the other thugs, including Kangaroo, recoil in shock. Their confusion quickly turning to rage as Kangaroo bellows, "You bastard." But Ace is already a blur. His form shifting with impossible speed. His footwork a silent whisper across the ground. Until he reappears, cloaked in a dark, hooded outfit, having vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye. Ace's kick lands with an explosive wham, rocking Mr. Octopus to his core. A sickening crunch rips through the air as Mr. Octopus's face contorts in pure agony, the impact absolutely devastating. And with a final, pathetic, flop, he's down for the count, leaving Ace standing victorious. The mysterious hooded figure, Ace, can't help but wonder, was that kick really that powerful, or was his foe just a total pushover? He scrutinizes his own movements, feeling like a robot, a bizarre sensation considering the raw power he just unleashed, far beyond any normal human. To him, it felt like a feather-light tap, yet it packed the punch of a full-grown human. He flexes, feeling the raw, enhanced physical strength surging through his veins, a power so immense it makes him wonder if he's secretly on steroids. But he quickly shakes off the thought, knowing full well no inefficient drugs could ever grant him this level of power. Meanwhile, Songwon stares in utter disbelief from afar, his jaw practically on the floor, muttering to himself about the sheer, unbelievable power of that guy. Songwon is freaking out, eyes wide as he grapples with the terrifying thought, is this hacking? He tries to tell himself he's innocent, but the sheer scope of his ethical hacking is undeniable. The screen lays it all out, he'd not only hacked his neighbor's home network but even changed their Instagram password. This wasn't ethical hacking, it was pure digital chaos. He clutches his head, screaming at his past self, why did I do that? Cut to Ace, hidden in his hoodie and mask, flat out denying everything. I haven't done anything bad. Songwon squares up, declaring he's going to his house, but Ace just wants to be let go, insisting he only left to secure his accounts. Ace doubles down, swearing he's telling the truth and that Songwon is making a huge deal out of nothing. Back at his computer, Songwon is in full analysis mode, realizing the more he pressures a prisoner, the clearer the truth becomes. Songwon dives deep into his analysis, finding UR's thought patterns intriguing, but his data screams a 90% certainty that his findings are the absolute truth. He then considers, a slim 10% chance that it's all a massive deception. UR visibly recoils, his face contorting as Songwon presses him, demanding to know if he's back at it again. Songwon lays it all out, revealing how they lied, thinking he'd do nothing, but he got tangled in their web, snapping his gaze up to UR. He exposes their true intentions, a scheme to rake in quick cash and pull off shady deals even after the dust had settled. Songwon confronts UR head-on, demanding to know his actions and if he was behind the stock manipulation. UR offers no response, his face hidden in shadow as Songwon pushes further, inquiring about those guys and their involvement in installing something at a nearby cafe. With a grim look, Songwon confirms, they were the ones who planted it at a nearby cafe. Elsewhere, outside, Donite Coffee, Yunseo is in tears, her uncle and Dangin Na watching her with worried expressions, the fallout from recent revelations hitting hard. Songwon's mind races, connecting the dots of the stock manipulation to a shadowy organization, and his immediate thought is to call the cops. But UR, cool and collected behind his mask, brushes it off, convinced there's a mastermind pulling the strings, and these guys are just chumps. He's safe, for now, no direct attacks, but he's not about to just chill while these small-time thugs run wild. Songwon is stunned by UR's chill attitude, shouting in disbelief, then instantly pivots, telling him to just say he was kidnapped and spill the beans. He then asks if UR isn't in hot water too, calling him, sir, and UR immediately shoots back, I'm not old enough for that, dude. UR then sarcastically asks what he even looks like, and Songwon deadpans, you're wearing a mask, genius. Songwon quickly clarifies, look, I'm just a random friend who saved your butt. He heard a commotion, showed up, and there UR was, getting pummeled. He wraps up his story, bluntly declaring, so, I saved you. And just like that, UR turns his back and starts walking, declaring, I'm out. As he just walks off, Songwon can't believe it, demanding to know if he's really just leaving. But UR just throws it back, asking if he's supposed to wait for the cops. Songwon stammers, caught off guard. Then, a mischievous glint in his eye, he asks if he can get a few hits in too. UR, cool as ever, just tells him to go for it, adding a cheeky challenge, make sure they're awake enough to feel it. Songwon grins, knowing full well these guys won't even flinch, no matter what he does. With a lightning-fast motion, he prepares to unleash. A quick, precise tap lands on one of the fallen goons. Suddenly, another one starts to twitch, coming back to life. He delivers another sharp tap, and a yelp of pain bursts out. The once ordinary street, usually bustling with tricorn distribution and Hanbo Electric, was now a full-blown crime scene, bathed in the eerie glow of police sirens. Amidst the chaos, an officer turned to his partner, his voice laced with disbelief. How did this get so beaten up? The horrifying sight of multiple unconscious bodies strewn across the asphalt made another officer grimly note they were still breathing. Then he barked, "What happened here?" Songwon stepped up, his voice tight with anger, revealing that those thugs had been lurking for 3 days, hunting him down ever since he wiped them from the stock forums. He continued, a chilling memory of their death threats if he failed, but even he admitted they went way too far this time. The officer with glasses immediately panicked, shouting his innocence and claiming a passerby had intervened, his voice cracking at the end. Songwon, ever the sharp observer, deduced that someone powerful was pulling strings behind the scenes, a chilling truth he knew deep down. Then, with a steely gaze, he ordered the officer to interrogate the victims the second they regained consciousness at the hospital, no excuses. As a victim was rushed onto a stretcher, the officer voiced his worry that they'd get zero intel if the victims were still drugged, a major hurdle for the investigation. The scene was a mess, and one detective couldn't help but question the sheer speed of the ambush. While his partner confirmed the victims were hit fast, describing the attackers as nameless, muscled street fighters. The lead detective, clearly frustrated, wondered what their next move should be. Before snapping into action, ordering his team to immediately get surveillance footage to find out who did this. No arrests yet, but there was no way they were letting this go without a full-blown investigation. The detective was already on the move, searching the building. Knowing a surveillance camera was just around the corner, a crucial lead. He stopped, scanning the ceiling, just to be sure there weren't any hidden cameras inside. But then, a chilling thought, you are. Someone remembered him showing up again, a reckless monster, not just a person, but a force of nature. He glares at his phone, a storm brewing in his eyes, realizing the sheer impossibility of reaching anyone. Striding through the urban sprawl, he plots his next move, a new smartphone, no matter the cost, even if it means installments. 3 days blur into one, and now he's on the move, the world rushing by his bus window. The very next day after saving the hacker, he's already on the road, speeding towards Gangwon, driven by the need to uncover more at the address on his ID. But the trail goes cold, leading him to the absolute middle of nowhere in Gangwon province, a desolate expanse mocking his search. He stands, a lone figure against the vastness, his gaze fixed upwards, searching for answers. A blinding burst of energy erupts, forcing him to confront the ultimate questions: who is he, truly, and who is powerful enough to communicate with the future? After reaching his destination, Ur's mind races, questioning if he's a time traveler, flung from the future into the past, yet he's still got zero clues about his true origins. But the mystery deepens as he moves on. Until he's suddenly back in the city, right in front of a massive PC cafe. And just like that, the PC cafe was back to normal. And business was absolutely exploding, every single seat taken. Yunseo, the part-timer, confirmed it, they've got a secret menu now, but only when Ur's around. He's a culinary wizard, pan and spatula flying, a faint blue glow surrounding him, whipping up those exclusive dishes. He figures when he's off gathering intel, everyone just goes for the standard stuff, a totally random sales strategy that somehow just works. This whole bizarre system runs itself, whether he's actually there or not, as he hands a customer their order. Even after devouring their food, customers couldn't tear themselves away, captivated by the vibe. Often chilling for an extra hour or two, because, why not? They were already there. The boss's face was absolutely glowing, a clear sign he'd brought in more part-timers to handle the insane customer rush, and now he's demanding everyone's attention. He's making the big announcement, I'd like to introduce a new part-time employee. The new guy steps up, and Ur, ever the professional, asks for his name again. And the new guy, all smiles, replies, nice to meet you. The new employee, Songwon, practically shouts his name with a shocked expression, and just like that, the protagonist from 20 chapters ago is back. Ur, cool as ever, acknowledges him, then scans a document, exclaiming, hold on. You're a computer science major. Songwon confidently confirms his skills, declaring, yep. Always been a whiz with computers. Any tech issues? I'm your guy. The new hire, Songwon, was officially in, bowing respectfully, while the cafe owner laid out his expectations, and Ur watched the whole thing unfold. But this wasn't just any job for Songwon, his real reason for being here was intense, and he couldn't help but notice that the other guy was still around. He was haunted by the destruction he'd unleashed on this very spot, and now, he was practically forcing himself to work here, a self-imposed penance. His face set with grim determination, he swore to give it his all, to somehow make up for everything he'd done. Then, the cafe owner brought the two together, making the formal introductions, boasting about their chef, Dangin Na, who had single-handedly turned the PC cafe into a sensation. He went on, revealing that their chef wasn't just a culinary genius, but also a tech wizard, urging the two to team up and help each other out. The two stood there, side by side, taking it all in. Before Songwon managed a slightly awkward, But the moment Songwanan spoke, Yuar's eyes snapped open in a flash of recognition, a visible flinch escaping him as he gasped, "You're..." Yuar's intense stare left Songwanan reeling, a silent question burning in his mind, "Is this guy actually older than me?" A bewildered, "Huh," was all he could manage, utterly thrown by the encounter. Elsewhere, Yunseo's uncle couldn't help but gush about Songwanan, confessing that the guy who once rendered him speechless was now getting hyped up for his sheer genius in the kitchen. Songwanan then met Dangin Na, who immediately dropped a bombshell, introducing himself and then warning that his identity was at risk unless he was rescued. Songwanan was torn, feeling bad about the friendly guy, even as a cold, logical voice in his head screamed, "Fire him." Oblivious to the inner turmoil, Dangin Na beamed, declaring his excitement to work together. The scene then cut away to a towering hospital building, its sleek design hinting at a new, critical location. He's on the move, navigating the city streets, past a restaurant menu, but his mind is clearly elsewhere. Ace's voice cuts in, a system log flashing, recorded for security purposes. "Good job." He then drops a bombshell, "You're obsessed with money and food, huh? Financial management is key." Ace goes full lecture mode, dropping knowledge bombs about financial management being mission critical and how taste is key to dodging bad food. Then, the AI hits him with the ultimate burn, "But seriously, haven't you been living a life where you don't even eat that stuff?" Out of nowhere, a critical alert blares, warning, a fire hazard has been detected. Then, the chilling order, "Freeze." He's frozen solid on the street, the city sprawling around him. Before he finally glares back at the screen, a suspicious glint in his eyes as he demands, "Did you just fake an error to change the subject?" Even after the ominous warning, Songwanan was still in denial, thinking, "No way. Nothing's happening." But then, the city was rocked by a thunderous sound, as a massive explosion tore through a building. Fiery debris rained down, turning the city into a chaotic inferno, leaving Songwanan absolutely stunned. A single, bewildered question echoing in his mind. "Huh?" Chaos erupted on the street as everyone else saw the disaster unfold, the building now a raging inferno. Another massive wave of fire surged outward, a roaring inferno devouring everything. The terrifying truth hit hard, there really was a fire. As he stared at the destruction, a chilling realization began to dawn, linking him directly to the chaos. "My body is embedded with..." His eyes, supercharged by an unknown power, now pierce through the chaos with incredible clarity, like he's got an AR device built right in. And his hearing is jacked up too, practically humming with power inside his ears. With the city burning in the distance, he feels the surge of power, his body now a weapon. His leg muscles are juiced up, making him believe he could take on a blaze that massive and put it out in one go. That thought hardens into pure determination as he ditches his bag, ready to jump into action. His eyes blaze with a fierce, unyielding resolve. Then, with a quick, decisive move, he pulls out something hidden, ready to dive straight into the inferno. Songwanan unleashes. With a fierce command, he projects a fire extinguisher beam from his outstretched hand. No time to waste. He's off like a shot, a blur of motion past the school, driven by pure adrenaline. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the chaos, a sharp challenge to his reckless charge, "Are you in your right mind, agent?" On a bustling city street, UR pauses, a powerful thought igniting within him. As he contemplates the sheer force it would take to put out a fire with his bare hands. His eyes blaze with an intense blue light. And raw azure energy crackles and swirls around his outstretched hand. Then, with an explosive burst, he unleashes the power, a shockwave rippling outwards. As if effortlessly repelling an invisible, overwhelming force. Later, a mysterious voice challenges his very existence, demanding to know if he truly controls his own mind, and he can only ponder that perhaps he doesn't even have a superpower, as he navigates a bustling crowd, deeply contemplating the fundamental question of what it means to be human. He stares down the raging inferno, a desperate question burning in his mind. The logical answer is clear, call for help, but the thought persists. What else could he possibly do? Then, a frantic cry for help slices through the smoke, a victim trapped high above the street. And below, a young woman points frantically upwards, her voice screaming alarm. A voice crackles in his ear, reminding Ace that firefighters are en route, but the traffic makes their arrival a distant, impossible hope. A grim reality confirmed by the woman on the street, rescue will likely not come in time. UR pulls a dark hood over his head, his expression hardening with resolve. His eyes flaring with an ethereal blue as he vows to find a way inside. The system instantly maps out the most insane, risk-minimizing route, locking onto the goal. He launches himself up the building, a blur of motion, defying gravity with every powerful step. Onlookers gasp, "What the hell?" Look at him, as he streaks upwards, a phantom against the burning facade. He thinks, "I'll be there in no time," as he blasts past floors, knowing he's the only one who can pull this off, the only one who can save her. The explosion cleared the building, leaving him a clear path to his urgent mission. A glowing blue line shoots from his hand, a grappling hook of pure energy, yanking him skyward with incredible force. Kids on the street scream, "Mommy! Is that Spider Guy?" as he defies all logic, leaving everyone speechless. His masked face is a picture of pure resolve, those glowing blue eyes burning with intensity, a silent warning to anyone who stands in his way. The building groans, a death rattle before the storm, but pushes harder, knowing every second counts against the ticking bomb of an explosion. Then, a chilling crack, the building screams its final warning. And then, a cataclysmic boom. He's blasted off the wall, a human projectile amidst the chaos. The inferno rages, a blinding, all-consuming wave of fire. But even mid-air, falling to his doom, Ur's instincts kick in. A desperate grab, and he's back on the wall, defying gravity. Shaking off the blast like it was nothing, he's back to climbing, faster than ever. He bursts onto the top floor, and there she is, the victim, cowering in the smoke. Her face a mask of pure terror, she's trapped, tears blurring her vision as the flames close in. No time to waste. Reaches out, a lifeline in the chaos, "Come on." After an insane climb up the inferno, he's finally made it to the top. And there she was, the woman he came for, amidst the chaos, barely able to whisper a plea. Just as he reached out, a massive explosion rocked the building from below, and he had to instantly shield her, knowing their chances were plummeting. He held her tight, promising to get them out, but she could only manage a weak, doubtful question about his strength. He knew he could carry her, but the escape was the real problem, muttering about his enhanced body and the need to keep it a secret. He eyed the next building, but then it hit him, too many eyes below, too many witnesses. The street was packed with gawkers, and if he showed his true power, it would be a disaster. He eyed his mask, a stark reminder of the secret he had to keep. He knew speed was crucial, but a rushed plan was a failed plan. Going too fast meant risking everything. Yunseo questioned a simple descent, but he gripped her tighter, the sheer impossibility of it hitting her too. The inferno raged, swallowing the lower floors in a fiery whoosh. His mind raced, flap, through every wild idea, searching for a way out. But every idea was a dead end, a definite no. Yunseo, sensing his intense focus, snapped at him, reminding him she wasn't a tightrope. He quickly promised his best, mentally activating his ACE system to pinpoint their escape destination. His eyes locked onto a power line, a daring new path. He instantly began calculating, visualizing how he'd keep her balanced, making split-second adjustments to his audacious plan. Click. He activated a hidden device, a nagging thought echoing, why not just unleash his full power and be done with it? But no, he couldn't. Throwing her was too close to attacking, a power he absolutely could not unleash in front of the world. Locked onto his escape, fine-tunes the device in his grip. A sharp retort on his lips. You can cook, but you can't attack people on your own, he challenges, his masked gaze unwavering. Correct. Do it yourself. He scoffs, so picky. The device already screaming to life with a powerful whoosh. The mechanism accelerates, a blur of motion as it extends over the inferno below, Ur's eyes locked on his target. Give me trouble, minor adjustments you've got, he snarls. As the device rockets forward. Another whoosh ripping through the air. With a decisive clunk, the grappling hook slams into its target. Sparks erupting as it locks onto the power line. Got it, he shouts, the line snapping taut under immense tension. He launches himself onto the wire, a dramatic, almost theatrical, cry escaping him, Aya. I'm not going, as he begins his daring traverse across the urban canyon. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air. As he rockets across the cityscape on a power line, Yunseo clinging desperately, yelling for him to drop her, but he just snaps back, be quiet. Her terrified shouts echo, demanding to know what insane stunt he's pulling. Convinced they're about to plummet to their doom. With a powerful whoosh and a bungee, the grappling hook launches them forward, sending her into another frantic scream. His footing slips, a dangerous wobble on the wire, and he barks at her to hold still. Yet, amidst the chaos, he coolly checks, this is a good pace, right? Then, a sudden, brutal snap, an unforeseen obstacle tears the line, breaking it faster than anyone could expect. But his masked eyes burn with an unyielding resolve, locked onto their desperate flight. The power line, already screaming under the strain, began to crack with a terrifying finality, threatening to shatter their escape route before they could even hope to make it across. Then, with a deafening RIP, the line exploded apart, sending them plummeting into the abyss. His sky-blue eyes blazing with desperate resolve, Ur's mind raced, calculating every impossible angle as the world fell apart around them. But the sudden, violent jolt was too much, and with a sickening wish, Yunseo was ripped from his grasp, free-falling into the fiery chasm below. He lunged, a desperate hand reaching out, but she was already gone, the distance between them growing with every terrifying second. A blood-curdling tore from her throat as she plunged further, the wind screaming past her with a terrifying whoosh. Then, with a deafening crash, the entire power line snapped, leaving UR clinging to nothing but air. Below, Yunseo slammed into a lower platform with a bone-jarring OOF, the impact sending shockwaves through her body. Above, the mangled remnants of the line continue to rip and fray, a brutal testament to their failed escape. The power line, already on its last thread, explodes apart, sending a shockwave through the air. No grip, no hope, Yunseo's foot slips, and she's gone, plunging into the abyss. She's spinning, she's falling, a helpless figure swallowed by the darkness. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air, as lightning arcs around her, amplifying the terror of her fall. A blinding flash of speed rips through the air. As the very fabric of reality warps and distorts around him. UR plummets, a raw grunt tearing from his throat as his electric blue eyes blaze open, instantly calculating the impossible fall. Explosions of debris erupt around him, but his mind is a lightning storm, a single, burning command echoing. He has to figure out what to do, now. Then, with an explosive burst of power, a searing crimson aura erupts around his fist, turning his freefall into a devastating attack. The very air shatters as he tears through it, a whirlwind of pure, unadulterated destruction. The entire landscape dissolves into streaks of raw energy. As he executes a lightning-fast stretch and dash, snapping himself into perfect position mid-flight. Then, with a thunderous, controlled impact, he slams down, dust exploding around his foot. He's plummeting, a dark blur against the city, defying gravity itself. And someone screams, "What the heck?" He's alive. But he's not falling, he's running up the side of a building, a bystander yelling, he's running along the wall. A mere whisper of wind as he moved. Before sticking the landing perfectly on a rooftop, crouching low like a predator. Taking a breath, he mutters, "Man, I thought I was dead for sure." Down below, Yunseo snaps her head up, hearing the rush of air, her voice laced with worry, "Are you okay?" He drops down to her, confirming, "I'm still alive," but quickly warns, "Come down. It's dangerous." Suddenly, Songwon shows up, pointing at them, totally shocked, "How did you survive? Didn't you fall from that super high spot?" UR just gives him the classic, "It's complicated." He just stares, leaving Yunseo totally confused, demanding to know why he'd even ask if they'd met before. He brushes off her question, claiming she just looks like someone else, but Yunseo isn't having it, snapping at Ace that he should be crunching numbers. He coolly retorts that he figured she'd be bored, since she's part of the story now, then casually drops that he was annoyed by the flammable materials in the building. Yunseo is utterly speechless at his bizarre excuse, barely managing a bewildered, Her mind races, trying to process his cryptic statements, her face a mask of pure confusion and worry. Elsewhere, UR, now masked, stares ahead with an intense, unyielding gaze. The city street below is pure pandemonium, a building ablaze as sirens wail and emergency crews swarm the scene. Songwon stares, mesmerized, at a video of the devastation on his phone, a single, stunned, wow, escaping his lips. In the aftermath of the explosive event, two investigators are baffled, one demanding to know how anyone could have possibly appeared on a clothesline to cross between buildings, and doing it at a full sprint. His partner, phone in hand, can only exclaim, "Seriously, how is that even humanly possible? Is this guy some kind of superhuman climber or a legendary tightrope master?" The first investigator just shakes his head, admitting they have absolutely no clue who this mystery person could be. But then, a new, bizarre detail catches their eye, a mysterious black plastic bag discovered amidst the chaos. The impossible image of the figure, casually carrying that bag while defying gravity, sparks a frustrated thought, "Seriously, if you're gonna pull off stunts like that, at least do it when you're not busy, right?" The first investigator reiterates, incredulous, "So, the legendary tightrope walker was also juggling a plastic bag while doing all this?" A dynamic, glowing silhouette of the figure, bag still in hand, flashes, making them concede that somehow, impossibly, it just might be true. They did find a receipt, but it was crumpled beyond recognition, save for a store name, sparking the question, should we just hit up the security cameras already? But then, they just shrug it off, deciding, what's the big deal? He's not even a suspect. Plus, we still don't know if that fire was a gas leak or some massive explosion. The captain's phone buzzes to life, a critical call from his superior flashing on the screen. A look of shock crosses his face as he barks at his subordinate, "Don't, what, me? This is the boss." Still walking, the captain snaps at his partner, "You keep drawing attention. This isn't just some accident, it's the incident, for a reason." He glances at the strange, lingering blue energy, instantly dismissing the gas leak theory. That's not the real problem right now. But the situation just got way worse, a body has been found on the third floor. Both investigators are absolutely floored by the revelation, the captain barely able to stammer out, "I thought no one died." And to make matters even more mysterious, he confirms, it wasn't just a fire. Suddenly, a completely different scene. An unseen voice sighs in pure bliss, "Ah. I feel so much better after that bath." Outside an apartment, a furious young woman unleashes on a man, absolutely livid that he expects her to fund his academy after all her sacrifices. He just coldly asks why she's even there, and she fires back, demanding answers. Her mind races, consumed by her own money woes, desperate for a part-time gig just to make ends meet. Snapping back to reality, she screams, "What now?" But he just shrugs, telling her to work the part-time job she already landed. Her gaze shifts, a flicker of despair in her eyes, as she whispers, "How can I even work right now?" He challenges her, "Isn't my academy for part-timers?" Then just brushes her off with a cold goodbye. But she's not giving up. She grabs his arm, begging, "You can't just ditch me when I'm only asking for a part-time job." Masked now, Taehyun lets out an exasperated sigh, muttering, "I don't know about that." But even with the mask, she grins, completely seeing through him, and asks, "How did you recognize me, Taehyun?" Yunseo drops a bombshell, revealing she's practically living at the PC cafe for her job, and a masked Taehyun can't help but ask for details. She spills the beans, she's a hardcore gamer, streaming her epic plays. Yunseo confesses her job is just streaming from the PC cafe, but Taehyun, completely off topic, just declares her pretty. He instantly takes it back, then pivots to ask if she's even good at gaming. He brushes off his last question, and demands to know her subscriber numbers. Yunseo proposes they go drop off her resume, and Taehyun, feeling a surprising wave of sympathy, sees her enthusiastically agree. Stepping into the daylight, the massive PC cafe building dominates the background. Then, in an instant, Yunseo's face changes, her eyes snapping wide with shock. A single, bewildered thought echoes in her head, "Who is this?" Before she could even process her thoughts, a new voice boomed, announcing Aryam Yun as the new part-timer. But Taehyun wasn't having it, immediately shutting her down with a sharp warning. Stunned by the unexpected arrival, Yunseo demanded to know why Aryam was there, skipping the interview. Aryam coolly stated she was there to help, but Taehyun wasn't letting it go, reminding her of her barmaid plans. With an unbothered smile, Aryam just brushed it off, suggesting they simply deduct it from her paycheck. His gaze sharpened, Taehyun's thoughts remained a mystery. But the calm was shattered by a critical alert. Visual data confirmed a massive fire was likely triggered by Manhwa. Sensing the immediate danger, Yunseo sprang into action, telling Taehyun they had to scour the internet for every scrap of information. Their digital hunt paid off fast, revealing headlines about a massive fire at something ST and a mysterious, tightrope hero making a daring rescue. The article confirmed the chaos with incident footage, highlighting an anonymous hero's incredible feat of rescuing someone from the inferno, instantly hailed as a legend. The Manhwa-induced fire is blowing up online, going absolutely viral with comments and shares. "You're gonna wipe that from the internet, right?" a voice demands. You are, cool and collected at his terminal, drops a bombshell, "I'm a combat support AI." His ID card flashes, revealing his name, Gangin Na. But his hacking? Only for forging identities, he explains. Useless, the voice retorts, but UR counters, revealing a military-grade anti-hacking chip. There's no hacker attack right now, the voice presses, so you can't remove it. UR lets out a frustrated sigh, the situation clearly not going his way. The scene cuts to a wide-open sky. UR, his mission stalled, walks away from a cafe, the sound of his steps heavy with thought. He's out on the streets, mind racing, grappling with the bombshell revelation and the viral news nightmare. But even as he moves, a new question burns in his mind, a quiet challenge, so the tightrope expert is at this grade, huh? The city's pulse beat strong, with a PC cafe sign blazing like a beacon in the concrete jungle. But deep within, a hidden storage room, strictly for staff, housed a solitary computer rig, a stark, almost eerie calm amidst the chaos. Elsewhere, a hardened soldier in military gear dropped a bombshell, claiming to be a special forces agent from the future. He was desperate for help, but everyone else just laughed it off, thinking it was all a big prank. But Songwon wasn't so quick to dismiss it, pondering the sheer number of people he'd met who all swore they were time travelers from the future. His phone screen was a wild mess of online posts, every single one screaming "I'm from 2074, with insane tales of being reborn, a hunter, or even a demon king." But he'd seen it all before, not a single one of them was the real deal, no true prophet among the fakes. He'd already called it out, telling whoever would listen that it was all just a big fat lie. He couldn't help but wonder about his own impossible existence, a total anomaly by today's tech standards, admitting that a body-embodied AI was just sci-fi for now. But logic or not, he was stuck, trapped in the present. And just then, a chilling news headline popped up, blaring about a fire on something ST and a death during a crazy tightrope incident. A chilling message flashes across the screen, a body discovered at the fire scene. The investigation just got real. Songwon-en's eyes lock onto the screen, a wave of grim realization washing over him. He's already on site, deep inside a shadowy, cluttered room, demanding answers. You found them while I was still here. Nothing. You better have something for me. His AR lens, packing augmented reality and X-ray vision, is already on the job, but he needs more. You know what I'm asking, right? The system's cold, hard data comes back empty, nothing. No people, no monsters, no activity. Zero. Suspicion flares in his eyes. Lying? Wait a second. A chilling thought strikes him, a quiet shing echoing his realization. What if this wasn't just a fire? What if it was a planned murder? That's a real possibility. His eyes snap wide open, a new piece of information hitting him hard. The police? What? He scans the wall, a crucial detail clicking into place. Yeah, the card I used to buy all this stuff. It was from right here. Strolling through the city, Ganyan gets stopped by a cop, who hits him with a direct question, did you buy this? But before he can answer, a voice cuts through the noise, shouting his name. It's Yunseo, apron and all, looking like she's got the answer right there. Elsewhere, a cop's on the ground, groaning, as another officer radios in, we've got a missing person situation, cops lost while on fire watch. Back at the scene, Yunseo's totally blown away, gushing about how awesome the police are for tracking down an owner over something so small. Ganyan stumbles through an awkward, well. As Yunseo just shrugs, says thanks, and bounces. But as she walks away, he's left holding a business card, a detective's info, a direct line for anyone with intel on the incident. Yunseo's all smiles, waving goodbye, as a phone blares in the background, the plot thickens. Ganyan mutters, I need that detective if I'm gonna catch this killer, and wonders if it's finally safe to meet up, now that his identity is locked in. Just as he's about to head out, Yunseo tries to stop him, wanting to team up and get closer. She even tries to tempt him, saying a police contact would totally help his missions, and he actually agrees. But then, a sudden change of heart. He's got other stuff to do, leaving Yunseo totally bewildered. Her phone suddenly rings. And she can't help but wonder about his mysterious vibe. Cut to him, now at the police station. Where the detective from before instantly recognizes him, asking if he's the restaurant owner. The detective then drops the bomb, introducing himself as Songwon, the guy handling the whole incident, leaving Ganyan completely taken aback by the sudden shift. He's feeling the awkward vibes, but Detective Songwon cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know why he's even there. He drops the bomb, he's here because of yesterday's incident, and it's turned into a massive headache. Songwon gets it, he sees why someone would call it a simple casualty, but he's adamant there's a bigger picture, a real reason he called it a nuisance. Clearly irritated, the detective throws down the gauntlet, demanding to know if he has any proof. He coolly reveals the incident blew up into a full-blown investigation all because of some wild, baseless assumptions, and with no one else daring to act, he stepped up to walk the tightrope himself. Songwon's jaw drops, a shocking truth hitting him like a truck. He starts to stutter, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. Before Songwon can even finish his sentence, Ganyan flashes a confident thumbs up, solidifying his identity as the legendary tightrope expert. Blown away by the bombshell, Songwon explodes, demanding to know why he wasn't told sooner, only for Ganyan to hit him with the ultimate mic drop, because you didn't ask. He's right there, facing off against the detective, practically daring him to just go with it. But Songwon's mind flashes back to the gruesome scene, a body found where it absolutely shouldn't have been. He's totally baffled, trying to figure out what really happened to the victim. Meanwhile, Ganyan is jotting down notes like a pro, dropping the bombshell that the victim was dead before the fire. The Violent Crimes Team office is in the background, as he lays out the chilling fact, even with a fire, no one was moving in that room. He's weighing the options, thinking, drugged, or already gone. Later, at a cafe, he drops another bomb, someone tried to cover up the whole thing with a fire. Songwon, across the table from him and another guy, demands to know if National Forensics has been called in. Ganyan confirms he was looking for a short circuit, hinting that the fire was no accident. Songwon is absolutely fuming, realizing the guard's presence just blew their chance at catching the suspects. But then, UR's mind kicks into overdrive, and he drops a bombshell, asking if Songwon remembers that guy from yesterday. He's not just guessing, he confirms it's solid visual data, straight from before the fire even started. Songwon's all in, telling him to go ahead, and boom. A digital image of a building pops up. Songwon's jaw drops, totally hooked by the sudden visual. UR drops another bomb, revealing he saw Songwon's own memory of the guy from yesterday, leaving the detective utterly stunned. He starts painting a picture of the first suspect, describing him coming out of an apartment, cigarette in hand, totally engrossed in a call. UR keeps going, dropping more intel, a bracelet on his left wrist, and a red checkered shirt, 2 buttons gone. He even remembers the guy's hair color, brown with a white underside, and Songwon is absolutely blown away, like he's watching a live replay. His eyes blaze with electric blue as he drops the bombshell. These memories. They're basically real. UR's hands fly across the paper, sketching out the second and third suspects with insane precision, leaving Songwon totally captivated. Songwon grins, a plan forming. Let's get a composite drawing from those memories you've got. Our artist is out, Songwon starts, but UR cuts him off. Cool as ice, I can draw. UR flashes a shockingly good sketch, earning a stunned, "Whoa, you're good," from Songwon, who just shrugs, "I'm not bad." The pen flies, a blur of motion, FWIP, as he cranks out another masterpiece. His electric blue eyes flare, and Songwon, almost mumbling, asks the impossible, "Can you just project those suspects right into my vision?" Of course, UR says, and bam. 3 holographic faces pop into existence. Zoom in, he asks. Confirmed. Songwon shouts, demanding an upscale and an overlay onto the paper. Songwon watches UR, who's mumbling to himself, wondering if he's okay, but UR quickly brushes it off, saying he's fine. Pen in hand, UR confidently states he'll just draw them, one by one. The pen flies, a rapid whip as it dances across the page. Totally focused, UR's pen flies, scribble, scribble, as he brings the images to life. Then, with a swift flap, he flips the page, ready for the next masterpiece. Just like that, UR holds up his finished drawing, showing it off to Songwon and Taehyun, who are totally captivated. The sketch. It's 2 distinct faces, drawn with mind-blowing precision. One of the faces, a worried-looking guy, is front and center, making Songwon shout, "Are you kidding me?" A fresh sheet of paper appears, then with a swift motion, it's flipped. UR's got something new. He's showing off his latest creation to Songwon and Taehyun, and they're totally checking it out. He holds the paper firm. And boom. 3 distinct, albeit rough, faces stare back from the page. But just like that, with a swift, decisive move, the paper is crushed into a ball. He turns his back, totally chill, and drops a bomb, "Just warming up, Songwon and Taehyun just stand there, taking in his casual explanation. Songwon, utterly confused, asks why he's just doodling, but UR, with a smirk, dismisses it, saying he was just about to call it a drawing. But a hidden system message pops up, demanding authorization for temporary control before he can truly unleash his power, all while his pen glows with an eerie blue light. Watching the bizarre spectacle unfold, Songwon can only blurt out how strange his drawing method is, leaving Taehyun to wonder if he was ever good at drawing at all. Then, with a blinding flash, UR coolly declares, "I was just warming up." The audacity. His friends are left speechless, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Their shock turning to alarm as a fresh cut appears on Songwon's cheek, a chilling reminder that UR's warm-up was anything but harmless. But UR is already back in the zone, his pen flying across the page, conjuring a ferocious, beast-like entity with crackling blue energy, proving his warm-up was just the beginning. He keeps sketching, and the lines practically ignite with energy. A shocked, "What the heck?" bursting from him as his creation practically leaps off the page. His friends can only stare, one whispering that he's like some kind of drawing machine. They're totally blown away, wondering if he's a prodigy or some secret professional artist. But he's in his own zone, focused on the tiny figure, declaring it a special agent of the Earth Alliance, even though he knows they can't hear him. Then, he whips out a finished portrait of an old man, confidently stating that if the arsonist isn't here, it's gotta be one of these 3. His buddies are absolutely floored, letting out a collective, "Wow." Then, a sudden, bone-jarring thud. And a new voice barks orders, demanding those suspects be identified right now. Get on it. The next day dawns with a symphony of sizzles and chops, igniting the morning rush at a vibrant food stall. And just like that, a masterpiece of Sichuan cuisine, bursting with flavor, is ready to blow minds. Songwon and Yunseo absolutely devour Gangnam's cooking, declaring it fantastic and so mind-blowingly delicious it's almost tear-inducing, as UR, the culinary genius, casually tells them to go wild with seconds. The feast rages on, a pure moment of culinary bliss. But the good vibes shatter when Songwon drops a bombshell, asking if UR was at his place yesterday, which Yunseo frantically denies. Then he reveals the shocking news: everyone got arrested, just like the report said. UR's jaw drops in pure shock at the revelation, especially when Songwon casually drops the bomb that they even found drugs on the suspects. A deep frown creases UR's face as he processes the insane speed of these events, muttering to himself how could so many be busted for drugs, so fast, right after his own police visit. Just when he thought things couldn't get crazier, UR's phone blares to life, and a voice on the line drops a bombshell, "But thanks to you, Ace." He picks up, cool as ever, "Yo, Detective Park." The detective, Mr. Na, is practically gushing, "Oh, Mr. Na. Just wanted to give a huge shout out for helping us nail that perp. He spills the tea, revealing that two suspects from their initial sketches finally coughed up names, even if the intel came from a totally different agency. But wait, there's more. Things got seriously messy, because they even found a stash of drugs in the suspect's place. The detective's theory? Simple, my guess is he was trying to hit them up for drug money. And the brutal outcome? But the victim refused, so he just ended them. But the rabbit hole went deeper, way deeper, and they ended up busting the entire drug operation, catching everyone involved. And the biggest shocker of all? They even snagged Jung Jin-na, the famous actor, in the raid, sending shockwaves through the entire entertainment world. Still on the line, UR processes the detective's praise, thinking that speed is crucial, but it's all meaningless if the outcome is trash. He figures if it was rushed, it's probably not even finished. And being out in the open could totally mess with his secret mission, but then, he's not about to hide out forever. Still on the call, UR casually mentions that as long as he was the one who drew them, it's all good. He then brushes off the recognition, saying he was just doing his part as a good citizen. A quick, sure, and the call disconnects. Yunseo, baffled, asks what that was all about, while Songwon demands to know what UR drew that the detective was so hyped about. The mysterious subject? Just some simple doodles. Yunseo, still trying to wrap her head around it, asks if the detective was seriously talking about these doodles, and Songwon chimes in, convinced UR knows exactly what they're after. Chaos erupts as a rookie part-timer takes a spectacular tumble. Instantly grabbing the bewildered attention of his coworkers, one of them shouting, "Huh!" Mid-fall, a container of instant noodles goes airborne, exploding onto the floor in a messy splash, triggering an enraged shout, "Ah, this moron spilled the instant noodles." The flailing part-timer immediately fires back in his defense, "Hey! It's only because you were messing with my keyboard." Another coworker groans, "Ugh, more instant noodles spilled." A blonde coworker, clearly in charge, points a demanding finger, yelling, "Rookie part-timer. Go!" The mop-wielding coworker flashes a determined, albeit slightly strained, smile, prepared to clean up the disaster. Without warning, a brutal impact sends the part-timer flying, crashing to the floor with a sickening thud, a scream of pain escaping him. His coworker, still clutching her mop, stares down at him, sprawled on the floor, a pained groan escaping his lips. An older man, plate in hand, scowls, snarling, "Watch where you're going, chew my wrist." But a sudden thwack forces a rapid apology, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Clutching his hand, a pained grimace twisting his features, he mutters about a possible break, as Yunseo, his coworker, instantly spirals into a full-blown panic. Frantically demanding if she should call an ambulance, the police, or even the fire department, before he finally looks up, his expression a stone-cold mystery. He brushes off her frantic concern for his hand, more annoyed that she's practically trampling his bones, but she adamantly insists on a physical check for damage. Then, with a decisive gesture, Yunseo points towards the chef, ordering him to take action. He confidently strides towards the chef, demanding to inspect his hand, as Yunseo attempts to cut him off. The chef's grip tightens, pressing down on his hand, eliciting a sharp wince of pain. He confirms the bone is intact, merely a sprained wrist, and Yunseo, relieved, reiterates that his hand isn't broken. Then, with a sudden, determined glint in his eye, he offers to help the chef, pressing his hand with equal force. A look of pure shock and relief washes over him as he loudly declares the pain has significantly lessened, leaving the chef utterly dumbfounded. Yunseo, ever the observer, can't help but think he'd be a pro at massages, too. But a wild thought pops into his head, maybe getting hurt isn't so bad after all. He's got a full day to recover, and chilling out is key. The warning is clear, lay off the hand until tomorrow, or things will just get worse. But our hero is in a bind, stressing about his part-time gig tomorrow. Luckily, a chef named Songwon pops up, asking if he's a fellow chef, then casually drops that he does catering. He's totally stoked, shouting that he's found his savior for the last-minute gig, as a female chef in the background announces she's out. He throws out the big question, "Can you cook?" And she's like, "Instant noodles, baby," secretly thinking she's a culinary genius who can whip up anything. Songwon is absolutely flabbergasted, firing back that instant noodles just won't cut it, and he's seriously questioning her ability to handle the job. He faces Songwon, who's giving him that intense, "I know what you're gonna say" look. Songwon's eyes are locked on him, but he already knows what's coming next. Despite his earlier plea, finds himself in a bind, internally debating, because he's got his own grind to chase. But Songwon isn't playing games, dropping a bombshell offer, a cool 300,000 won if helps him out just this once. That kind of cash hits different, and UR's face goes blank, processing the unexpected offer. Suddenly, a lightning-fast move. He slaps Songwon's hand with a powerful impact, a shocking, undeniable yes to the deal. Taehyun tries to get the chef's attention, but the busy cook just brushes him off, saying he's got work to do. But Taehyun isn't giving up that easily. He ups the ante, offering a whopping 300,000 won, that's like 200 bucks, just for a little help. He seals the deal with a friendly, but firm, slap on the shoulder, making the chef flinch and wonder if he's just supposed to stand there and take the humiliation. Suddenly, the chef's whole vibe changes. He's totally shocked and honored, realizing Taehyun actually wants his help, calling it a huge privilege. A golden glow bursts around him as he confesses he thought Taehyun would bail, especially with all the complaints about the food showing up. Totally overwhelmed, the chef fumbles and drops his plate. He looks up, remembering how mind-blowingly good Taehyun's cooking was, so good he's been coming back every single day since. He's thinking he could learn a ton just by being there, but then he catches himself, realizing Taehyun's asking for something big. Meanwhile, Taehyun, now in deep thought, plans their next power move, figuring if they're throwing a party with all this food, they might as well scout out other zones too. Yuar's mind races, juggling the mission's preliminary investigation with the side hustle of earning cash. This is his game plan, but deep down, he knows the money is the real prize, not the mission. The next morning dawns. And with a powerful roar, a van tears down the highway. Inside, Songwon hypes up his passenger, calling him a good driver and marveling at the incredibly smooth ride. But Yuar, ever the cool one, just shrugs it off, saying he's just decent. He then casually mentions he prefers the old-school driving style. Before dropping the bomb, he's picking up Yunseo and the chef in this very van, and he's the only one who has it. Songwon fires back with a sarcastic, "You're welcome," pointing out he's the one actually doing all the driving. Switching gears, Songwon drops some hot gossip. Did you hear about the famous actor boy, Gangin, making a comeback? Yuar's already in the loop, and Songwon reveals they're literally going to an event where that actor will be. Yuar chimes in, "I heard the release is in about a week or so," and Songwon quickly checks, "Is that okay?" He just couldn't wrap his head around it. Who would even want to see a movie with that guy? The buzz was already out, even people who barely knew him were saying the film was dead on arrival, a total financial disaster. And that's exactly why Songwon revealed, they were in a full-blown panic, trying to pull off last-minute reshoots. He was stoked the actor was back, but admitted it was going to be brutal, a massive gamble where even a single frame could spell disaster for the star. And all of this drama? Just for reshoots. The full story was still a mystery, but one thing was crystal clear, this whole mess had to be an absolute nightmare for the director. But hold up. The legendary actor Gangin, still crushing it as one of the top 3 box office kings, was totally convinced the timing for his comeback was perfect. But then, just a beat later, cigarette hanging from his mouth, he dropped the bomb, "We're screwed." Back in the ride, Yuar wasn't feeling it, straight up saying he hated the whole situation, and Songwon just shrugged, figuring it was a mix of everything. From behind, Gangin's voice cut through the tension, asking the million-dollar question, should we just redo the whole scene? Tensions are running high as a man in a baseball cap explodes, declaring they're out of time and their only hope is a desperate prayer for a single chance. Furious, his face contorted in rage, he snarls, pinning all the blame on that druggie. Elsewhere, chaos erupts in a brutal beatdown, as a man is pummeled, his attackers screaming about getting the charger back or despairing that it's already gone. Returning to the tense duo, Songwon tries to de-escalate, offering food and urging them to calm down, reminding them the producers are utterly drained. Meanwhile, actor Gangin is absolutely stunned, a bewildered escaping his lips before he emphatically states he can't eat a single bite. A fierce woman, her face etched with resolve, lays down the law. The movie's failure means financial ruin for everyone, demanding Gangin be dismissed immediately because they simply cannot afford to throw any more money away onto them. Gangin is still reeling from the shock. Then, a shimmering piece of food is lifted by chopsticks, and he can't help but wonder what exactly it is. Moments later, as he and the woman finally eat, Gangin confesses he thought he had no appetite, then gasps in awe at how incredible the meal tastes. A tense, unseen voice snaps, absolutely forbidding any mention of drugs. Elsewhere, a new chef, filling in for an injured cook, is absolutely crushing it in the kitchen, with an onlooker totally blown away by his incredible talent, amazed at his speed. But the drama continues in a different room, where someone's pushing to start over, director, while another is already bored and getting a headache, and a third tries to lighten the mood with a baby, cheer up. Suddenly, chaos erupts outside as a crowd panics before a building, and a frantic voice screams, "Sir! We've got trouble!" 2 guys are absolutely freaking out, totally chilled to the bone. In the middle of all the chaos, Yunha Shin makes a frantic dash, her face etched with pure terror. Then, a massive clang. Wood just explodes everywhere. But completely oblivious or just not caring, Gangin just casually walks away from the building, leaving 2 stunned figures watching him go. Suddenly, a young man is down, clutching his ankle in pure agony, a desperate "I'm sorry" barely audible. That ankle. It's not just swollen, it's a full-blown disaster, a brutal reminder of his own carelessness. Panic erupts. People are screaming for help, but they're stuck in the middle of nowhere, no ambulance is getting here. The crowd is desperate, shouting for anyone who knows first aid. But elsewhere, a mysterious figure in a beanie and shades just watches, a chilling, "It's over," echoing in the silence. Cut to the kitchen. Chef Man is absolutely stunned, gasping, "I must be dreaming," at whatever just happened. Gang In, with his mouth bandaged, is hit with the question, "Can you really fix something like that, Mr. Na?" His hand glows over the ankle, and the injured guy is like, "You totally fixed my twisted ankle. That emergency first aid was insane, it healed so fast." But a sharp glint in Gang In's eye reveals his thought, "Wait, didn't someone say it was broken, not just twisted?" With the injured man down and his ankle clearly twisted, the pressure was on for a quick response. He stepped forward, ready to assess the damage, but Yunseo wasn't having it. "Hospital, doctor's orders," she insisted, "no compromises." He tried to push for immediate first aid, but Yunseo stood firm on the hospital plan, even as the injured man, in agony, just begged for any relief. Then, with a surprising move, he turned to her and dropped the bomb, "Excuse me, Miss Staff Lady." Her jaw dropped, eyes wide, completely blindsided by the bizarre address. Shaking off the shock, she barked out orders, "Bandages. First aid kit. Now." Then, she yelled out for Yunha, desperately needing those bandages. But wait, he was still reeling, muttering to himself, "Did she just call me Miss Staff Lady?" The sudden shout caught Yunha Shin off guard, leaving her utterly shocked. Yunha Shin, the star actress, makes her move, tossing a crucial item with a dramatic flourish and a humph. "Here." The injured man, relieved, mutters his thanks, while Ur swiftly works on his ankle, Yunseo watching intently. But Yunha Shin isn't just standing by, her knuckles crack with a sharp rhythm, a clear signal of her underlying tension. With a decisive motion, she drops a small, cylindrical bottle, contributing to the impromptu medical kit. Ur, with practiced ease, yanks the bandage tight, securing the ankle, declaring the first aid complete. He confirms it's a bad sprain, but thankfully, not a broken bone. Yunseo, her face etched with worry, urgently questions his condition, the chef man observing the scene. With a newfound spring in his step, the injured man declares his recovery, confident he'll be mobile again in no time. Ur, ever the pragmatist, then pivots to Yunha Shin, pointedly asking if she's forgotten her packed schedule. After getting emergency treatment, the injured man confirms he's been medicated, but still needs time to fully recover. But the director-like figure is already pushing, saying speed is key, but not if it means a bad product. He then suggests they just call in another stunt double, as the injured man agrees that rushing it would just make things worse. But the injured man is already stressing, how are they even going to find a stunt double good enough for Yuchan Kim? The director-like figure, clearly losing his patience, shouts to bring the injured man back to set, even if they have to drag him. He's not having any talk of replacements, there's no time. The injured man's eyes widen in panic, it's game over for everyone if they miss that release date. Then, out of nowhere, Yuchan Kim steps up, declaring he'll do the stunt himself. "Are you ready?" he asks. Yuchan Kim, the male lead, then raises a valid point, what if he gets hurt next? The director-like figure snaps back at the injured man, reminding him his left foot is just a sprain, not a break, and he's being totally over the top. This is it, the end of the movie, if they're forced to grab some random crew member to be his stunt double. The director, scrambling for answers, floats the idea of a quick disguise, but his desperate call for a volunteer is met with deafening silence. He screams to the heavens, questioning his very existence, as the injured man collapses, utterly defeated. A dark, oppressive aura radiates from the injured man, while the director, now frantic, shouts an offer to double the pay for a stunt double. His voice cracks with desperation, escalating the offer to quadruple the pay, practically begging for a solution. Then, a figure emerges. His eyes blazing with an electric blue glow, a fierce determination etched onto his features. A crimson aura explodes around him, announcing the arrival of the Chosen One. The crew's all hyped about speed, but Yunseo drops a truth bomb, what's the point of fast if it tastes like trash? She's not holding back, pointing out that super fast cooking usually means it's undercooked. But hold up, a new player just entered the game. With those intense blue eyes, is being called the Chosen One. Back to the squad, Yunseo's all smiles, saying she was just messing around and totally has this under control. Then she turns to Songwanan, demanding to know if he's even listening, totally annoyed that he never seems to hear a word she says. Get a load of this, Yuchan Kim is right there next to Songwanan, and seriously, Songwanan's build is looking shockingly like Yuchan's. He's suddenly cornered by a man, who aggressively demands to know if he's athletic. The director, in a panic, screams for help. His face a mask of pure anxiety. He quickly lays out the plan, Songwanan needs makeup to avoid any awkwardness, and they'll even use CG to make it work. Deal, he asks, and Songwanan, ever the pragmatist, agrees, but only for quadruple pay. The director, practically vibrating with excitement, shouts for them to start filming right now. While a tiny Songwon can only despair, muttering that the movie is totally doomed, as the camera pulls back to reveal the empty set, just waiting for the chaos to begin. On the bustling set, the director dramatically announces that Yoo-chan Kim is the male lead, while Songwon is stuck playing the villain. This news clearly irritates the supporting actress, Yoon Shin, who snaps that it was totally unnecessary to point out her role. And then, the director drops the bombshell: the villain role is supposed to be played by a top-tier actor. Songwon's jaw drops, clearly realizing the pressure is on, setting the stage for some serious drama. He lays out the plan: he'll stay off camera until his cue, and Yunseo's on board. The script lays it all out: a jaw shot, then a knee hit, and the director's hyped, calling it the easiest shot to nail. He wonders if it'll be weird if they just stick to the script, but Yunseo's quick to point out they can totally switch up the choreography since they're just starting. He's thinking, this isn't how you shoot action scenes. He's got the training manuals, he knows how this works, and he's seriously wondering if this is even real filming. He's convinced this scene needs some seriously realistic moves. He turns to the crew and drops a bombshell: why don't you guys just attack me for real? Yunseo's jaw drops. He doubles down, telling them to go all out, really try to hurt him, and he'll roll with it, swearing it'll look epic on screen, but Yunseo's not so sure. Yoon Shin, clearly freaked out, asks if someone's gonna get hurt, and then drops the heavy truth: the whole movie's riding on them. The audacious proposal hung heavy in the air, and Yunseo, ever the pragmatist, couldn't hold back, demanding to know what this guy, Songwon, even knew about actual filming techniques. She scoffed, brushing him off as just some guy, all while secretly fuming that he still hadn't recognized her star power. But Songwon wasn't backing down. With unwavering resolve, he announced they'd ditch practice and just go for it, promising, with a chilling calm, that absolutely no one would get hurt. Then, with a gaze that dared them to defy him, he pointed directly at Yunseo, Yoo-chan Kim, and Yoon Shin, commanding them to unleash their full power and attack him for real, because he'd take care of everything else. And as he spoke, a chilling, electric blue light pulsed from his eye, a silent, terrifying promise of the raw power he was about to unleash. While the trio reeled from his insane challenge, Yunseo's sharp eyes caught another presence lurking nearby, and she couldn't help but wonder why this random guy was just standing there, soaking it all in. But the mysterious man, Gangin Na, just flashed a mischievous grin, dropping the bombshell that he was also an actress. And in a completely different vibe, Gangin Na and Yoo-chan Kim were later spotted striking a pose, rocking some seriously loud Hawaiian shirts. Side by side, he and Yoo-chan are turning heads, with everyone hyped about their uncanny resemblance and one of them rocking an even more sculpted physique than the other. His eye flashing blue with pure confidence, Ace is ready to nail this in one shot. The director gives the green light, confirming everything from camera angles to choreography is locked and loaded. It's go time. Ace challenges the director, asking if he can handle a one-shot take, and the director's response is a confident yes. He lays out the plan: shoot it now, no practice, save time, because one perfect take beats a dozen messy ones. The director, totally blown away, asks if he's serious, and Ace just smirks, absolutely. Then, with a sly grin, he sets the record straight: my name is Ace, not quadruple pay. The director, clearly entertained, gives the green light for the no cuts, one-shot challenge, and Ace strides onto the set, ready to dominate. Watching intently, the director's gaze is locked on, a silent judgment forming. Years of experience screaming in his head, his gut feeling is going off the charts, sensing a legendary moment in the making. He's got his eyes on Ace, who's just standing there, radiating confidence, a total game changer, ready to deliver. The tension builds, everyone's on edge, waiting for the green light. And then, boom. A flash of purple and pink energy erupts, Ace dives into action, a glowing plate already in his grasp. Suddenly, a woman in a floral dress screams, her jaw drops, completely blown away by the unexpected spectacle. She's there with Yoo-chan Kim and another woman, all three watching the chaos unfold, some laughing, some just stunned. This trio is hyped for a showdown, ready to devour everything Ace throws their way. Someone yells, demanding he cough it up. The pressure is on. Ace explodes into action, launching himself skyward with incredible power. Pulling off a lightning-fast flip to dodge a brutal attack, his agility is simply off the charts. His insane athleticism leaves everyone stunned, with one guy shouting about the amazing jump and another confirming the instructor's order to go all out. Two of the training partners, one in purple and the other in a hoodie, lock eyes with fierce determination, one yelling, "Get him," but admitting Ace still has room to maneuver. Ace snaps a quick, "Yes, SIR," and keeps up his blistering pace, dodging everything thrown his way. Meanwhile, the masked instructor, cool as ever in his straw hat, barks out precise commands, telling Ace exactly how to weave and dodge every incoming strike. An attacker throws a wild punch, but Ace is already gone, the fist slicing through empty air. The attacker lets out a frustrated yell as he overshoots his mark, and the instructor's calm voice cuts through the air, simply saying left, guiding Ace to his next evasion. Ace executes the command perfectly, maintaining his untouchable, fluid dance of evasion. He's still in the zone, dodging every attack with impossible speed, a total blur of motion. His body's already reacting, moving before the system even tells him to jump, demanding absolute focus on the target position. A sharp beep confirms the perfect camera angle, capturing every detail. But suddenly, he's jolting awake in a bed, a shocking realization hitting him, this isn't in the script. But the system just keeps going, coldly analyzing how perfect camera 3's angle would have been for that shot. Then, it's back to the simulation, weaving through a storm of attacks, a true master of evasion. Until a sudden, jarring impact makes him gasp in pure shock. As multiple blows connect, absolutely rocking him. But he's not giving up, pushing through the pain, legs still pumping, refusing to quit. The crowd absolutely loses it, their faces screaming in disbelief as someone shouts, "Are you nuts? You can't hit him for real. This isn't just a simulation anymore." Then, a brutal whoosh rips through the air as he's sent flying again from an invisible hit. He just crumples, hunched over, a desperate please. Escaping his lips, begging for mercy. Yunseo, absolutely freaking out, screams, "Just go with the script," as she clutches her head in agony. Then, a massive boom rocks the entire simulation, another devastating hit landing. A searing blue light explodes from his back as the impact nearly tears him apart. He hits the ground with a sickening flop, his hat flying off, and the horrifying truth dawns on him, none of this was in the script. Meanwhile, the director is absolutely fuming, his face a mask of rage, demanding to know why no one is yelling, "Cut," and cursing UR for just taking it. Still on the ground, a raw ARGH rips from his throat, the brutal dash of the impact still echoing as he tries to push through the pain. He's dragged across the ground, the unseen force absolutely relentless. His body contorts with the momentum, a whoosh of air as he's pulled further. A dull DUN echoes as he's still dragged, his face a mask of pure agony. The brutal treatment just keeps coming. Then, with a sickening wham, he's slammed back down, blue energy exploding on impact. A pained UGA rips from his throat, the blow leaving him breathless. Before he can even recover, a fist connects with a brutal POW, snapping his head back with vicious force. But in a flash of pure defiance, his hand shoots out to grab the attacker's wooden staff. With a powerful whack, he uses the staff's momentum to launch himself into the air, completely turning the tables. The simulation just went absolutely wild, and the observers were hit with an insane energy surge, their faces twisting into pure terror as they screamed. Yunha Shin let out a piercing shriek, her body just giving up as Songwanin could only manage a nervous grin, and then she was down, another casualty in this insane event. Total chaos erupted in the room, with bodies scattered everywhere, completely knocked out. Only Yunseo and Yuchan Kim were left standing, staring at the absolute mess. Yuchan Kim just stared at the carnage and yelled, "You're all nuts." Chaos erupts on set as UR stands over a fallen figure. Then, a furious shout rips through the air, "You're all nuts." UR and Yunseo make their escape, striding away from the madness. They keep moving, leaving the drama behind them. Inside, UR confronts Yunseo with a bold declaration, "I came to save you." But he pauses, a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. He tries to speak, but the words get stuck. Yunseo's face twists in shock and hurt, as she challenges him, You said we. You promised." And then, the ultimate meta twist, that's not part of the script. The director, absolutely fuming, surveys the wreckage of his set, screaming at the unseen perpetrator. He screams, "I told you to act like you hit them, not actually hit them," as the injured extras start to stir. And he clutches his head, regretting his passion for film and wondering what he's unleashed. But then, in a shocking twist, one of the injured extras suddenly springs up, leaving the director's jaw dropped, completely baffled by this impossible recovery. More extras pop up, one shouting, "How did you do that?" While another can't believe it didn't even hurt, exclaiming, "I was scared you were hitting me for real, but I felt nothing." The director was absolutely floored, watching UR, the actor, confront the extras. Had they really just pulled off that insane stunt without a scratch? An older extra, adjusting her glasses, was totally confused, asking if he even hit them, while another guy just shrugged it off as acting. But the director? He knew that hit was legit. The older extra then dropped the bomb, "You can't just act getting hit like that. That was bone-breaking force. Real hit, zero pain. Mind blown." Another extra, a young woman, chimed in, "Seriously, what are we even supposed to do when nobody actually gets hurt?" They were all totally fine, apparently. UR, with a knowing smirk, just gestured to the whole crew, basically saying, "See? They're totally fine." The director's face was a masterpiece of pure, unadulterated confusion, his brain short-circuiting. What in the world was going on? Even the extras, huddled together, looked totally baffled, asking themselves, how did we just shrug that off? The older extra, still trying to wrap her head around it, mumbled that it felt like the hit just phased right through her, like it didn't even connect. Watching their bewildered faces, just gave a simple nod, confirming their wild theory. Tries to break down his bizarre power, telling Songwon and the hit just phased through him as he slid down, but Songwon ends like, nah, that's not it. Totally baffled by the whole thing, Songwon just can't wrap his head around how any of this is even possible. Pushes him, asking if he knew he'd be fine, and Songwon ends like, wait, that's it? Songwon sets the record straight, insisting didn't punch him, just pushed him aside, totally changing the story. He remembers grabbing his arm mid-fall, but it happened so fast, he's like, seriously, when did that even go down? Then it hits him like a truck, totally saw him and changed his move on purpose. How could he have been that aware? The flashback hits hard, a tight grab on his arm sealing the deal. With Yunseo, and Yunha Shin all there, someone off-screen cuts in, alright, that's enough. The director, hyped up with Yuchan Kim and Yunseo, shouts, I knew it. That's why I kept filming the whole time. The tension was thick. One voice demanded they just wipe the footage, but another fretted about what could go wrong. Yet, the director had already made his move, and the okay rippled through the film crew. He was absolutely fixated on the playback, marveling at the crystal-clear shot of the collar grab. Every single camera was rolling, and one impressed crew member couldn't help but exclaim at the sheer genius of it all, because this whole thing, it turned out, was a master plan by the director of photography. Then, a shocking thought hit one of them, it looked like the subject had actually mapped out every camera's position, moving with impossible precision. Even Yunseo was baffled, admitting she just followed orders, completely oblivious to the other cameras being off. The subject himself could only gasp, no way. The mind-bending question hung in the air, did he really choreograph every single move based on where the cameras were? His masked gaze gave nothing away. He faces the director, questioning if his part is done, and the director, absolutely hyped, declares his performance nothing short of amazing. The director then shouts out props for his real acting, and soaking it in, is totally stoked to hear it. With scene wrapped, the director hypes up Mr. Kim, asking if he's ready, and Yuchan, ready to go, shouts back a, yes, sir. Totally clueless about the praise, asks what was so amazing, while the rest of the crew, Yunseo, Yunha, and Songwon, are just cringing and laughing their heads off. Yunseo, completely fed up, can't believe he actually thinks any of that was acting. Yuchan drops the truth bomb, saying they're just faking it to avoid a reshoot, while Yunha guesses probably just beat them up, and Songwon just screams, problem. Later, stands, now rocking a mysterious hat and mask, as Yunseo snarks that he'd probably have his manager on speed dial for this mess. But his eyes, blazing with an electric glow, cut right through the mask with an undeniable glare. Still totally weirded out, Yunseo's mind races, why is he still staring at me like that? Then, a chilling thought hits her, did he just read her mind? A small clatter punctuates her shock. This enigmatic individual? He's none other than Agent Na. But Na's not focused on her thoughts for long, his internal sensors pinging a new source, just a stray dog, apparently. He pivots, his eyes scanning the area above. The trio stands, frozen, their eyes fixed on the looming structure. Then, a chilling new alert blares, a massive structure is about to collapse from above. It's happening now, a sudden, catastrophic collapse. His eyes blaze with electric blue energy, internal clock ticks down, 5 seconds to impact. No time to waste, he explodes into action, snatching Yunseo's arm with a desperate, iron grip. He drags her, a human missile, through the crumbling chaos, the clock screaming, 4 seconds. Yunseo, a ragdoll in his wake, is slammed by the sheer force of his acceleration, her scream ripped from her throat. Her face contorted in pure panic, she unleashes a blood-curdling shriek as the timer blares, 3 seconds. Her scream rips through the air, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. He's a blur, a force of nature, dragging her through the maelstrom, the countdown screaming, 2 seconds. Then, with a move that defies physics, he snatches a colossal metal beam, the impact a deafening clack. He braces, a human shield, holding Yunseo tight, as the countdown screams, 1 second, and the world crashes down with a thunderous clang. The world shudders, metal screams, and a final, earth-shattering, clang, signals the collapse. The structure gives way with a violent crash. As heavy debris thuds down from above. Unseen voices cry out in panic, the entire set collapsing around them. Massive metal beams and pipes begin to tear loose. Clanging loudly as they collide and tumble through the air. Caught in the torrent, Yunseo is thrown downwards. Her face contorted in terror, as she screams for her mother. She continues to plummet amidst the deafening clang of collapsing metal, crying out for help. But he holds her securely, a faint sigh escaping him as he notes her persistent noise. The structure shatters around him, a symphony of tearing metal and splintering wood. Debris explodes downward, each impact a brutal clang. He stares up, masked, as the world crumbles around him. An avalanche of destruction, an impossible amount of falling material. Then, a blinding flash and a cataclysmic crash. Chaos erupts as an unknown force strikes, sending bystanders into a full-blown panic. Amidst the dust and chaos, a hero's voice pierces through, demanding to know if Miss Shin is okay. But just as quickly, Yunha Shin's hair flies back, a clear sign she's totally fine. No time to waste, Ur snatches her up, whisking her away from the danger zone. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scan the surroundings, ready for anything. Even safe in his arms, Yunha Shin can't help but let out a terrified scream, the adrenaline finally hitting. With a mask now on, Ur faces her, a playful smirk in his voice as he asks if he spooked her, and she's quick to confirm it. Yunha Shin's eyes are saucers, the adrenaline still coursing as she demands answers. Are you going to do the same thing to me? But Ur, ever the cool one, just holds her tighter, dismissing her fear with a casual, of course not, then immediately pivots to a bizarre question about her being from the set, completely oblivious to the danger they just faced. The city is a wreck, but the real horror is the colossal, glowing rift ripping through the heavens, a terrifying portal that just unleashed pure chaos. The sheer scale of the disaster hits her like a truck, leaving her utterly speechless. What happened? Ur, still rocking the mysterious mask, just shrugs, a hand on her shoulder, understating the whole terrifying ordeal with a nonchalant, well, I guess it was really. The pieces click into place, and her eyes practically pop out of her head, a shocked "oh my gosh," escaping her lips. Ur, finally ditching the mask and hat, chills on the ground, looking up at her, while she's still reeling from the mind-blowing implications. She stands over him, a mix of awe and embarrassment on her face, throwing his own words back at him. You said you'd catch the falling rebar. And that you'd save me from any danger, any time. The realization of his heroic, and slightly cheesy, promises, now fulfilled, sends a wave of pure shock and embarrassment through her, making her exclaim, Oh my gosh, as she's swept away by the moment. Caught off guard by his intensity, Ur demands to know if she's suddenly hating him, after he just threw her like that. He quickly clarifies he doesn't hate her, then immediately checks if she's okay, realizing the impact might have been rough. A flustered Yunha Shin confesses she thought he hated her, as the other man frantically checks on her, yelling if she's okay. But then, she flips the script, demanding to know if he's okay, while the other guy, still on his knees, quickly confirms he's fine, but wonders if Ur is furious. Brushing off the other guy, Ur locks eyes with Yunha Shin again, pressing her about her own state, leaving her speechless. His eyes, sharp above the mask, pierce through the casual facade of his straw hat. Her face is a canvas of confusion and lingering shock, her mind racing to catch up. The other guy, still totally freaked out, can only stammer out a worried, what about? A brutal image flashes, a stark reminder, they could have been crushed to death. A crew member is haunted by the chilling thought of actors perishing on a faulty set, a construction declared finished, but clearly a death trap. But through the chaos, one undeniable truth rings out, he's a hero. And there he is, Ur, rocking a Hawaiian shirt, totally chill, looking up like it's just another day. Flashback to the aftermath. The older crew member is grilling a younger guy, demanding to know if he's seriously going to fix the entire set solo after it got trashed during filming, and what about everyone else caught in the mess. Then, he turns to another guy, who's practically shouting with excitement, they got it all on camera. The older guy is totally lost, huh? What are you even talking about, he asks, only to be hit with the bombshell, they had a behind-the-scenes camera rolling and accidentally caught the whole thing. Fingers fly across a keyboard, the voice practically buzzing, they got so lucky, telling him to come see the footage himself. The footage rolls. Ur, a blur of motion, snatches a woman from the jaws of an unseen, explosive disaster. No hesitation. He grabs a pole and smashes the threat with thunderous, echoing strikes. A sudden, deafening clang. Ur's lightning-fast reflexes parry an attack, a mere whisper of motion. Then, in a brutal crash, he slams his foe into the environment, the force undeniable. The stunned adversary scrambles away, vanishing in a desperate sprint. Back at the control room, 3 crew members are glued to a screen, their faces a priceless blend of awe and utter shock. One shouts, "No way, I did," as another gasps, "Wait, did Mr. Na actually film this?" The incredible footage, a bird's-eye view of the chaos, makes someone yell, "This is straight out of a Hollywood blockbuster." Someone else screams, "How did we even get this? We weren't even supposed to be filming." The director, with a stern look, cuts in, "Hold on, director. I hate to break it to you, but..." He presses on, eyes still locked on the monitor, as incredible as this scene is, it would be a crime not to use it. The chaotic footage blazes across the screen, but the assistant's voice cuts through the tension. This is raw, real. Not some staged stunt. Her voice rising with urgency, she presses, what if this raw footage leaks? The backlash would be insane, right? We'd never live it down. Can't our team just work their magic? No one even got hurt, she pleads, but the director just shrugs, worst case. That entertainment's lawyers are on speed dial. They've got the cash. Seriously, you're still going to use it, she asks, disbelief in her voice. He just stares back, absolutely. There's no other option. He throws his hands to his head, a frustrated sound tearing from his throat, ugh. He storms off, but his assistant is right behind him, calling out, hey, nah. Get a move on. She presses on, he saved me. Even UR laughed. It's literally Earth Alliance protocol to rescue civilians. He stares at the ground, the gravity of her statement hitting him hard. The Earth Alliance's whole deal is protecting civilians above everything else. I'm completely torn. She eyes him, then glances away, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she thinks, I knew he'd be perfect for the movie. Heh heh. The director, ever the dealmaker, sweetens the pot, promising UR a credit in the film, a move that makes UR pause and think. But there's a catch, fame could blow UR's cover. The director, however, is ready to pay big bucks to make it worth his while. The director brushes off any real concerns about UR's identity, and with a cool, sure, UR gives the green light for the footage. The director is ecstatic, practically shouting his thanks, then pivots, asking Yunha if she's alright after seeming so out of it. Yunha, with a slightly distant look, simply replies, I'm fine. But her eyes tell a different story, a subtle worry still etched on her face. Later, UR and Yunha are just walking, and she's checking him out from behind. Then she spots it, a huge rip right on the back of his shirt. Worried, Yunha quickly asks if he's okay, pointing right to the torn fabric. As she considers the tear in his shirt, Yunha's mind flashes back to the chaos, remembering her immediate worry for him. A sudden, terrifying memory of the collapsing structure makes her gasp, the sheer scale of the danger they faced resurfaces with a jolt. She remembers the massive steel bars that had been falling all around them, but he had moved with impossible speed, saving both her and Yu-chan from certain harm. And yet, despite the immense danger, he had emerged with barely a scratch, leaving her in awe of his capabilities, thinking, he's so cool. Back in the present, Yunha's concern is met with a firm declaration from UR, who reminds her that protecting the production staff is essential, no matter the cost. He reiterates that he told her he was a staff member, then, with a sigh of exasperation, decides he's done and will return to the truck, thinking, so annoying. A chef, dish in hand, is all about that flavor. Speed's cool, but if it tastes like trash, what's the point? He's low-key stressing that his lightning-fast frying might mean it's undercooked, while someone else is already hyping up the food truck's incredible grub. The director is totally blown away, calling the chef young but super talented, then immediately asks Yunseo where this culinary genius usually cooks. Yunseo drops the bombshell that he works at a PC cafe, and Yunha is totally baffled, like, a PC cafe? Seriously? The director can't even process why such a talented chef would be stuck in a PC cafe, and Yunseo just confirms the bad news, he's not coming back. But the director's not giving up. He's totally going to ask him to come back, even if it takes until the day after tomorrow. Yunha is absolutely beaming, clapping her hands with pure joy, shouting that with this chef, their action movie is going to be a huge hit. The movie they're hyping up is A Sunny Day, a romantic comedy directed by Kim Min-jun. Songwon can't believe their star isn't showing up, but Yunseo is already on it, vowing to drag him back for filming tomorrow. Yunseo is hyped, clapping her hands and proclaiming that with Mr. Na, they're about to drop the greatest action movie of all time. But wait, the director is totally thrown, reminding them this was supposed to be a romantic comedy. A hand grabs the script, completely blowing off the whole genre thing. The director's eyes light up with a wild idea, just swap out all the romance for pure action, and boom, problem solved. Songwon is stunned by the sudden pivot, then, panicking about the clock, he's already dialing up a martial arts director. You are, cool as ever, just shrugs, asking why they'd even need a stunt coordinator when he's already shown he can perfectly choreograph every single action sequence. Songwon and Yunseo can only manage a week, I guess. As they process the chaos. The film set is buzzing with tension as the crew debates their biggest challenge. The chef throws in his 2 cents, arguing that speed is nothing without quality. Songwon is deep in thought, weighing their options. Can anyone outshine UR, even if he's not a pro actor? The pressure is on. But the director isn't sweating it. He brushes off the need for acting credentials, reminding everyone that UR's moves are legendary, on par with the best. Songwon, clearly at his wit's end, snaps into his phone, demanding they just drop it. The director, however, is all business, cracking down on the team. He's taking charge, personally solving every problem, and pushing them to just get it done. But Songwon can't shake his anxiety. Even with UR's bold claims, he's still super worried about the film's future. Then, out of nowhere, the entire set collapses. UR walks away, pondering how everything went from perfect to chaos in an instant. And he's not buying it. The timing of the collapse, with all the actors right there, screams suspicious to him. Visual data processed. The truth is chilling, the set didn't just fall, it was taken down by an outside force. This wasn't an accident. UR cut straight to the chase, demanding if Yunha Shin also believes this was a deliberate act of sabotage. And the target is clear, multiple metal stage lights were aimed right at Yunha Shin. Yunha Shin's eyes widen in horror, as she grasps that only someone with the script could have known where she'd be. The pieces click into place, she's the target. Someone is after her. He nods grimly, adding that it's likely someone who wants to tank the whole movie. He sprints to her side, and a shaken Yunha Shin suggests they talk more about this. Their hands connect, a silent pact in the face of danger. Elsewhere, the chef man is absolutely devastated, crying his eyes out over the ruined set. In the wake of the disaster, director Sun, on the verge of collapse, makes a desperate plea, begging UR to rescue their entire film. Director Sun lays out the brutal truth of their film's collapse, and UR can only respond with a frustrated, ugh. UR quickly shuts him down, declaring the whole situation low-value intelligence, and flat-out refuses to deal with Seoul's problems. But Director Sun's eyes light up at the word Seoul, revealing they're shooting there starting tomorrow. UR's interest is piqued with a simple, oh, but he still plays hard to get, claiming other commitments even though he's free all day. Director Sun, ever the negotiator, sweetens the deal, telling him to just pop in and leave whenever he feels like it. He pushes further, saying one take is all they need, but UR stands firm, declaring it unacceptable and that his temple-based mission comes first. Director Sun, desperate, immediately caves, promising UR will be there, while secretly mumbling about how desperate the production team truly is. Then, the director drops the real bombshell, funding for his participation, and just like that, Ace's mind is changed in an instant. Director Sun, absolutely beaming with relief, shouts his thanks, vowing to rewrite the entire script by tomorrow, even if it means endless nights. The deal is done. He's practically vibrating with joy, throwing his arms wide in a triumphant roar. Gangyun's arrival had completely re-energized him, unleashing the director's true potential. All those previous subpar scenes gone. Replaced with absolute cinematic gold. The morning had been a frantic rush for everyone, actors and crew alike, but now, two staff members share a hopeful look, one asking if things are finally turning around, the other cautiously optimistic. All thanks to Gangyun, the entire set was buzzing with a relaxed, positive vibe by afternoon. Then, a sudden, ear-splitting screch of tires rips through the comm. As a car violently skids to a halt, and out steps Mr. Kim, the office manager from Ticho Entertainment. Panic sets in as Yunseo clutches her phone, shouting for Director Sun, who looks utterly overwhelmed. Inside, a faint glow emanates from UR, as the director, desperate, demands if this is their only hope, begging for his intervention. The director explodes, declaring that negative reviews will crush them, and a flop means total disaster. He presses on, reminding UR that time is running out, and if he can't deliver, their investors are gone. But UR simply raises a finger, a calm shoo cutting through the tension. The director, fuming, shouts he's sick of excuses, but UR coolly promises to fix everything. Then, a marker moves, a bold stroke across the board. UR's hand writes, a shocking declaration, he's changing the genre. The director and Yunseo are stunned, as UR, with a smirk, drops the bombshell, it's now a romantic comedy. The director's jaw drops, eyes glued to the genre-bending script, while Yunseo can't believe her ears, demanding to know what kind of madness this is. He tries to cut in, yelling about their impossible deadline, but UR is unyielding, declaring the genre will change, even as the director screams about their impending doom. With a casual flick of his hand, UR brushes off their concerns, already moving on to the next big thing, leaving the director to crumple to the floor, utterly crushed by the audacity. Then, bam, a figure explodes through the door, kicking up a massive dust storm and sending shockwaves through the entire set. The director and Yunseo jump back, utterly stunned, demanding to know who dares to crash their set like this. Songwon, the unexpected intruder, just keeps walking, completely ignoring the chaos he's unleashed, while some poor crew member grumbles about the dust. The director's face is a priceless portrait of pure, unadulterated shock. Songwon strides off the set, when suddenly, a voice shouts, "SIR." Suddenly, in a whole new scene and rocking a sharp suit, Songwon is met by Mr. Kim, who's totally blown away by his unexpected charm. A sharp-eyed man takes it all in, a silent hinting at deeper thoughts. Elsewhere, Taeho Lee, the director of entertainment, makes a quick greeting, "Ah, Mr. Lee." Strolling away from the demolished set, he reveals his reluctance to appear, not wanting to spook the crew, as his companion just lets out a weary "Osh." Footsteps crunch as another figure bails from the chaos, leaving behind the brutal reality of the collapsed set, a scene of total devastation. Mr. Jang's face clouds over, the news of the set's collapse, a mistake during production, clearly unsettling him. Their walk continues, the discussion now delving into the true causes behind such a disaster. He declares that nothing happens without a cause, highlighting the director's recent arrival, then cuts deep with a chilling question: how much longer will you hide the truth, Mr. Jang? After the intense showdown, Taihu Lee can only manage a quiet, "I'm sorry, sir." But then, a blur of motion, a small figure bursts onto the scene. It's none other than Mina Lee, the child actress and Taihu Lee's daughter, a burst of energy in a pink dress. She immediately calls out to her dad, having heard the yelling and rushing to his side. But Mina, ever the innocent, quickly clarifies, Daddy wasn't angry, insisting it was just his loud voice and the noisy set. Just then, the director makes his entrance, charming Mina with a sweet greeting and a compliment. The director, still playing along, asks Taihu Lee if he was really angry, and Taihu Lee just deadpans that the director genuinely believes it. And the director's internal monologue? He's convinced Taihu Lee is rocking multiple personalities. Amidst the lively scene, Mina Lee boldly proclaims the new version will be an upgrade, then enthusiastically calls out to her friend, Minji, who's not having any of it and demands her full name. Back with the adults, the director, clearly hooked by Taihu Lee's earlier remarks, pushes for more, dropping the name Gang In Na, calling him an incredible talent. He goes on, spilling the beans that Gang In Na isn't just a phenomenal actor, he's also a total martial arts powerhouse. The director just keeps gushing, painting him as a guy who can play a blockbuster villain, be a genuinely good person, and even whip up a gourmet meal. Blown away by the rave review, Taihu Lee can only agree that this Gang In Na must be seriously impressive. The director then wonders if he's one of their own, giving Taihu Lee props for a last-minute hire, which makes Taihu Lee immediately ask, "So, where is he now?" A beat of hesitation, and the director starts to answer, just as Taihu Lee gestures into the distance. His finger guides the eye to a vibrant street, packed with food trucks and lively outdoor tables. And boom, right there in the thick of it, is Gang In Na himself, the man they've been talking about. Taihu Lee confirms, his voice tinged with anticipation, right there, in that food truck. A subtle shift crosses his face, the weight of the revelation settling in. The scene shifts, revealing the lively street, a bustling hub centered around a brightly lit food truck. And there he is. Inside the truck, those piercing blue eyes unmistakable, even with a mask covering half his face. It's Gang In Na himself, the legendary talent, effortlessly cooking up a storm, apron and all. Wait, you're telling me Gang In Na, the martial artist we were talking about, is also a culinary genius? Unbelievable. The legendary martial artist himself is slinging food from a truck, a true master of all trades. His movements are a blur, a symphony of sizzling ingredients. Yes, that's him. Songwon shouts, mind blown, but why is the martial arts director flipping burgers for the crew? Because he OWNS the food truck. His friend reveals, dropping a bombshell that leaves him speechless. Hold on, are you seriously telling me? The director, now in a surprisingly chill disguise, continues, that the food truck that's been everywhere, and has been starring as the lead actor this whole time, especially the one who flat out refused to become. Are you kidding me right now? Songwon screams, his jaw practically on the floor. He was absolutely floored, demanding to know how they could even think of hiring someone like that, especially with their budget on the line. But the director just scoffed, embezzler. What are you even talking about? Then casually pointed out that the movie was gonna rake in cash, so who cares about the details? He then leaned in, whispering, just trust me on this. You'll see the final results, and make sure you get every single payment, legit or not. Songwon-en's face was a picture of pure shock. While the director, completely unfazed, just kept going, insisting on a full financial breakdown of the film, every single penny accounted for. Gang In Na, the director, and the crew all stared, fixated on something off-screen, as the director doubled down, demanding every single payment, no matter how shady. A new title flashed across the screen, Hero of, what could it mean? Across town, a food truck was absolutely killing it, with someone shouting about how unbelievably delicious the food was. Suddenly, a young girl's eyes went wide with pure astonishment, exclaiming, what is this? Still reeling from the food truck's mystery, the young girl dubs her snack, Hoojpodge Snacks. The chef, taken aback by the quirky name, quickly vouches for its incredible taste. Meanwhile, a sharp-eyed man watches the unfolding scene with intense focus. Munching away, Minji's mind races, mom's weight warnings clash with her hero dreams. Can heroes even get fat? Then, with a sudden burst of curiosity, she points right at him and asks, are you the protagonist? He nods, confirming his status, then adds with a smirk that they're both on the same epic journey, regardless of age. Walking away, Minji tries to secure more snacks for tomorrow, but he drops a bombshell. He's off to film in Seoul, and the food truck's gone. Her snack supply threatened, she immediately plots a secret stash in her dad's car. But then, a lifeline. He offers to whip up snacks at his PC cafe, with one condition: bring the parents. His phone blazes to life with an urgent notification, a sudden whoosh of activity. Really? He exclaims, a surge of determination in his tone, then here. Minji, phone still clutched in her hand, cries out, no, it's not like that, as he reveals, I'm going to Seoul to film. But as he turns to leave, the determined girl shouts, wait, Mr. Lee. Please wait for me a moment and come see what I've made. Back at the food truck, the chef man leans in, confiding, you know how the director is, right? He's such a perfectionist, he won't let anything slide unless it's absolutely perfect. A proud grin spreads across his face, but even he can't find fault with my cooking. That says it all, doesn't it? The director, a subtle wiggle of his head, finally relents. Alright, I'll take a look. Let's see what he's captured. Yuar's gaze sharpens, a steely resolve settling over his features. The set is alive with activity, cameras rolling and lights blazing, as he stands alongside the director, a decisive clack signaling the start of the shoot. Flash. The set erupts with a blinding light, capturing an impossible moment. A crew member can't believe his eyes, demanding to know if that insane stunt was all CGI. The director's jaw drops, his mind blown, uttering a stunned, wait a minute. A finger jabs at the screen, highlighting the actor's impossible maneuver. Mr. Kim, equally flabbergasted, demands to know when the director even had time to calculate all those insane blockades, leaving him completely dumbfounded. The director throws his hands up, practically screaming, that there's no time for that kind of planning with their insane schedule. Mr. Kim cuts him off, sharp and quick, declaring there's no time for explanations. He drops the bombshell, the actor himself calculated every single blockade and moved perfectly, nailing the impossible shot. The director, still trying to compute, asks if they're talking about the kidding guy, a bewildered chuckle escaping him. His face contorts in pure shock as it dawns on him, an amateur actor just nailed the first take without a single mistake. Unbelievable. The chef, though, isn't buying it. Speed is cool, but if the food tastes like garbage, what's the point? He's totally convinced it's undercooked, but meanwhile, Mr. Kim is having a full-blown meltdown, realizing he was dead wrong about the director. He bows super low to a staffer, begging forgiveness for being such a jerk, and she's just happy they finally get it. Still buzzing from that insane video, he's like, if you didn't get it after that, you're just stubborn. Then, he makes a beeline to thank the chef. Decision made, he's out. Back in the kitchen, that food is just sizzling. The chef's like, hey. But Mr. Kim just storms in, yelling about how amazing the food tastes. The chef offers more, but Mr. Kim's like, nah, I'm not here for snacks. Meet Taeho Lee, the big shot director of 2 Entertainment, running this whole movie operation. He's already noticing someone itching to bail. He's trying to play it cool, thinking he just did what he had to do, but someone's calling him out. And he's totally caught off guard by their insight. He's got this weird, hardtack-like snack in his hand, telling someone to just go for it and try it. Check out this snack. Tiny, crunchy, and totally glistening in the bowl. He's got a real beef with hardtack, it brings back bad memories, but he's gonna power through and try it anyway, just to show some respect. Crunch. He just bit into it. Whoa. His eyes just popped open in total shock. He's totally blown away. Oh my god, he gasps, this is salty, sweet, and savory. Later, outside, he's still thinking about it. It's like hardtack, he ponders, but way less oily and just mind-blowingly delicious. The chef, casually wiping down the counter, drops a bombshell. He's already tasted the director's snack, if that's what they're hyping up. But Taeho Lee isn't just impressed, he's absolutely floored, eyes squeezed shut in pure ecstasy as the snack's flavor brings him to tears. And someone else is already wondering if the proper thanks were given. Just as Mr. Kim urgently calls out to Minji, beckoning her to grab some hot snacks. But the outdoor area is dead silent, completely deserted. Forcing Mr. Kim to turn to the chef, a worried frown on his face, demanding to know her whereabouts. Meanwhile, Ace's eyes blaze with an electric blue, a name escaping his lips in a hushed whisper. And a mysterious masked figure, equally on edge, echoes the same urgent question, where is Minji? Finally, Mr. Kim delivers the grim news, Minji is nowhere to be found, reporting his failure to of Lee. The hunt for Minji Lee is on, but she's already gone, her small form kicking up dust as she makes her escape from the building. But the system's got nothing. Minji Lee is completely undetectable in the area. Back at the scene, Mr. Kim is thanking Taeho Lee, who's still holding his phone. Taeho Lee remembers Minji's playful demand for his number, all so she could get more snacks later. He picks up, a casual hello on his tongue. Then, wham! A sudden, brutal impact. His phone just snaps in half, utterly destroyed by an invisible power. A chilling silence hangs in the air, thick with unanswered questions. Mr. Kim spins around, his voice filled with worry as he confronts the enigmatic Mr. Na. "What's wrong?" a voice demands, as Ace remains frozen, his back to the scene. His face now a mask of shock and alarm, phone pressed tight against his ear. Songwon picks up his phone, a laid-back hello escaping his lips. Then, out of nowhere, a brutal wham and a sickening snap rips through the air. The sheer impact leaves him reeling. And you sensing something's wrong, immediately questions him. He stares down at the wreckage, a single, incredulous question escaping his lips, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly blue glow. Some time later, Songwon, now rocking an apron, is still processing the chaos as he walks with UR. The mystery of the broken phone still hangs heavy. Still on the phone, his eyes subtly glowing, he can't help but wonder if Minji was the culprit behind his phone's demise, trying to wrap his head around the odds. Still reeling from the incident, he meticulously analyzes the audio from his broken phone, but the initial sounds detected do not match his expectations. Determined, he instructs the device to analyze the audio from earlier, playing a recorded call. As the analysis deepens, a faint whir emanates from him, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, a subtle aura surrounding his form. The analysis completes, confirming indications of breakage, with sounds composed of air escaping a soft object enclosed in a cover. Further details emerge, describing the cracking of steel-plated plastic, and various sounds created by an object within a confined space. Standing amidst the kitchen, his blue aura pulses, the implications of the analysis settling in. His gaze sharpens, the blue glow intensifying, as the phrase steel-plated plastic echoes in his mind. A few days later, he walks casually down a street, accompanied by a young woman. Even in his everyday life, the apron he wears, emblazoned with the Steak Man logo, hints at his current occupation. A car. Then, a jarring impact rips through the air. Wham! A brutal impact, a struggle silenced. "You idiot!" a furious shout erupts. Minji, gagged and tied, is trapped, her terrified eyes darting around, desperate for an escape. "I didn't know she had a cell phone on her," one of the thugs yells, trying to calm his nerves, "it'll be fine." The main thug looms over Minji, explaining he smashed her phone the second she started dialing, then snarls at his partner, "You idiot. Why the hell did this happen? Now they'll get suspicious if SH doesn't pick up when they call back," he rages, as his terrified subordinate stammers, I am sorry, sir." He yanks Minji's hair, demanding, "Who did you call?" Her voice trembling, she whispers the name, "It said, Steak Man, dot." Hidden voices whisper, panicking about exposure, demanding they erase all traces before anyone catches on. But elsewhere, the legendary Mr. Na is interrupted by a nervous voice, asking, Mr. Na." Na's face hardens, his eyes fixed on his device, making his companion nervously blurt out, "What's wrong? Why the sudden serious face after seeing my girlie?" The tension is palpable as the associate frets, "You're making me nervous." But Na is already locked in, his advanced systems blazing to life with a hostage rescue protocol activated. His eyes gleam with resolve as he declares, "I've detected a girl's handbag and a bag of children's snacks right here in the front parking lot." A getaway car peels out, its escape route instantly plotted on his screen, last seen in parking lot. Moving east. His eyes blaze with determination, the pieces clicking into place, a trail of crumbs from those snacks leads right to that car. The car speeds off into the distance. The car's peeling out, but someone's already on the scene, waving like crazy and shouting for Mr. Na. But inside the getaway car, one of them just freezes, muttering a confused, Back outside, Mr. Na's eyes lock onto something small and pink, just lying there on the ground. And a cold dread washes over him as he instantly knows what it is. It's his daughter's bag. His brain goes into overdrive, the terrifying thought hitting him, "Wait, is she?" A raw, furious sound rips from his throat, his face contorting into pure, unadulterated fury. Back in the car, the driver gets a frantic warning, "Dude, someone's coming right for us." But it's too late. Mr. Na is already a freaking blur, dashing towards their car, closing the gap in an instant, screaming, "Hey, you dumb asterisk asterisk asterisk." The passenger freaks out, yelling at the driver to get going, who floors it, the engine screaming, "Vroom," as they try to outrun him. The kidnapper's ride peels out, engine screaming, trying to ditch the relentless force on their tail. But Mr. Na, knowing they've spotted him, explodes into a sprint, pure determination etched on his face. His gaze sweeps the area, locking onto a road sign, a wild idea sparking in his mind. No hesitation, he rips the sign from the ground, ready to turn it into a projectile against that getaway car. His hand clamps down, a bone-crushing grip, the metal sign groaning under his raw power. With a primal roar of effort, he unleashes the throw. The sign becomes a missile, slamming into the car's back window with a crack, sending shards flying. His arm snaps forward, the air screaming with the force, as the sign completes its devastating arc. Inside, a kidnapper sneers, thinking it's a joke, until his eyes widen in disbelief at the shattered window. Inside the speeding car, the kidnapper in the passenger seat scoffs, scoffing at the very idea that his pursuer could ever hope to catch them. But just to be safe, he screams at the driver to floor it, pushing the pedal to the metal. Meanwhile, in the back, the innocent Minji remains utterly helpless, bound and trapped. Her tiny voice barely audible, she whispers for her parents, a heart-wrenching, desperate plea. Tears stream down her face, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. The kidnapper sneers back, a chilling, cruel laugh erupting as he taunts that the pursuer is surely exhausted, getting exactly what he deserves. He then barks a harsh command at the driver, telling him to forget about the chase and just keep driving. Outside, Mr. Na pushes himself to the absolute limit, his legs a blur as he dashes forward with incredible speed. The car screeches away, its tail lights vanishing into the distance, leaving him behind. Reflected in the car's window, Mr. Na's gaze is razor-sharp, his presence a sudden, chilling intrusion that spells pure trouble. Then, with an explosive, earth-shattering force, he strikes. Before the kidnappers can even blink, the passenger is violently launched from the speeding vehicle. A desperate cry of shock and pain rips from him as he's sent flying. But Mr. Na doesn't even flinch, instead moving with impossible, blurring speed, keeping pace with the car like it's stuck in slow motion. Inside, the remaining kidnappers are absolutely stunned, one screaming, "What the hell?" From above, Mr. Na keeps up his relentless pursuit, leaving a dust cloud in his wake as the kidnappers freak out. Who the hell is this guy? How is he still flying in out of nowhere? The driver, absolutely losing it, screams, "Step on it. Speed up and shake him off." But no matter how hard they floor it, Mr. Na is an unyielding shadow, closing the distance yet again. Still on the chase, Mr. Na locks onto a weak point on the car, his mind screaming, "Look at the top of the hood." The intel is clear, a direct, critical hit to that marked spot on the hood will cripple the car's power. Then, a sudden wish, he's not just chasing, he's running with the car, a human bullet. A hand shoots out, locking onto the vehicle's frame. And with a deafening bang, he's airborne, landing on the roof, ready to unleash hell. A devastating blow lands, a direct hit right where it counts. Inside, pure panic erupts. The kidnappers are frozen in terror, one barely managing a choked "UH." As reality hits. And from above, Mr. Na's eyes blaze with an electric blue glow, a chilling, a lunatic, thought echoing through the car. The driver, utterly losing it, screams at his partner, "HEY. Not holding on to anything. Hit the brakes. We'll send him flying." With an unyielding, "Yes, sir," he doubles down on his attack. His foot smashing onto the car's roof with incredible force. As the vehicle swerves dangerously, kicking up a massive dust cloud. Trapped inside, the terrified girl can only watch, her eyes wide with fear. While the relentless pursuer clings to the car, an unstoppable force. A stunned crowd has gathered, phones out, trying to capture the insane chase unfolding before them. The kidnappers scream, their desperate cries echoing as they realize he's still there, still on them. Whoosh! UR is violently launched through the air, an unseen force sending him flying. Below, Minji's desperate cry rips through the misty woods, calling out his name. Unaware of the chaos, a car barrels down a dirt road, speeding through the forest. Meanwhile, a sinister figure in glasses lets out a maniacal laugh, absolutely certain of UR's end. Taunting him for letting go of the car. But against all odds, UR somehow stabilizes, landing briefly as he stares at his hands in shock. Only to be hurled downward again, this time straight towards the rapidly approaching vehicle. Then, a blinding, blue-green aura explodes around him, leaving him utterly stunned. Still free-falling, a blinding blue-green energy explodes around him. As a smug voice from the ground declares victory, believing they've finally stopped their target. But inside, a terrified Minji fights her restraints, screaming to know who this monster is. The ruthless leader of the captors snarls at his driver, demanding. Only for their car to fishtail violently across the dusty landscape. He roars for more speed, but his panicked subordinate can only report that the car is completely out of control. A chilling thought strikes the leader, was this UR's plan from the very beginning? Absolutely furious, he unleashes a torrent of curses on his useless crew, ordering them to abandon ship. But then, a powerful, resolute voice cuts through the pandemonium, vowing to protect her. Trapped within the mangled car, the driver still held Minji captive, her terror palpable. The car was a twisted wreck, slammed into a colossal crater, as the captors emerged, one barely able to utter a word. One of Minji's captors, the man in the patterned shirt, roared, demanding to know who dared to intervene. UR, now confronting them directly, delivered a chillingly calm, utterly bizarre response. Before the captor could even process his words, UR exploded into motion, a blinding blue surge erupting from his palm. The sheer force of the blow sent the captor stumbling back, utterly bewildered. Wreathed in a brilliant blue aura, UR pressed his attack, a blur of motion closing in on his next victim. Another devastating strike connected, the impact reverberating. The captor was sent flying, a blue-streaked projectile launched into the sky. UR's initial strike sends one captor flying, their scream echoing as they crash down, while another is already out cold on the forest floor. But a third captor, blade drawn, can only gape in pure shock, completely outmatched by UR's blinding speed. Before he can even twitch, UR lands a crushing hit, launching him through the air. He's sent spiraling, crashing hard to the forest floor. Threats eliminated, UR coolly strides towards the wrecked car, his focus locked on the girl trapped within. Still tied up inside, the little girl's face is a mask of pure terror. He reaches in, swiftly starting to free her. While untying her, he can't help but mock the captor's pathetic knot-tying skills. With a confident grin and a peace sign, he vows to save her, telling her to chill out. Minji, still taped up, is stuck in the car, a silent hostage. UR just smirks, a confident thought blasting through his head, seriously, I'm way better than these guys at fighting. Then, a tactical voice, maybe his AI, pops up, asking, how do we take down that kidnapper, before quickly adding, you could just rush the car and get him. The options keep coming, a full tactical breakdown, try to talk him down, or bait him out of the vehicle. UR stands by the wrecked car, weighing his moves, but the voice warns, what if he bolts? Remember, he's already been told not to get close to the car. From above, the voice stresses the waiting game, you gotta wait for him to drop his guard. The intel continues, detailing the target's likely moves, he won't leave that car until he feels totally safe. Keep at least 15 meters away. But inside the car, the kidnapper is freaking out, whispering, what? He pulled back. Is he actually not gonna attack me? A sudden rustle, and the kidnapper, now totally panicked, makes a call, I gotta get out of here before the others show up. The kidnapper makes his move, a sharp clunk ripping through the silence as he tries to force open the car door. But before he can act, a commanding voice booms, "Hey, you." Clutching Minji, the kidnapper snarls, "Get me a CR." His voice laced with menace, he barks, and don't even think about calling the cops. UR's gaze locks onto the kidnapper, his face a mask of cold, unwavering determination. Without warning, the kidnapper screams, clutching his head as a surge of purple energy overwhelms him, crying out, "Argh. Minji." Meanwhile, the public reacts in shock, one person yelling, "Give him a CR that crashed a CR and kidnapped a child," as another tries to calm them, "No, calm down." Shaking off the mental assault, the kidnapper makes a break for it, screaming, "Fine," as he bolts away with Minji. But a chilling promise follows him, UR's voice a deadly whisper, "I'll get you a CR. But don't you dare touch Minji. Hurt her, and I'll eradicate your entire family. You'll regret ever trying to lure me." His mind shattered by the psychic attack, the kidnapper's thoughts spiral into a bizarre delusion, screaming about cooking speed and the fear of an undercooked meal. With a wild, manic glint in his eyes, he doubles down on his twisted logic, convinced his insane plan is the right one. Suddenly, the man snaps back, grabbing Minji and bolting for a car, but UR is right behind him, closing the distance with furious speed. He shoves Minji into the car and jumps behind the wheel, but she's terrified, wondering if he'll actually kill her, while he screams at UR, demanding to know what he's doing. Minji's face is a mask of pure terror, her mind screaming her own name, a silent cry for rescue. A grimace of pure resolve crosses his face, as he tells her to hold on, that her father is coming. Meanwhile, UR's car ignites with a furious roar, blasting off from the house, a blur of speed in pursuit. He knows the brutal truth, once the enemy gets wheels, the odds of escape with a hostage skyrocket, and he states it with chilling certainty. His eyes locked on the road, he repeats his grim understanding, his resolve burning brighter than ever. He snatches a crucial device, the chase escalating instantly. The kidnapper's face contorts, a primal scream of terror tearing from his throat. Minji, gagged and terrified, lets out a muffled cry, a heartbreaking call for her dad. Still reeling from the mental attack, the kidnapper stumbles, sending both him and Minji plummeting through the air. A knife glinting menacingly as he desperately clutches the girl. They slam into the ground next to a waiting car, the impact brutal. UR's eyes snap wide, and he explodes into motion, dashing forward with blinding speed. But the kidnapper, still clutching Minji, scrambles up and bolts from the car. A desperate, guttural scream tearing from his lungs as he yells a twisted, delusional promise to Minji. Trapped and desperate, the kidnapper clutched the child, a blade glinting at her neck, screaming a frantic warning to stay back. His voice cracking with terror, he shrieked that he'd end her life if anyone dared to interfere. But his eyes burned with an icy resolve, his focus absolute as he prepared to strike. A blur of motion, then a sickening spray of crimson exploded into the air. Songwon-en's eyes explode open, a raw jolt of pure shock electrifying him. While UR blazes forward with impossible speed, a sinister figure clamps down on Minji, his hold unyielding. Seeing the horror unfold, Minji. Dangin na. Songwon-en screams, his voice tearing with desperate resolve, I'm going to save you. He then roars, don't move. But the captor retaliates, a blade flashing at Minji's throat, snarling, I'll slit her throat if you don't stop. UR's gaze locks on, his eyes igniting with an otherworldly, electric blue intensity. Then, in a blur of motion, a violent, crimson spurt explodes into the air. Songwon-en can only stare, his face frozen in absolute horror. Minji's taped mouth can't scream, her eyes wide with primal terror, as the crimson spray paints the scene. Completely disoriented and losing all balance, the assailant began to violently stumble, their world spinning. Their body violently pitched backward, initiating an unstoppable, uncontrolled descent. A foot flailed helplessly into the air, as gravity mercilessly claimed its victim. From an impossible height, the figure plummeted, a tiny, helpless silhouette against the endless, indifferent sky. Then, with a sickening, final thud, the assailant slammed into the ground. Meanwhile, UR stood there, utterly calm, casually observing the devastating outcome of his flawless, precise strike, a small, spent projectile still clutched in his hand. The assailant, still reeling from the last blow, was instantly met with another, as a precise projectile slammed into their head, erupting in a crimson burst. In the heart of the storm, Songwon-en pulls Minji into a desperate, protective embrace. Her tiny feet scramble. As she screams for her dad, her voice a piercing shriek of pure fear. But the silence is shattered by the blare of sirens, as emergency crews descend on the devastation. The ground is a tableau of destruction, bodies strewn everywhere, one victim already showing signs of a shattered rib. Another's jaw is completely shattered, and a third has a skull fractured beyond recognition. Two paramedics stare in disbelief at the carnage, one grimly confirming that all three are utterly destroyed. The sheer force of the impact is undeniable, one body's skull completely fractured from the devastating blow. With no time to lose, the responders bark orders, demanding ambulances and assessing which critical injuries need immediate, life-saving intervention. He stands face to face with UR, the architect of the recent mayhem. As UR swiftly explains to the authorities that his daughter's near kidnapping necessitated his actions, demanding immediate care for her. A terrified Minji then asks her father if the food truck man is going to be arrested. Elsewhere, paramedics are scrambling, tending to the brutally beaten victims, confirming they'll be hospitalized for weeks after the savage assault. Songwon-en walks with Minji, who then, with a trembling voice, asks if he's going to jail because of her. He gently reassures her, patting her head, declaring there's no need to worry, for he has already saved her. His grip firm on her arm, his eyes convey a silent promise. Later, a new calculation forms in his mind, this is their chance to escape culpability, a desperate hope that UR's conscience might somehow aid them. A sudden, choked realization hits him as he remembers UR's command to hide Minji, a chilling insight into the true motive behind the act. Songwon-en pushes for answers, but UR just laughs it off, mocking his concern for Minji. He plays the victim, claiming he's too weak to protect anyone, which only makes Songwon-en press harder for any shred of evidence. Songwon-en is stunned by UR's casual attitude, refusing to let this slide. They need proof, surveillance footage, anything to back them up. But then it hits him, they're out in the middle of nowhere, a mountainside with no cameras in sight. Just as all hope seems lost, UR drops a bombshell, coolly declaring that he has something. A chilling shiver ripples through the scene as UR's hand, clutching his phone, starts to glow with an eerie light. He then casually asks if they're being too obvious, then if they're recording his every move, before confirming that he's actually recording their every move. With a blinding flash from his phone, UR issues a chilling warning, erase the recording, or face dire consequences, then, with a smirk, he announces he'll just erase it for them. Songwon-en, looking up at the bewildered civilians, demands to know what they think of the footage, convinced it's the undeniable proof of what just went down. UR, holding his phone aloft, reveals the evidence, a crystal-clear shot of the perpetrator's face, then smugly confirms there were no other witnesses, just him and Minji. Exactly, he declares, his plan unfolding perfectly. An agent is totally baffled, demanding to know how this footage even exists when only UR and Minji were there. Songwon-en's eyes widen in disbelief, as he realizes UR just pulled off the ultimate save, making him the hero. UR, cool as ice, just casually declares the protocol deactivated, and you can practically hear the agent's sigh of pure relief. But wait, the agent still hung up on one thing, what about the company's legal team? Are they still going to be on the hook? UR's face turns stone cold as he lays down the law, try to use that footage against them, and the company will expose its own dark secrets, getting absolutely annihilated in public opinion. The agent stutters, trying to bring up public relations, but UR cuts him off, reminding him it's the legal team that would unleash this footage and absolutely destroy them. With that chilling threat hanging in the air, Ur just casually dismisses them, declaring it's almost dinner and he's out. Ur and Minji just turn and walk away, leaving the agents utterly defeated, only able to muster a pathetic "oh, sure." In response, they make their exit, heading straight for a sleek, modern building, its glass exterior gleaming under the city glow. And just like that, a masterpiece appears. A chocolate cake, cherry on top, looking absolutely divine. Songwon is totally blown away, asking if he actually made it, and Ur just casually drops that it was a minimal tactical decision. Talk about humble. This cake isn't just food, it's a power-up, glowing with energy, boosting stamina and morale. Minji, already digging in, declares it's unbelievably good. Minji, with pure joy, thinks her dad made it just for her, because he always makes sure she eats good, but Ur, ever the pragmatist, just says he watched it being made, adding that even with a recipe, most people couldn't pull this off. The cake is still radiating pure deliciousness, and Minji, completely obsessed, even asks if her dad can have a taste too. Later, in the parking lot, Songwon is still reeling, confessing he never imagined that a snack man could top his legendary hamburger, and Ur, with total confidence, just says, everything the snack man makes is good. Mic drop. Songwon, totally hooked, demands to know his secret, wanting to whip up something amazing for Minji himself, but Ur just repeats his earlier line, he only watched and most people couldn't pull it off even with a recipe. Now rocking an apron, Ur gets serious, explaining that you need a recipe, exact ratios, and perfect temperatures, but then he drops the real wisdom, you gotta put your heart into everything you make. Songwon is absolutely floored, asking if Ur is secretly a pastry chef or a restaurant pro, because seriously, how else could he be this good? Songwon is deep in thought, the day's chaos still swirling in his mind. But his thoughts are shattered by a voice declaring, I'm just a person who makes food at a cafe. His eyes snap open, a bewildered expression taking over as he questions, what? A cafe? He attempts to cut in, hey. But his face contorts in pure shock. Hyen Jang storms off, her voice dripping with fury, your daughter is in danger and you're just sitting here having a casual chat. Her face contorts in pure rage as she demands, how can you even think about doing right now? Minji's mother, Mujong Jang, frantically chases after her, pleading, honey. But Hyen Jang is already gone, roaring away on a motorcycle, her furious words cutting through the air again, your daughter is in danger and you're just sitting here having a casual chat. A desperate cry of, mommy, escapes Minji. Mujong Jang screams, princess. Are you crazy? But Hyen Jang, already a blur, shouts back, yeah, I'm fine, mom. Blazing a trail on her bike, Hyen Jang's mind races with thoughts of Minji, vowing to fix everything after her, poor Minji, got all dirty, a fierce whoosh marking her explosive exit. A sudden crash rips through the air, as two stunned observers watch the chaos, one exclaiming, I'm seeing a whole new side of the CEO today. A clear shock at Hyen Jang's audacious move. Back in a heated moment, Mujong Jang faces off with another woman, who demands if she's alright, only for Mujong Jang to fire back, what would you do, and declare, there were witnesses everywhere, leaving the other woman speechless. Hyen Jang's gaze turns to steel, a chilling promise on her lips, I'll make him regret it. Nobody who didn't witness it will escape. A poignant memory flashes, Mujong Jang clutching Minji, a whispered please forgive me followed by a choked up, thank you for saving my daughter. Songwon-en's memory sharpens, his eyes on the imposing structure, it was the president's mansion, he confirms, adding, and there were tons of witnesses. I saw it all. Afterward, Songwon-en faces Hyen Jang, recalling her incredible feat, you stopped a speeding car, caught the knife wielder, you risked everything for her. Hyen Jang, unfazed, replies, the rescue was clean, you were never in danger, she declares, adding, it was worth it, as Songwon can only gasp, wow. A heartwarming scene unfolds, Hyen Jang, Mujong Jang, and Minji share a tender moment, Hyen Jang making a sweet promise to Minji, don't forget. Next time, I'm bringing snacks. Hyen Jang, ever the casual hero, is still on the phone, dropping a casual reminder to call first, because, she's probably just chilling at the PC cafe. Elsewhere, Songwon is telling her that he and Minji are heading out, Minji's got stuff to check on, and he'll be back later to handle his own business. And from the car, a super happy Minji waves goodbye, shouting out to her dad. The car peels out, and Songwon is just overflowing with thanks, confessing that without her, he and his wife would have been in the hospital. He bows again, super low, saying thank you so much, but Hyen Jang just brushes it off like it's no big deal. To really show his appreciation, he offers to take her out for a fancy meal sometime soon. Hyen Jang, being totally practical, tells him to take himself up on that offer right now, because, yeah, that sounds awesome. Walking side by side, Songwon throws a question her way, wanting to know what's on her mind. He's totally impressed, saying she gets money and power, she's a CEO, super talented, and she just playfully hits back, asking if he's being real about her PC cafe habits. A phone screen flashes, showing a contact being saved, but the messages are frantic, demanding an address and number, like someone's gone off the grid. Back with Songwanan, after he just dropped his number, Hyein Jang saves it with a sly grin, naming the contact Gangin Na. What's that all about? That grin just keeps getting wider, her eyes practically sparkling with mischief. Songwanan, looking a bit flustered, tries to clarify, saying he just heard her food was amazing and wanted her to try his cooking. He just tells her to save it already. But then, a wave of instant regret hits him. What was he thinking giving her his number? Meanwhile, Hyein Jang just casually drops a question about broccoli. Then, she playfully warns him not to get any ideas, casually dropping the bombshell that she's an actress. Songwanan is absolutely floored, a sudden jolt hitting him, demanding to know how that kind of personal info got leaked. His jaw drops, eyes wide with a mix of rage and disbelief, as he glares at his phone, the screen flashing with undeniable proof. The video of his daughter's rescue has been leaked. This is a total invasion. A chef ponders his dish, realizing that speed means nothing if the flavor falls flat, and that rushing the fry probably left it raw inside. Suddenly, a shockwave of panic hits Songwanan and a girl, as they reel from a leaked video, demanding to know how it got out and who dared to expose it. Across town, a father's blood boils as he glares at his phone, enraged by the leaked footage of his daughter's rescue. A furious finger jabs at the screen, a silent, burning question hanging in the air. The neighborhood buzzes with whispers, a cacophony of gossip, as the quiet house becomes the epicenter of a media storm. Back at the office, UR watches as the PR team leader explodes, shocked that the leak came from his own squad, then snaps into action, answering a call with a tense hello. The PR team leader barks into the phone, confirming his daughter is safe, a hero having saved her, his voice a desperate plea for action. Then, with a roar of desperation, he orders every single leaked video scrubbed from the internet, screaming that there's no time to lose. The leaked footage of Minji's rescue has gone viral, exploding across local networks and now it's hitting foreign websites. The PR team leader is in full panic mode, scrambling to contain the disaster. He's on the phone, promising to do his absolute best, but the stress is palpable. But the pressure is mounting. His voice cracks with anger, as he screams at director Sun, demanding accountability for this epic failure. The crisis isn't letting up. Even on the road, the PR team leader gets another urgent call, his face a mask of grim determination as he picks up. The tension is unbearable. He explodes again, furious that someone is playing games with him when everything is on the line. The shocking truth, Minji's rescue video is out there, leaked for the world to see. Across town, a colleague is just as frantic, explaining to her caller that the leak was too fast, too sudden, impossible to stop. Back with the PR team leader, he's still trying to deflect, claiming that the leak didn't come from his team and he's clueless about the source. The worst part? It was uploaded anonymously. No one to blame, no one to track, just pure, unadulterated chaos. A young woman is absolutely floored by what she's seeing on her phone. Minji's rescue video has gone totally viral, exploding across the internet after the incident, no matter what came before. She was the one who put it online, shouting to the world that the snack man was a real-life superhero straight out of a blockbuster, and now it's blowing up. Her friend just let her do it, having no idea what kind of chaos they were unleashing. Back at the office, the PR team leader is on the phone, his voice laced with concern, demanding to know if there's a problem with this whole video thing. His face tightens, the news hitting him like a truck, as the full weight of the disaster crashes down. Later, looking completely wrecked, the PR team leader is visibly crumbling under the pressure of this PR nightmare. His frustration finally explodes, as he unleashes his fury, telling everyone he's utterly disappointed. He storms through the office, cornering Director Choi and practically yelling for a meeting, shouting his disbelief and declaring he thought they were better than this. He keeps yelling, his hand thrown up in pure frustration, begging them to stop, screaming that they've got it all wrong. The next day, a computer screen flashes a message, "Work is so amazing." Someone asks, is this just a movie promo? No way. This is impossible without CGI. Another chimes in, totally. No normal person could jump onto a moving car like that. I even saw it on a Science Matube channel. Songwanan, hyped up, shouts, "Yo Hyein. We gotta see the snack man when it drops." You are, ever the charmer, quips, "I'd love you." And Hyein Jang, not wanting to miss out, asks, "Can I go too?" But then, someone's phone shows the viral video, and a thought bubble pops up, wait a minute. Didn't that guy look exactly like Mr. Na? Songwanan squints at the blurry footage, what? The video quality sucks, I can't even tell. UR shrugs it off, yeah, maybe the build's kinda similar, but Hyein Jang isn't buying it, her expression still doubtful. She pushes further, no, seriously, why would Gangin ever be in a video like that? UR laughs it off, exactly. That'd be way too wild, even for me. Songwon backs him up, totally. But Hyun Jang is still fixated, begging, please, let me go too. Her mind still races with the idea, but would Gangin actually want to go with me? UR, masked and ready, is a silent force in the urban jungle, poised for an explosive move. Suddenly, with an insane burst of speed, he unleashes a whirlwind of spinning kicks, each one hitting with devastating force. Another massive strike lands, proving his combat skills are absolutely unmatched. He's a total phantom, a lightning-fast blur leaving only a wish behind. He deflects an unseen attack with a sharp ping, then blasts forward, a whoosh of pure speed. With one last, explosive dash, he's on his target. Before Hyun Jang can even blink, UR's foot smashes into her face with a brutal wham. The sheer force sends her flying, her body launched through the air from the devastating impact. UR just calmly steps away, leaving her utterly defeated. Hyun Jang is left slumped on the ground, the fight over in an instant. She's absolutely nailing the scene, but then, a sharp voice cuts through the air, cut. The take is done, and two hype guys, Hee-chan and Sang-gu, are already giving it up with a loud clap. Then, the director's voice booms out, yes, SIR. Ready. Action. UR, totally in character with his mask on, makes a quick, fluid adjustment, a whip of his clothes barely audible. He moves in tight on Hyun Jang, his face etched with concern, checking if she's okay. Then, he pulls her into a tight, comforting hug, whispering, my poor little princess. The whole set is buzzing, this massive hall totally transformed into an epic backdrop for the drama. On the sidelines, the PR team leader is watching, and he's totally impressed, saying UR's acting was flawless. But then, So-sung, staring at a still of Hyun Jang, gets a weird vibe from her expression, asking himself, what's up with that look? Hyun Jang is absolutely drained, letting out a heavy sigh as she admits the grind of those all-nighters is finally catching up to her. Back on set, the crew's buzzing about the action scene being a wrap, but everyone knows the real battle is just beginning. It's all about how the public reacts to that abduction video. A crew member confirms the action scene is locked, and UR gets the heads up that tomorrow's shoot is going to be even crazier. He just gives a cool, good work back. UR cuts straight to the chase, asking about the video of his daughter's rescue, his face dead serious. That abduction news blew up online, going viral even domestically, and if there was any negative backlash, it could have easily been tied back to him, making things a total nightmare. Hyun Jang watches a screen, hearing the movie's getting a huge boost in public opinion, with more and more people hyped to see it. Hee-chan, one of the crew, checks in with UR, asking if he's cool with the promo video, waiting for his nod of approval. UR confesses it absolutely grates on him that the whole world saw his daughter's abduction, but he knows, deep down, this is still the best outcome they could have hoped for. The PR team leader steps up to UR, giving him a comforting pat, while UR grapples with the heavy weight of it all. Strolling through the city, the PR team leader turns to UR, confirming the celebratory meal is a thank you. He emphasizes how UR's actions have dramatically improved public perception of the actress's abduction, turning the tide. Elsewhere, Hyun Jang, clearly still feeling the effects of her recent ordeal, manages a small, almost reluctant smile, muttering, humph. Thanks, I guess, a testament to her resilience. The PR team leader, riding high on the success, proposes a celebratory drink, asking the team if they're free tonight. Songwon, shocked, blurts out, what? Just Mr. Na, clearly expecting a broader invitation. He quickly clarifies, revealing Yuna and Yukin are also invited, making it a full team celebration. But for Hyun Jang, it's a necessary rain check, she absolutely needs her rest after everything. Processing the offer, Songwon's mind races, this has to be that high-end meal he mentioned yesterday. We're definitely in. The menu drops, and Hee-chan's eyes light up, shouting, it looks incredible. I'm devouring every single thing. Inside the bustling restaurant, the PR team leader raises a glass, declaring, and the liquor. It's top-notch. Drink your fill, everyone. Catching a glimpse of UR, Hee-chan can't help but notice, whoa, Ace is seriously tall. And with a dramatic flourish, a bottle of exquisite liquor is unveiled, ready to kick off the celebration. The victory feast is on. The PR team leader is hyped, ready to kick things off by pouring the first round for UR, Songwon, Hyun Jang, Hee-chan, and Sang-gu, all gathered for the celebration. Hyun Jang, watching the PR team leader's antics, can't help but ask, if he's always this hyped, and he just laughs, saying this is his only chance to let loose. The vibe changes as the PR team leader, looking a bit down, brings up his career, and UR, ever the curious one, immediately asks if he means his current gig. He takes a thoughtful sip, then drops a bombshell about what he really wanted to do. He spills the beans, admitting he always dreamed of directing films, but after a string of indie failures, he had to face the harsh truth, he just didn't have the knack. He goes on, revealing his dad wanted him to join the family business, but he stubbornly refused to enter the film industry, ultimately landing him in his current role as a producer. Ever the realist, points out that's only possible because his parents are loaded, and the PR team leader, surprisingly, just nods, admitting his success is totally thanks to his family. He then casually drops that his older brother is also in the movie biz, and his younger brother is some kind of prodigy who's already snagged an award at a film festival. He's still going, revealing his dad's a big shot in manufacturing, churning out gear for the military and police. And get this, they're landing massive contracts, both locally and globally, a total powerhouse in their industry. His dad's got company shares, and his two older brothers, who are crushing it, also have shares they can offload. Talk about a family empire. And the cash he blew on that movie? Over 10 billion won, just gone. Song-won-en's jaw drops, doing the math in his head, that's like 7 million bucks, just poof. Hyun-jang's mind races, a sudden panic hitting her. Did she just use her dad's company shares for personal stuff? He's gonna be furious. Seeing her freak out, the team leader jokingly threatens her with a golf club, but she fires back that he's way too old for that, then confesses her guilt about the shares. She snaps back, reminding him she's not a kid anymore, demanding to know how he could even joke like that. But the team leader just brushes her off, grumbling that if it wasn't for that junkie, his movie would have been a massive blockbuster. Still reeling from his past, the PR team leader drops another bombshell, revealing his direct investment and the lingering trauma from a drug scandal tied to some junkie. Song-won-en, trying to keep up with the wild revelations, can only think about the company's name, hoping for a clue, while bizarrely also appreciating the good tuna he's got. The sheer audacity of the team leader's casual wealth talk makes Song-won-en literally freeze in his tracks. Flashback to the intel. Turns out, Cheolan Machinery is the legendary company behind some of the oldest, yet still operational, combat gear, even in 2082. And get this, the gear was so top tier, they barely had to make any of it because it lasted forever. Hyun-jang, watching the team leader's bizarre monologue, is totally baffled, asking if he's gone crazy and demanding to know if he's really the last one. Even though it's ancient, Cheolan's gear is still frontline material in war zones, and any leftover stock sells for a fortune. And the legend lives on. Cheolan Machinery is still pumping out top-tier military tech. Song-won-en, piecing together the puzzle, can't wrap his head around why such a successful company would just stop production in 2024, figuring they must have crashed and burned or something. The PR team leader's words echo, but UR's mind is already miles ahead, a shocking truth beginning to click into place. Could all of this, every single detail, be connected? Unaware of the storm brewing in UR's mind, the PR team leader simply flashes a subtle, almost smug smile, leaving UR to grapple with the explosive implications of his sudden, game-changing insight. Song-won-en's mind races, a storm brewing behind his eyes. His thoughts spiraling, questioning why a successful venture would abruptly halt in 2024, speculating on a sudden, catastrophic bankruptcy. A chilling realization sparks in his mind. Could it be that the drug scandal, the film set's collapse, and Minji's abduction? Meanwhile, the enigmatic UR moves with an unsettling calm. Are all connected? His voice cuts through the air. Mr. Na. UR pivots sharply, as Songwon, noticing his unusual state, presses, "You don't look too good. Is something bothering you?" UR's response is cryptic, "It's not about me. It's about you, sir," leaving Songwon utterly bewildered. "Excuse me?" A shadowy gathering unfolds, figures huddled around a low table, their hushed discussion hinting at grave matters. The PR team leader grimly confirms the stakes, failure means losing his memories. But UR cuts in, dismissing the idea of simple memory loss, insisting their bond is solid and the truth runs far deeper. Songwon's gaze sharpens, absorbing every word with intense focus. UR presses on, reminding the leader about the mysterious company founded in 2024. Hinting at a deliberate sabotage, far from any ordinary accident. The PR team leader confirms the chilling detail: police autopsies yielded no definitive cause of death for any victim. Just as UR suspected, leaving a terrifying void where answers should be. UR then drops the bombshell, challenging the PR team leader. Isn't it incredibly strange that Minji, the leading actor, was abducted from the set just a week ago? Songwon is totally baffled, trying to piece together the wild claims he just heard. He's thinking about the production halt and that crazy drug raid in Seoul, but how do they even link up? The PR team leader connects the dots, figuring the drug party led to the raid, but he's still like, nah, that's got nothing to do with the movie. Songwon is still processing, his mind racing to catch up. But then UR drops the bomb, the fire and the drug party. Totally planned. Someone's playing chess, and everyone else is a pawn. Songwon and the PR team leader are absolutely floored. The PR team leader explains the fallout, that police raid meant the whole movie had to be reshot, losing a crucial week. Hyun Jang jumps in with the crucial timing. This all went down right before the movie was supposed to drop. The PR team leader's jaw drops, the horrifying truth hitting him. They didn't just cause trouble, they made sure the movie had to be reshot. The outcome of this master plan is crystal clear, a total, silent, and strategic sabotage of the movie's release. Our movie wouldn't even hit theaters, right? Hyan Jiang exclaims, her concern palpable, while Songwon stands by, speechless. He then elaborates, you poured your entire life into making this movie flourish, and now we wouldn't even make enough to cover the damages. The PR team leader's gaze sharpens, a terrifying realization dawning, what if someone's truly pulling strings from the shadows? UR drops the bombshell, confirming, they likely orchestrated the sabotage of your father's company too, ensuring the movie's total collapse. Songwon, utterly confused, demands, but why, they could easily just help you out. Stop them from helping, N. He presses on, even if that was the plan, I leveraged every connection I had. UR cuts him off, I'd still be able to shield my company's people, or anyone else, especially if Minji was actually harmed that day. A sudden, sharp flinch racks the PR team leader, the weight of UR's words crushing him. Songwon, eyes blazing with resolve, declares, you wouldn't even be thinking about stock shares then. The movie's colossal failure, a staggering 10 billion won down the drain, was just the tip of the iceberg. The real shocker. They didn't just ruin a company, they orchestrated a full-blown abduction of the CEO's daughter. A cold, hard truth slams into the PR team leader, sending a full-body shudder through him as the true horror of the plot sinks in. Songwon-an's face tightens, the gravity of the situation hitting him hard, Minji's abduction now a terrifying reality in his thoughts. The PR team leader is consumed by regret, agonizing over how easily such a monstrous act was pulled off, wishing he could have been there to stop it. Then, his voice barely a whisper of disbelief, he demands to know, if they actually planned for the set to crash down, knowing he'd be there with Minji that day. A raw grimace of pain and regret contorts his face, the crushing weight of what happened threatening to overwhelm him. With a gut-wrenching sigh, the PR team leader confirms, he absolutely would have been there. It was all part of their twisted, meticulous plan, a calculated strike for maximum impact. Songwon then demands to know if they were actually trying to hurt Minji on that set, but UR cuts in, clarifying that it was probably a custom-made accident meant specifically for him. Even if the police were to investigate, it would be difficult to find any leads, he considers, as the kidnappers would have been careful not to leave any traces. Then, UR suggests they could find out who was behind this if they interrogated the kidnappers themselves. The PR team leader, however, doubts they were careless enough to be easily caught. Songwon wonders how the police could know anything, given the lack of visible progress. UR clarifies that the kidnappers were heard at a specific pub. He explains that the police heard about it through a tip-off, but dismissed it as mere gossip, not realizing its significance. The PR team leader muses that they must have thought they wouldn't get caught because there were no surveillance cameras at that particular pub. UR then asks, who did they hear it from? The PR team leader replies that the police simply said they heard it at some pub. He's eyeing the spot, the People's Police gaming station, and a total lack of surveillance there. This is a problem. Songwon confirms, they checked, alright, but zero cameras. Nada. UR, ever the showman, brushes off their worries, telling them to just enjoy the interesting story, and even Hyan Jiang can't help but admit she was totally hooked. Then, with a smirk, he teases Songwon about his scriptwriting potential, even offering to produce. But the real kicker. UR's gonna be the main star, leaving Songwon in the dust as a supporting actor. The PR team leader, dead serious, can't believe the fun's already over, practically begging for a rematch. Hyan Jiang waves goodbye, and UR, ever the charmer, can't resist asking where his princess is off to. A car blazes through the night, a stark reminder that things almost went sideways, so he's definitely not pulling that Cheolan Machinery shares stunt again. Songwon-an's mind races, realizing the kidnappers' audacious move against Cheolan Machinery could only mean one thing, they were playing for keeps, knowing the corporate giant wouldn't back down easily. With every variable now locked down, he knew for sure the company wouldn't crash and burn this year. His gaze hardens, a silent resolve etched into his features. Suddenly, Hyan Jiang breaks the tension, proposing a night out, drinks, maybe more, once he's off the clock. Without hesitation, he's in, proposing they all go for another round. But UR, with his signature smirk, can't resist a jab, playfully calling him dumb. Then, a jarring sound erupts, a phone blaring, demanding attention. The PR team leader, absolutely fuming, can't believe the audacity, demanding to know who dared utter such a reckless remark. But then, a sudden shift. He turns to the others, declaring that despite everything, this whole thing is actually a massive win, a huge hit that's going to skyrocket their company's growth and public image. A corporate titan, absolutely seething, unleashes a verbal barrage, making it clear that the stakes are already impossibly high. This is Taesong Lee, the ruthless manager of Cheolan Machinery's HQ and Taeho Lee's older brother, now reeling from the sheer scale of the crisis. His team revealed Cheolan Machinery had unleashed groundbreaking new tech, and the elite equipped with it were absolutely crushing it. But whispers of a hostile takeover, a ruthless plan to sell off assets to foreign buyers, had spread like wildfire. The ESCA group was practically gone, a done deal, until a sudden twist. A shockwave of realization hit Taesong Lee, who couldn't hide his genuine astonishment. He then snapped at his subordinates, challenging their audacity to raise their voices. Taesong Lee pressed on, boasting that this game-changing development could obliterate rival corporations. Elsewhere, a man urged prioritizing documents, as Hyan Jiang, looking sharp in a business suit, pressed him about his commitment, receiving a firm, of course, Hyan, in return. Taesong Lee, now smug, declared he was outperforming the original owner, and his appreciation had skyrocketed. Still locked in a corporate battlefield, Taesong lays down the law, forget appearances, just get the job done right, no matter what. His mind then snaps to someone specific, pout escaping him as he declares this isn't just any actor, if Taihu's company is locked down, they're bulletproof from outside attacks. He reassures his father they're ready for anything, but with the company's current chaos, they need to brace for every possible future attack. A sharp nod seals the deal, then he turns his gaze directly to Taihu, a clear warning in his eyes. Back at Taesong's place, he's on the phone, dropping a bombshell, touch those shares again, and you're disowned. The reply is instant, it won't happen again. Elsewhere, in a sleek military uniform, UR is on the line, coolly saying, thank you, Mr. Na. He keeps the call going, diving into a double scenario, stressing that it needs careful handling, especially when close connections are involved. A low rumbles from him, his mind already racing. He wraps up the call, a quiet admission that his contact already has more power than he could ever provide. The PR team leader clutches a dish, his mind racing. Speed is crucial, but what's the point if the result is trash? He knows a rushed job means it's probably not even cooked through. Hyan Jiang ponders an exciting invitation, a mischievous glint in her eye. The hot ticket? The premiere of A Monster Hunt tonight. But will she go? Hyan Jiang is hyped, urging UR to join her, but he's chill, claiming he's got nothing better to do anyway. Hyan Jiang worries about that guy, while UR's swamped too, wondering about Songwon, who's stuck at his part-time gig. She confirms the new recruits are in, and everyone's on the hook, but seriously, does one guy really matter that much? The PR team leader cuts in, demanding to know what they're even doing, utterly shocked. Check out this promo for A Sunny Day starring Hyan Jiang, UR, Songwon and Unhaiwa. Everyone's raving about how amazing they look. The PR team leader explains it just happened, confidently declaring he knew it would look good and he's totally watching it. He then hypes up the big screen, even for a small role, as their work, admitting he only saw a short scene, but stressing that first impressions are everything, then playfully jabs that they probably don't want to skip work. The premiere buzz is real. Someone's already asking if they're gonna link up with the other stars tonight for the hero of screening. Then, a shocked voice cuts in, demanding to know, who's coming. Click, click. Someone's already yelling, Yana, look here. And just like that, we're at the CCGV cinema. This place is massive, all lit up and ready for the premiere. Boom. Right there, a massive poster for A Sunny Day. Songwon and Hyan Jiang, UR, and Unhaiwa are all looking incredible. Meanwhile, Yuha is absolutely hyped, begging someone to snap a pic for her. Click, click. She's all smiles, loving every second of it. The red carpet is absolutely packed, a total celebrity hotspot. Everyone's here, whether to watch or just to be seen. Then, someone calls out to UR, Gangin, aren't you going to join them? The premiere is in full swing at CCGV, and Hyan Jiang, Songwon and Unhaiwa are all there, with Hyan Jiang hilariously pointing out she's not even in the movie. Songwon flashes a cool, collected smile, totally unfazed by the chaos around him. Then he gazes out at the city lights, lost in thought, probably plotting his next big move. Suddenly, the PR team leader practically tackles UR, shouting that Mr. Na is here, making a huge scene. Yuha, totally shocked, gasps, wondering why he's here when he should be at the campaign. What a twist. Hyan Jiang, watching the drama unfold, coolly drops the bomb, it's Gangin, and they're finally using his real name for the second round of promos. Gangin, now officially revealed, lets out a massive groan, clearly not thrilled about all the sudden spotlight. The PR team leader, totally panicking, tries to cover his tracks, insisting Gunha was supposed to be there, not UR. UR just walks off, clearly over it, while the PR team leader scrambles, telling him to come inside if he's done, but still totally confused about Gunha's disappearance. After the UR-induced chaos, Yuha's attention is snagged by a woman who seems to know her, casually dropping an "Oh, Yuha" like they're old friends. Yunseo, the mystery woman, then pivots to Songwanan, who's just arrived, teasing him about wanting an autograph, and then drops the bombshell, he's talking to a goddess. Songwon, completely blindsided by this unexpected connection, can only blurt out, "What? You two actually know each other?" Yunseo, with a dramatic flair, challenges Yuha, "Seriously, you don't know who I am?" before dropping her name like a mic. "My name is Yunseo. I'm a celebrity." Yuha's still drawing a blank, so Yunseo playfully jabs, "You got famous, but we don't even share a last name, right?" Ha! Yunseo then dives into nostalgia, spilling that she and Yunha were childhood neighbors, gossiping about Yunha's family and even running away together. Then she hits Yuha with, "Yunha? How can you not know?" Yunseo then shouts, "Gang in," and dramatically declares he's grown up too much to remember her, while Songwon, internally, admits he couldn't speak up due to the crowd, musing, "I was just trying to introduce you too. It's cool." Songwon's mind is blown. Whoa. Gangin's talking to the legendary Yunha Shin like they're equals, right before Yunseo, utterly stunned, snaps, "What did you just say about Yunha?" Witnessing the drama, Yuha can't help but declare her own aspirations, thinking she could totally rock the movie star life. Her thoughts consumed by the glitz and glamour. But her friend, Songwon, is not impressed, silently throwing shade at the Mr. Snack Man situation. Suddenly, Yunseo bursts onto the scene, a whirlwind of energy. She practically tackles Ur in a massive hug, playfully calling him out for ghosting her texts. Grabbing his arm with a confident smirk, she announces they've saved him a prime spot. Meanwhile, Yuha is absolutely losing it, screaming about Mujong Jang, the legendary actress, while Songwon just rolls his eyes at her fangirl meltdown. Undeterred, Yunseo keeps up the banter with Ur, dropping hints about her own girl and telling him to stick with his leading lady. Then, with a mischievous grin, she lays out her grand plan. He's gonna be a movie star, her personal bodyguard, and they're totally gonna star in a BL drama. The lights dim in a massive, packed movie theater, the air buzzing with anticipation for the premiere of the year. Backstage, a staff member tries to set up a dinner between Ur and the star, but Ur shuts it down, saying it'd be super awkward for people to see him with the actor when he's not even his agent. The staffer totally gets it, then hypes up the movie premiere as a massive event. He then drops a bombshell, admitting that without Ur, they couldn't have even released the movie, let alone had this premiere. Ur just gives a cool, "You're welcome," while the staffer practically bows in thanks. Cut to Ur, chilling in his VIP seat, eyes locked on the screen, totally absorbed. Just a few seats away, Yuha's sipping her drink, and Yunseo, popcorn ready, is practically glued to the screen, totally hyped. Then, a massive boom explodes from the screen, sending a shockwave through the entire theater. The sudden jolt makes two audience members jump, their jaws practically on the floor. The entire audience is gripped, a unified wave of emotion sweeping through the theater. Even the quietest among them can't hold back their feelings. The movie's power is undeniable, echoing through the darkened hall, as the credits roll. Then, a lone clap shatters the quiet, and the dam breaks. The applause explodes, a vibrant spring of pure appreciation, with fans waving signs for Angelique Yuchan. The whole theater is on its feet, a roaring ovation for a film that, let's be real, would have been totally average without their epic input. They absolutely crushed it. And there's Ur, grinning ear to ear, clapping along with the ecstatic crowd, totally soaking it all in. The clapping dies down, and people are already buzzing, like, wait, 2 hours just flew by. Was that really the end of this masterpiece? Then, the mic crackles, get ready for the director and cast Q&A. Let's hear it for them. The premiere wraps up with an explosion of applause, and he's right there, clapping along with the hyped-up crowd. But hold up. The Q&A kicks off with the director dropping a bombshell, microphone in hand, ready to spill the tea. Actually, there's something I have to confess about the movie. He drops the bombshell, that epic set collapse scene was actually real footage from a genuine accident. The crowd erupts in murmurs, everyone's minds racing. The movie's cool, sure, but using real accident footage? That's just next level, maybe too far. The director quickly calms the storm, swearing he'd never intentionally cause an accident for movie magic, and that every single person involved gave their full consent for the footage to be in the film. Songwon is all ears as the director emphasizes he would never have used the footage if anyone had actually gotten hurt. The PR team leader, watching the drama unfold, knows this might not go over well, but they'd already decided to let the director take the reins on this one. The director then clarifies that this is an older creative films production, so editing isn't easy, before pivoting to the cast and asking if anyone got special treatment after the accident. Yunseo grabs the mic, flashing a huge smile, and declares, "Nope. I'm totally fine, sir. I was completely saved thanks to my rescuer." A man in the audience, plate in hand, can't help but think, speed is key, but if the quality tanks, what's the point? He then mutters, that if it was rushed, it's probably undercooked, a thought that seems to ripple through the entire premiere. Songwon, reeling from the director's bombshell and Yunseo's shocking reveal, scans the room, his thoughts a whirlwind of what-ifs about the accident footage. He flashes back to the director's query about special treatment, and Yunseo's cool response, "She was fine, thanks to her rescuer. Leaving the buzzing premiere, someone can almost feel the internet exploding with reactions. Some fans are calling it the best movie ever, while others are already smelling a rat, questioning if the hype is bought or if the film actually delivers. The real buzz, though, is around the director's shocking confession about the accident footage, with comments like, footage of an actual accident and a worried, they're screwed now, dominating the online chatter. The director's bombshell confession sends ripples through the audience, and one guy's mind immediately goes to the crucial question of quality versus speed, thinking, hold up. Speed is key, but if it tastes like garbage, what's the point? He probably rushed it, so it's gotta be undercooked. The internet absolutely explodes with reactions, some trashing the movie, others hailing the director as the GOAT. Then, just like that, 2 days fly by. Fast forward 2 days, and Yunseo, drink in hand, practically screams with excitement, Young Hai. Check this out. Our movie is blowing up with praise. But Songwon, ever the skeptic, just deadpans, why is it our movie? Hyun Jang fires back instantly, seriously? We're family, and families share everything. He just shoots back, since when are we family, and she lets out an exasperated groan, ugh, you're such a cold fish. Hyun Jang then lays down the law, you should be thanking me for even giving you the time of day, but he just brushes her off, nah, I'm swamped. She tries one last hook, too bad. I was about to spill the tea on the celebrities. He doubles down, I'm busy with other things. She calls him out, aren't you always just chilling, and he just shrugs, yeah, that's more accurate. He clarifies, turning away, no way. I'm not just slacking off. What else would I be doing? Obviously, I'm grinding on the PC game. Then, with a sudden, dramatic flair, he declares, I'm on a special mission for the Earth Alliance. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a bustling PC cafe, where a sharp-eyed employee in uniform catches a glimpse of something, her gaze fixed with a hint of disbelief. This is the place, the legendary PC cafe on the 4th floor, a digital battleground for the truly dedicated. But as Songwon-en's epic Earth Alliance mission claim hangs in the balance, Hyun Jang's legendary sarcasm delivers the ultimate comeback, sure you are. A culinary critic, or perhaps a chef, scrutinizes a dish, declaring that speed means nothing if the flavor falls flat, especially when a quick fry likely means it's undercooked. But in the high-stakes world of entertainment, the CEO of THO Entertainment is absolutely ecstatic. Back at the CEO's office, a relieved employee cries out, thank God, as the news breaks. His producer, practically glowing with pride, can't help but gloat, I told you so, sir. I told you it'd all work out. With a cool thumbs up, the producer boasts, our movie is a hit. I bet everyone will go watch it. Of course. The CEO's hearty laughter echoes the sentiment of victory. But the female employee can't help but remember the early days, when the movie flopped, with empty seats and a struggle to break even. Still, she's thrilled it's a hit now. Later, in a quiet elevator ride, she probes Gang in Na, but isn't something special? The action in this movie is really good, but... Back at the office, the CEO's face contorts into a sudden, worried expression. Riding high on their latest blockbuster, the CEO wastes no time, announcing his immediate dive into script development. But only if he can lock down Mr. Na for another project, directly calling out director Sun. He pushes hard, demanding they re-sign him for the film, even promising a massive investment to transform it into an action-packed blockbuster. Later, in a high-stakes meeting with a producer. The producer, clearly taken aback, questions if he's just about to make the move. A knowing smirk crosses the CEO's face as he retorts, excuse me? He then rhetorically asks why Mr. Na would ever pass up such a golden opportunity, before decisively suggesting they call him right now. The phone rings. And Mr. Na glances at his phone, seeing the incoming call light up his screen. He picks up, but a wave of confusion hits him, who is this unknown caller? But elsewhere, high above the bustling city, a towering building, plastered with dazzling ads, dominates the skyline. Inside, the airwaves are buzzing with a live radio show, the host declaring, this is live radio. We're on for the next hour, and thanks for tuning in. I'm Yunseo. Meanwhile, at a high-stakes corporate meeting, the THO Entertainment CEO is practically glowing, boasting about the film's explosive popularity. Sunny Day is blowing up. Have you seen it? Hahaha, I'm swamped with interview and ad requests, it's insane. His employee, clearly hyped, can't help but gush, wow, that's amazing. Back at the studio, Yunseo drops a bombshell, exposing the film's chaotic origins. Honestly, I was shocked the movie even made it. Didn't they cut out all the accident footage? Yeah, they did. We never thought it would blow up after such a rough start, especially with the whole falling debris plot getting trashed. Listening in, he mutters, thank goodness you're all right. I was seriously worried. Wait, no. His mind shifts, a deeper concern surfacing, some kid got hurt on set. Hope he's okay. It wasn't major, but because it was a kid, it got more news coverage than the actual movie. Just keep it quiet. Someone's glued to their phone, absolutely losing it over this stunt double, asking how they pulled off such insane reactions in a blink. Live on the air, Yunseo is hyping it up, spilling that this person isn't even a pro actor, just a food truck cook. How wild is that? And get this, the CEO, though, is practically cackling, spilling the tea about how this legend jumped onto a moving CR, no wires, and then stopped it by smashing a metal pole. But hold up, another listener is totally confused, saying they watched A Sunny Day, and this scene was definitely not in it. Suddenly, both Yunseo and Tho let out a collective, shocked gasp, their faces instantly turning to pure panic. Yunseo, looking totally ticked off, demands to know why anyone brought that up, then tries to smooth things over, admitting the guy's no Oscar winner but, hey, he can cook. Abruptly changing the subject, she quickly announces a fresh comment just dropped. As she reads it, Yunseo visibly flinches when the comment drops the bomb. Are you talking about the guy whose video where he stopped a moving car? Tho's face twists into pure horror, as he screams, we're in trouble, realizing just how deep they've dug themselves. Live on air, Yunseo's jaw drops as the chat goes absolutely wild, blowing up with mentions of that viral video, with viewers demanding to know what was real and why the car was stopped. But the real explosion is happening elsewhere, as the CEO unleashes a torrent of pure, unadulterated rage, his eyes burning with a furious red glow. He screams a name, his frustration boiling over. Crash. He slams his hand onto the desk, demanding his marketing team conjure up a counterattack, now. The PR team leader, sweating bullets, confirms they're already behind, desperately asking if there's any other way out of this mess. Pacing like a caged beast, the CEO insists they act immediately, warning that every second of delay means irreversible damage. A finger hovers, ready to unleash the next move on a smartphone, a moment of intense pressure before the plunge. As night falls, the CEO is left alone in his office, the city lights reflecting the cold, hard reality of the disaster unfolding on his screen. The line connects, and the voices confirm, it's Mr. Na and Taeho Lee on the call. He's locked in, listening intently, his face a mask of calm. He takes it all in, remarking on the wild coincidence that this accident could have happened on the actual day of the incident. Meanwhile, Taeho Lee is practically melting under the stress, but he's trying to spin this disaster into an opportunity, barking orders to get ready for a press conference, like, now. Mr. Na lays out the strategy, they'll drop a statement to make it seem less serious, but at the same time, they're going to reveal just how badly he was hurt. He's in, but there's a catch, his name is off limits. And just like that, the other side is overflowing with thanks. Elsewhere, in a totally different office, some poor employee is practically prostrating themselves, begging for forgiveness from an invisible boss. Songwon is on the phone, absolutely panicking, begging for a way out of this mess, ready to throw everything on the line just to survive. But the demands coming back are insane, they want everything, even the higher-ups involved. He takes a beat, then, against all odds, he actually says yes, he can pull it off. Across town, Taeho Lee is also on the phone, looking stressed, apologizing for having to fast-track their entire PR strategy. Mr. Lee's given the green light. The strategy is to spin the whole thing around the food truck man, who, accidentally, saved the day, making the entire scandal sound like a minor hiccup. At the radio station, an employee hustles to get the studio door open, shouting that they're back on air. The on-air light blazes, and the show kicks off with Hell Romance by White Eagle. The radio host grins into the mic, hyping up the food truck man story that everyone's buzzing about, promising to spill all the details from that incident weeks ago. While the show's live, the broadcasting station gets a call from the PR team, confirming that this whole orchestrated drama is unfolding exactly as planned, everywhere at once. The air crackles with laughter, the broadcast hitting hard. Watching the chaos unfold, Yunseo can't help but comment, looks like they just dropped the bomb. On air, the radio host, absolutely owning the moment, hypnotizes his listeners, asking if they've witnessed this insane phenomenon, dramatically wondering if the food truck guy is even from this world, and declaring he's right there with them, live from the streets. And just like that, the internet explodes. Screens light up, screaming headlines about the food truck guy being an advanced chef and action movie star, with the phenomenal video going absolutely viral. More posts pop up, hyping the food truck guy who safely rescued Miss Lee, and all the internet detectives are on the case, ready to dissect every frame. A trending video gets dissected frame by frame, with calculations proving his downhill sprint was faster than Olympic records, and everyone's just screaming, wow. The comments section blows up. Some try to rationalize his speed with the downhill angle, but most are just losing their minds, confessing they'd be in traction if they tried that stunt. The buzz isn't just on one site, it's everywhere, even lighting up fan forums like the White Eagles fan site. And the comments keep coming, now bringing up the kidnapping video and freaking out over the food truck guy's insane rock-throwing accuracy, calling it a legendary pitcher's move. The internet was absolutely losing its mind, blowing up with theories about the food truck guy. People were dissecting his insane speed, calling him a total legend, and even comparing him to a baseball slugger. Seriously, there was a massive, exponential surge in online searches for anything and everything about him. UR, totally oblivious to the full internet meltdown, casually checked his phone, a wave of relief hitting him as he thought, phew, they don't know my name or what I look like, so we're still good. Later, chilling in a room, he brainstormed his next big move, hitting up his AI assistant, ACE, with a wild question, yo, ACE, think I could actually crush it at the Olympics? The screen immediately shot back, negative, you'd fail the doping test. Bummer, UR muttered, then quickly pivoted, alright, what about baseball then? Slumped on the couch, he got another instant reply from ACE, nope, pro baseball also has random doping tests. He let out a defeated sigh, forget it then. His mind shifted to more grounded plans, the screen flashing his new mission, become a hero, get a super stable job, maybe even run his own PC cafe. He looked up, listening as ACE dropped the info that he had plenty of rest to keep his powers in check, then he shot back, can we cut anything that's actually affordable? His dreams of quick cash evaporated as the screen flashed a brutal rejection, his movie manuscript was toast. Wait, what? How much did I even make? He blurted out, totally crushed. Just as his dreams of a movie career crash and burn, a sudden notification electrifies UR's phone. 5,000,001, a cool $3,500 just landed in his account. But as he processes the amount, a single thought echoes in his mind, is that all? A chef, brimming with confidence, boasts about her unparalleled skill in the kitchen. Songwon, watching her, hypes up her amazing skill, then awkwardly corrects himself, he was actually talking about someone else. He was actually glued to a video of Gangin, totally blown away, secretly wondering if he could ever reach that level of awesome. The cook, totally miffed, snaps back, asking why he didn't just go to his idol for help, but Songwon just laughs it off. Still glued to the screen, watching UR dominate his enemies, Songwon can't help but gush about how unbelievably amazing he is. But then, a wave of pure frustration hits him. He's giving it his all, but compared to UR's insane power, he feels like he's barely scratching the surface. But wait, across town, UR suddenly gets this weird vibe, like someone's totally talking smack about him. And just like that, a familiar voice rings out a greeting, as Yunseo makes her grand entrance. Yunseo bursts onto the scene, and Songwon can only manage a hesitant, yeah, but. She's all over UR, playfully squeezing his cheeks and exclaiming, are you Yunha? Then she spills the tea, saying she needed to chat with Gangin, and, oh yeah, the food here is supposedly amazing. Songwon, still trying to process, cuts in, asking if she's talking about his room. She presses on, revealing she caught wind of a rumor about him, and there was no way she was just going to let it slide. She's clearly worried, insisting that whatever that is, they absolutely shouldn't be doing it. UR, cool as a cucumber, tells her he's not doing anything, but Yunseo, still suspicious, demands to know what he means by that. He just shrugs, nothing, leaving Songwon to stew in the mystery, staring blankly ahead. He calls out, inviting the visitor inside, ready for whatever's next. Yunseo bursts through the door, instantly confronting UR and demanding answers. She's here with a proposition, and it's all about the chaos he caused at the studio. She's willing to forgive him, but then drops a bombshell, UR's a blabbermouth who was on a live show. She knows he was on live TV, but now rumors are exploding everywhere, and she's furious. Her expression hardens, as she challenges him, did you really come all this way just for that? Songwon, ever the observer, realizes her true motive, the legendary food. She just had to try it. But then, Yunseo drops another bomb, she's got somewhere to be, so no food sales today. Songwon is stunned, asking where she's off to, but her answer is even wilder, she needs a new place to live, and she's asking him for help. He's got his reasons, and he's sticking to them, no doubt about it. But Yunseo is totally blindsided, like, seriously? After all the rumors, you'd help me? Then she's all, forget it, I'll do it myself. She spins around, striding off like, I got this. Then, a door slowly opens, revealing, what? She takes a step, landing right on the welcome mat. She checks out the tiny studio apartment, spotting the essentials, fridge, sink, AC. That's it. She whips around to him, like, seriously? This is what you're showing me? I'm a celebrity. And he just calmly says, yep, I did. Then Songwon lays down the law, basically telling her she's gotta work for it. Yunseo's mind races, grappling with her new reality. Should she be mad? Confused? She honestly has no idea how to process it all. UR just stares, a hint of annoyance on his face, as she can only manage a bewildered, huh? Then, her phone blares to life, and she's quick to tap that screen. She answers with a bright, hello, then quickly introduces herself, oh, ma'am. It's Yunha. A nervous smile creeps onto her face as she hangs on every word. But her face drops as she questions, "You didn't call just to tell me to chill out, right?" The call takes a wild turn. She screams, "I'm sorry, ma'am," then spectacularly falls backward off her chair, phone launching into the air, yelling, "Yunha, wait." While she's still flailing, with that same annoyed look, casually drops a bombshell, "I'll let him live. Why'd you even call me?" Flustered and red-faced, Yunseo quickly snatches the phone back to her ear, trying to salvage the call. A sharp voice lays down the law, speed means nothing if the quality is trash. Someone clearly dropped the ball, and the results are undercooked. Her eyes narrow, as she wonders if another poor soul needs a brutal lesson in quality control. Then, a sudden laugh. She can't believe Gangin actually spoke up, thinking someone else should have called. But hey, he totally saved that movie. Back with Yunseo, still glued to her phone, she's hit with questions about her opinion and when she'll finally take a break, responding with a super polite, "Why thank you." Phone call over, she bolts towards snapping a sharp, "Yes, ma'am," as she goes. The urban jungle stretches out below, a concrete masterpiece under a perfect sky. Yunseo and hit the streets, and she's still on the phone, dropping another, "Yes, ma'am," as her boss gives a shout-out to her ongoing grind. Their trek ends at a realtor's office, with property listings plastered all over the windows. Director Sun was so hyped about the movie release, he totally forgot to adjust her payment. Meanwhile, in the chaotic halls of the department, someone yelled out, pointing to the apartment and telling them to call when they were done. Another person joked about them being new, but she shot back, "No way." The voice on the phone kept going, dropping the bomb that her pay was still on the old contract, but she totally deserved way more. So, they didn't just adjust her pay as a stunt double, they bumped her up to a full-blown director of action choreography. Back at the apartment, she and strolled through the sleek living room, her new job title finally sinking in. The call ended with a final declaration, all changes were effective immediately. Looked totally shocked, while she just took it all in. Then, a notification popped up with a satisfying, "Ching," confirming a massive 100 million won payment. She was absolutely floored by the 50 million won bonus, calling it a crazy amount, and totally impressed, just said, "Wow, you're pretty good." Still reeling from the bombshell news, Yunseo is on the phone, trying to wrap her head around it all, double-checking the specifics, then letting out a shocked, "Are you kidding me?" before casually mentioning the awesome view she's got. But the bigger picture is already in motion. A prime observation spot has been locked down, giving them eyes on the enemy's entire setup from afar. Ever the strategist, is already deep in thought about their next move. An ace? He's been super nice ever since that massive 100 million won payout hit. Now he's grilling Yunseo, wanting to know her plans for the leftover 50 million. Standing side by side, a crucial new objective pops up, they absolutely need to get some wheels. Mind immediately jumps to getting a sweet ride, but then he facepalms, realizing he doesn't even have a license. Looks like he'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Yunseo just watches him, a hint of amusement on her face. Before she finally calls him out, demanding to know why he's so obsessed with her cash, earning a bewildered, in return. His face stays serious, probably already plotting his next big scheme. Hold up. The vibe just changed completely. Songwon is getting up close and personal with Yunseo, dropping a bombshell question, "Have a crush on me?" They're still super close, and you can practically feel the tension radiating off them. He leans in, a mischievous glint in his eyes, dropping a bombshell question that leaves her stunned. "Do you have a crush on me?" That bold question hits her like a truck, making her instantly pull back. Her face a mix of shock and total embarrassment. "I was just wondering since you always say hi to me first," he casually explains, a smug grin spreading across his face, while she explodes, "You're so narcissistic, you are." "Oh, an actress?" he teases, and she fires back, "I was just being polite. I say hi to everyone. I'm a celebrity, you know." "Fine, I get it," he finally gives in, throwing his hands up. "This much for any of my friends. I was just kidding with you. Thank you for your help." A subtle smile plays on his lips, as he finally reveals his playful deception. Yunseo's face tells a story, a flicker of discomfort in her eyes. But she's quick to shut it down, like, "Don't even think about thanking me." Though, isn't letting it go, demanding credit too, which earns him a swift, "Shut up," from Yunseo. You can practically hear her eye roll, muttering, "Seriously? Not you again." But is not deterred by her sass, insisting he still owes her big time for that fateful day. He lays it all out, detailing how those falling beams could have ended him, and how she literally saved his life. Yunseo, finally letting her guard down, secretly agrees, realizing she might not be here if it wasn't for him. After a beat of silence, inner voice confirms, "Yeah, I really did owe her." Yunseo, deep in her own world, recalled a past where she felt utterly isolated. Then, the crushing truth dawned on her, she was, and had always been, completely on her own. Her mind flashed to a wrecked, pitch-black room, the scene of a disaster. She came home, and everything was plunged into darkness. A crushing weight of responsibility still haunted her, making her heart pound. Just the thought of that day sent her pulse skyrocketing. She wasn't always like this, but that incident had fundamentally altered her. Even today, she couldn't bear to be home in the dark. That dark, wrecked room was burned into her memory, a relentless echo of the horror. The nightmares persisted, the fear a suffocating presence. She longed for oblivion, but the past clung to her. An older man watched her with worried eyes, as she let out a frustrated, weary sigh. Ugh. A massive used car lot, packed with endless rows of vehicles, sets the stage for what's next. But hold up. Ur and Yunseo are checking out a ride, and she's totally questioning his choice, like, why are you even looking at used cars with your cash? She's not holding back, pointing out every dent and scratch, straight up calling it a hunk of junk. He gets it, they're at a dealer, so he quickly apologizes, like, oh, my bad. But he's got a plan. He breaks down his logic, figuring even with repairs, it'll still be cheaper than a brand new ride. He's all about the details, insisting they need to check the engine, so it's time to pop the hood. Yunseo gives the green light, and with a quick whoosh, Ur gets that hood open. He dives right in, scrutinizing every part of the engine, a focused escaping him. After a thorough check, he looks up, dropping the big question, can this thing even be fixed? He's got the ultimate car repair manual, battlefield grade, ready for anything. But the salesman drops a bombshell, for Ur, this car is practically ancient, a century old. Still, he tries to play it cool. Ur's unfazed. He's got manuals for cars 100 years old, declaring this ride will last another century with just a few tweaks to the wiring. Yunseo's jaw drops. Ur's making weird noises inspecting the car, then just declares, I like this one. Yunseo's totally stunned. The salesman, seeing an opportunity, tries to push a 50 million won upgrade, even offering a loan. Yunseo's still not buying it, literally. She's like, seriously? That engine sounds awful. Don't come crying to me when it breaks. Ur just shrugs it off, I'll get it cheap. The salesman, seeing a quick sale, agrees, but only if Ur takes all the blame later. A satisfied smile spreads across his face. He seals the deal, hand outstretched. Car secured, Ur's mind instantly races to the next big challenge, finding the ultimate workshop. Strolling along, his brain is on overdrive, the car is his top priority, and he absolutely needs a place to unleash his genius. But wait, he's already got the perfect location locked down, a secret base just waiting to become his crafting paradise. His tech confirms the intel, an abandoned iron foundry, ripe for the taking. A voice chirps from his phone, find anything good? He grins, this foundry might just be perfect. Info sent, head on over. With a steely gaze, he barks orders to get the parts delivered ASAP, then shouts, let's go. Moments later, a car peels away from the foundry, leaving a thank you in its wake as the new HQ is officially open for business. Pulling up to the spot, Yunseo looks around, so, where exactly are we now? Pulling up to the rundown industrial zone, a voice from afar drops a bombshell, are you really going to move for his next job, without me? Another quickly fires back, dude, stop calling it junk. Be nice. Yunseo, facing a colossal, rusty metal door, confronts Ur, demanding, seriously, director's son, are you ditching me for your next gig? Ur just lets out a frustrated groan as he shoves the door open. From inside, a voice quickly retorts, that's not how it is, just as the massive door groans open with a final, echoing clunk. Ur and Yunseo stride through the gaping maw of the entrance, their faces a mix of awe and apprehension as they peer into the cavernous darkness. The abandoned foundry unfolds before them, a colossal, echoing space crammed with silent, hulking machinery, and Yunseo can only manage a breathless, wow. Venturing further into the industrial labyrinth, Yunseo gestures at some mysterious gear, blurting out, what even are those? Ur just stares back, a silent challenge in his eyes. Her worry escalating, Yunseo then demands, you're actually going to fix the car here? Ur, cool as ever, just says, yes. Still not convinced, Yunseo pushes him, you actually know how to fix a car. Ur, with a subtle smirk, drops the mic, my brain is light years beyond human capability. From above, the white car is now clearly parked inside the foundry, as unseen voices buzz, it's all on picture, and, totally possible. Mana, that's just next level. Then, a skeptical voice cuts through, you're joking, right? With an almost arrogant confidence, he dives into the car's guts, declaring disassembly just the flip side of assembly. But his skeptical partner isn't buying it, demanding to know if he'll take responsibility if the car blows up, and why she's even part of this ride. The backdrop for this mechanical madness. A derelict iron foundry, abandoned after its owner retired. He'd somehow locked down this whole place for a year, a revelation that completely stuns her, making her demand answers about when and how he pulled off such a long-term deal. Back inside the industrial behemoth, he's all business, a satisfying clunk marking each precise move as he strips down the engine. Gearing up for the next phase, he snaps on a red glove, ready for action. The tension builds, until her sudden shout shatters the quiet, followed by a confused, "What?" She confronts him, baffled why he's still hanging around, thinking she'd just ride shotgun all day, then snaps, "I'm not following you." She's absolutely fuming, demanding answers from him about why he dragged her out to this desolate place without a single word. He just shoots her a quick, annoyed look, mentally groaning about how annoying she's being. Totally fed up with his silence, she dramatically announces she's out of here, daring him to stop her, even if he ends up bored to tears. But her tough act crumbles fast as she realizes the harsh truth: they're stuck on a mountain with 0 taxis, and he really did just drag her out here without a second thought. She spins around, practically begging him to call for a ride, while UR, completely unfazed, just wonders what her deal is now. Her phone's dead signal just confirms her worst fears, and she's left to despair that they're way too deep in the mountains for any rescue. Pure disbelief hits her like a truck as the reality sinks in, and she can't help but wonder if she's actually trapped. Meanwhile, UR keeps grinding away at the car, a satisfying jolt confirming his progress, totally ignoring her meltdown. Then, he finally looks her way, a new idea sparking in his mind, realizing he actually needs something from her after all. Yunseo is absolutely fuming, questioning why she was dragged out here in the first place. She's about to blow, barely managing to get out a W8 before she loses it. A quick flash of a police station, a desperate thought, and then a sudden, urgent voice, "Take it." But she's frozen, unable to act, thinking, I can't. Then, UR's voice snaps her back to reality, a no-nonsense command, "Just be quiet and come help me fix this yar." He's still grinding away on the car, totally expecting her to jump to it. She flinches away, absolutely dreading the mess, yelling, "AAGH. I don't want grease all over me." The stage is set. An open car hood reveals the first critical instruction: disassemble in the order shown. UR's about to dive in, but Yunseo's already on him, teasing, "Shouldn't you write this down?" He just shrugs her off, "You're too easy to bait," and she's just like, "Whatever." But Yunseo isn't letting it go, her face a picture of exasperation, insisting that writing down the steps is just common sense. UR, cool as ever, just flashes back to some movie where a guy totally messed up because he forgot the steps, then declares, "I've got this. My memory's flawless." Yunseo's jaw drops, "Seriously? Your memory's that good?" UR just smirks, "It's excellent. It's cool," and she snaps, "Stop talking back." But UR's already in the zone, his hands a blur of motion, tearing down the engine with lightning-fast, expert precision. And just like that, UR's done, letting out a satisfied, phew. Yunseo's mind is blown, already. It hasn't even been an hour. But before Yunseo can even process it, UR's already barking orders, "Test dummy, get in the driver's seat." Yunseo's face twists in outrage, "No way. This is why you brought me here." But UR just coolly replies, "It's safe. I calculated everything. You can take the passenger seat." Yunseo's mind races, will it actually work? But UR, cool as ever, just hits her with a confident, "Trust me." Then, a thunderous vroom erupts, and Yunseo's jaw drops. "Whoa, what did you do?" "It's running like a dream." The engine purrs, sounding even better than before, and she can't help but blurt out, "I thought you were just some acting and martial arts prodigy." A subtle smirk plays on UR's lips as she finishes, "But you're an incredible mechanic too." Cruising effortlessly, he just shrugs, "Yeah, I'm pretty good." But Yunseo's still got questions, her brow furrowed. "Seriously, did you have to rent this whole place just for a test drive? You fixed it in like, 2 seconds. Back at a swanky new apartment, UR starts laying out his master plan, declaring this sole pad his new personal base of operations. But wait, there's more. He's also snagged the Eagle Iron Foundry, his new personal workshop for all his gear. He lays it all out, explaining he needs both spots to forge everything for his missions, then shuts down any follow-up questions with a blunt, "You don't need to know why." He's still driving, but Yunseo is already fed up, letting out a massive UGH. Her mind races, where are we even going right now? Suddenly, she turns to him, deciding to hit him with a favor. She hits him with a tech question, "Can you turn on home heating from your phone? Can you set that up for me?" His response is ice cold, "Ask your parents to do that for you." Yunseo quickly explains her dilemma, her parents are too far, and her grandma's clueless about smartphones. Desperate, she pleads, Please. I'm asking because I'm afraid." She confesses her nightmares, "I keep dreaming about the set collapsing, and I can't sleep well either." Songwon dives deep into his thoughts, pondering the lasting impact of his battles, how a soldier's mind can still be trapped in a fight long after leaving the front lines. A haunting echo of PTSD, all while driving Yunseo, the weight of the Earth Alliance's mission, to save civilians, heavy on his mind. His eyes, sharp and focused, betray the depth of his contemplation. Later, Yunseo meticulously scrutinizes an array of gadgets, a soft escaping her lips, and Songwon, ever attentive, gives his enthusiastic "all right" of approval. A satisfying click echoes through the space, followed by a decisive press on a smartphone screen, and the cutting-edge home automation springs to life. Then, a blinding flash erupts, bathing the entire room in brilliant light, as the system powers up, completely revolutionizing the environment. Taken aback by the incredible transformation, Yunseo faces him, her voice barely a whisper, filled with heartfelt thanks. Songwon, with a calm, confident demeanor, offers a simple, polite response, accepting her heartfelt thanks. He freezes at the sink, a sudden realization hitting him hard. Spinning around, he hits her with a direct question, "Hungry?" Yunseo, caught off guard, can't help but wonder if he's actually serious about treating her. He quickly sets the record straight, confessing his real motive: he came to the PC cafe just for her cooking. But Yunseo pulls back, feeling the weight of her debt and unable to accept another favor. He pushes back, declaring he'll cover it and even dropping a bombshell about the chef's TV fame, which finally gets her attention. His eyes narrow, taking in her knowledge of local media and the practicalities of their budget, but inside, he's already calculating, this is prime intel gathering time. Still not entirely convinced, Yunseo playfully calls him out, suggesting he just wants a fancy meal for himself. But hold on, he thinks, speed isn't everything. What's the point if the food's trash? Ace, ever the food critic, chimes in with his own take. He's all about that good food life, and Songwon-an's mind races, figuring if it was rushed, it's definitely undercooked. Cut to later, strolling past a sleek, modern skyscraper. Songwon casually drops a question to Yunseo, heard of this famous spot, and she's totally taken aback. By the car, Yunseo admits she's clueless, then drops the bomb: it's impossible to get a reservation, not just anyone can waltz in. Gazing at the swanky Penelope's sign, Songwon coolly confirms, yep, booked it last night. Later, chilling in bed, Yunseo's brain goes into overdrive, like, does he even know I'm Yoonha Shin, the celebrity? Outside again, Songwon drops a bombshell: Yoonha Shin, the hot actress, is super hard to get a hold of these days, and he just happened to be on a show with the chef, snagging his number. He clocks her reaction, then casually mentions he called yesterday and they hooked him up with a table for two. He pulled off the impossible reservation, but Yunseo, still reeling, fired back, this is all happening because of me. She grilled him, a subtle flinch giving away her shock, seriously, who were you planning to bring here when you booked this yesterday? Across the room, two women were already buzzing, one gasping, OMG, is that Yoonha Shin, as her friend tried to shut her down, and none of your business. Fed up with the stares, Yunseo snapped, whatever. Let's just go in. But instead of the fancy restaurant, they ended up at the Junghan Cafe, a soft whirring sound setting the scene. Totally bewildered, Yunseo demanded, we're supposed to be at a restaurant. Why are we at a cafe? He just shot back, never been on a date before. He coolly laid out the plan: we'll chill here until we're hungry. Then we hit the 7th floor for our reservation. Yunseo was left speechless, only able to mumble, A picture-perfect latte sat there, the only calm thing in their chaotic date. A date, he thought, the gears already turning. His government network registration meant this could be huge. Songwon and Yunseo hit up a chill cafe, but this is just the warm-up for their epic date. He's deep in thought, connecting the dots of his life, wondering what brought him to this exact moment. Quick thinking, he snaps a pic to register their window table, locking in this moment for future intel. But then, Yunseo, aka Yoonha Shin, makes a call to confirm their reservation, and things are about to get wild. Her jaw drops, a shocked, what, ripping through the air as she hears the unbelievable news. Songwon-an's face twists in disbelief, demanding answers about the missing reservation. He's furious, yelling about a reservation made months ago, demanding to know why it was cancelled without a check. Her phone clatters to the floor, the sound of shattered plans echoing in the air. Pure rage and confusion ignite in her eyes as she reveals someone more important got their spot, questioning his entire promise. After the bombshell news of their reservation getting axed, Yunseo demands to know if Songwon-an's got her back, but he's chill, just suggesting gimbap, even promising to spice it up himself. But she's not having it. Yunseo's eyes narrow, vowing to take matters into her own hands. Her gaze sharpens behind her shades, a silent challenge to the unknown party, as she prepares to expose just how big a deal they really are. Yunseo strides off, her heels echoing a fierce determination, and Songwon, watching her depart, simply murmurs her name. Now solo at the table, Songwon takes a slow sip of his coffee, his mind already calculating the next move. Then, a jarring, metallic crash rips through the quiet, a sudden, ominous shutdown. The colossal shutters grind into motion, sliding down, and then slam shut with a deafening finality. Inside, a security guard snaps his head up, bewildered, demanding to know why the shutters are suddenly coming down. His eyes lock onto an unseen threat, and the guard's confusion instantly morphs into panic, as he shouts, demanding to know who's there. The security guard takes a cautious step, eyes locked on the unseen threat. When suddenly, a group of dark figures bursts into view, shocking him as he realizes they're invaders. One masked figure explodes forward with blinding speed. Closing the distance instantly as the guard recoils from a sharp impact, the masked leader's voice cuts through the chaos, declaring their target is on the 7th floor. A devastating kick lands, sending the guard sprawling to the ground, incapacitated, as the masked figure steps right over him. The leader, eyes burning an ominous red beneath the mask, confirms the target's location. Then, turning away from the fallen guard, orders the team to move up floor by floor, avoiding crowds. A gloved hand reaches out, and with a soft clunk, a glass door slides open, signaling the start of something big. Then, with a resounding slam, the door behind him seals shut. Meanwhile, a security guard inside, totally unaware, is chilling, thinking it's all good on the 7th floor. But before he can even finish that thought, a brutal wham rocks him, sending him flying. The guard hits the deck with a flop, and UR just coolly steps over him, like it's nothing. The masked figure stops, taking in the now silent hallway. A sleek briefcase gripped tight in his hand. He's got a plan, and he's executing it perfectly. His mission is locked in, they're going up floor by floor, and anyone in their path is getting quelled. Then, out of nowhere, a voice screams, "Chef! How could you do this?" She's absolutely fuming, screaming about being promised a guest spot tonight, and now this? The manager is practically prostrating himself, apologizing profusely, blaming some super important VIP who just swooped in with a last-minute booking. But she's not having it, demanding answers. Why was her reservation cancelled, and who is this VIP that gets to pull rank like that? The manager, looking utterly defeated, explains the whole mess. Mr. Na just showed up, no warning, and they couldn't even get a hold of him to sort it out. She's furious she wasn't told earlier, after coming all this way, and the manager can only grovel, blaming a staff screw-up for the communication breakdown. He tries to smooth things over, promising to make it up to her if she comes back tomorrow, calling her Nicole. But Nicole isn't buying it, muttering that she has no reason to meet this Mr. Na, and that he probably expects her to bow down just to get back in the door. Standing outside the fancy Penelope club, she can't believe this is happening, letting out one last, exasperated "Are you serious?" Alone in the swanky Penelope, a man's face twists in frustration. His reservation? Cancelled. And he'd set it up for someone special. Work called, an emergency. He's gotta go back, no way around it. Plans? Shattered. Staring at the vacant chair, he can't help but wonder, is he seriously eating solo tonight? His phone buzzes, shattering the silence, and he answers with a curt "no." He stares out at the lively restaurant, a silent thought echoing, "I hate eating alone." Across town, Nicole is heading to the same spot, but her phone call takes a dark turn. What? Oh, my God, she yells, pure shock on her face. Still fuming on the phone, she demands if she's supposed to show up solo, revealing her plan to treat Gang In to dinner, now ruined by a mysteriously cancelled reservation. She storms up to the chef and another staffer, fuming, while the chef can only offer a meek "I'm so sorry." Her frustration boiling over, Nicole snaps back with a drippingly sarcastic, "Oh, that's great." Songwon is absolutely hyped, thinking he dodged a bullet from eating solo. But now, with his pal, dinner is on. Then his face just drops as Yunseo pops up, teasing him that 3 is way better than 2. Ugh, classic. He's totally not having it, muttering that 2 is definitely better than 3. Inside the restaurant, he asks if they can just do this here, and she's like, "Duh, I made the reservation." Meanwhile, a hand just slams the table, as Nicole absolutely loses it over her cancelled reservation. Elsewhere, UR takes a smooth sip of his coffee. And it's seriously amazing. He's so impressed, he thinks they should literally run a chemical analysis on it. Chilling at an outdoor cafe, he's deep in thought about how they can make coffee this good while also processing all this info, and then he's like, wait, is my taste just not good enough? He's immediately on the defensive, a flicker of irritation in his eyes as he's called unrefined, but he quickly sets the record straight. The unseen voice keeps poking, hinting he's easily played, but his focus snaps to a text from Yoon Ha-shin, who's running late. He leans back, listening as the voice switches gears, asking if he'd rather have humble gukbap than some high-class fancy meal. He brushes off the question, saying he was just being polite, only to get a snarky comeback about his newfound ability to be courteous. Suddenly, the voice turns sharp, almost accusing, pointing out his free time and unusual silence, making him visibly recoil. The voice shuts down his silent protest, insisting he knows exactly what's up, then just moves on. The wall clock keeps ticking, confirming Yunha's running late, and 20 minutes have already vanished. His face tightens, a flash of worry in his gaze as the voice calls out to him again. A chilling voice declares an anomaly, and Songwon immediately demands answers, his mind racing to the internet, only for the voice to confirm the service is completely down. The entity drops another bombshell, the outage isn't just his, it's everyone's phones. Songwon can barely process it, demanding to know if there's more to this impossible situation. But the voice doesn't stop there, dropping the bombshell that the building's fire shutters are already slamming shut on the first floor. And then, the voice reveals it's already analyzed the situation, predicting the exact status of those rapidly closing fire shutters. The voice confirms the entrance shutters are also going down, sealing them in. Songwon tries to play it cool, thinking it's just a drill, but the entity's response is chillingly calm, promising to check his bubble as a strange glow envelopes him. His eyes snap open, confusion turning to alarm as he shouts, "Why are the shutters going down? Is the building on fire?" But then, a chilling realization hits him, no sirens. Is the whole system broken? A loud creak and whoosh echoes through the air as he springs to his feet, his eyes locked on the outside, the urgency now undeniable. The tension ratchets up as UR's voice drops a bombshell, revealing armed forces have breached the second floor, leaving Songwon absolutely floored. And get this, in another location, UR is literally surrounded by these armed goons, a chilling visual of the danger closing in. Still processing, Songwon fires back, demanding to know their weaponry, and UR's chilling reply. The unmistakable sound of guns loading. Guns in Korea? He's baffled, calling it bizarre, but UR's chilling countdown is already ticking, 10 seconds to retreat before they strike. Panic sets in as he shouts, "How can I escape with only one way out?" UR's response. A cold, clear command, break the glass and run. He glares at the window, UR's reflection mocking him, and can't help but wonder if this is just a fancy way to die. UR's voice cuts through his doubt, assuring him, it's only the second floor, so he'll totally survive the jump. He takes the plunge, free-falling, and slams into the ground with a bone-jarring thud. No time to waste, he's up in a flash and sprinting like his life depends on it. BLAM. A shot rips through the air, muzzle flash blinding. Glass explodes inward from the impact, another PW echoing the destruction. Chaos erupts in the office. One man screams, "Are they burglars?" as panic sets in. Everyone hits the deck, scrambling for cover, the chilling truth sinking in, they're being shot at. The curtain flies inward, a chilling sign that the danger is now inside. A masked figure, a shadow of menace, slips through the broken window, a faint rattle betraying their deadly presence. The man in the suit, a beacon of calm in the storm, barks orders, "Quiet. Get down. Move to the corner." Spurred by his leadership, the terrified employees start moving, a desperate scramble for safety. But the man's face twists in disbelief and fury, right now, he seethes, suspecting a sinister, elaborate trap. A bald man, sweat beading on his forehead, is clearly not thrilled with the situation, his face screaming bad news about the proposal on the table. He gulps, the tension palpable, as the terrifying truth of the situation dawns on him. Meanwhile, the office is in chaos. Nicole and a man in a suit are forced to obey, hands up, moving silently, just as they're told. The silent march of terror continues, their raised hands a stark symbol of their predicament. But Nicole has an idea. Gang In is here, in the building. Could the Demon King's conqueror be their only hope? No time to lose. She taps her phone, trying to get through to him. But it's no use. No answer. The dread is building. Pure panic sets in. Should she call the cops? Her face is a mask of terror. But then, a mortifying realization hits her, followed by an awkward laugh, she doesn't even know the number for the police. The armed assailants are on the move, barking orders, pushing the terrified office workers through the building like cattle. A male civilian throws his hands up in surrender, but Nicole, eyes wide with fear, is still searching for a way out. A desperate thought flashes through her mind, will Gang In, the legendary fighter, actually show up and save them? But the guy next to her is a total buzzkill, scoffing at the idea, believing even Gang In would be dead if shot, and would bail on this building in a heartbeat. No matter what the odds. Meanwhile, high above the city, Gang In stands solo, staring out the window, completely oblivious to the mayhem below, or is he? He actually considers bailing, just smashing the window and making a break for it, leaving everyone else to their fate. His eyes are locked on the skyline, but a storm is brewing inside him. Then, his eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, and he remembers, saving civilians isn't just a choice, it's the Earth Alliance's prime directive. His eyes blaze with an electrifying blue, a raw, unyielding resolve hardening his features. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A man in a dark suit whips out a gun, shouting for another to surrender immediately. His voice, sharp and commanding, echoes the urgent demand to put hands up. With no other choice, the target slowly raises his hands, giving in to the demand. Across town, in a bustling cafe, the sudden noise catches everyone off guard. Songwon shoots to his feet, eyes locked on the source of the ruckus, while Yunseo, though still seated, can't hide her worried gaze. Whispers ripple through the crowd, some speculating if it's a crazy public proposal, while others wonder if they're witnessing some wild streamer stunt. Someone else thinks aloud about how awful a public proposal would be, then quickly changes their tune, frustrated that they can't even get a signal to record the drama. But elsewhere, a chilling masked figure stands ready, and with a sudden, sharp snap, something breaks. The sound of something shattering explodes through the scene. A display case lies utterly annihilated, glass shards exploding outwards, still crackling with raw, blue power. But the destruction is just the beginning. A gunman storms in, terrorizing everyone, their terrified screams filling the air. Pure panic takes hold, sending everyone fleeing for their lives, their desperate flight a blur of motion. But a lone figure watches, UR's eyes blazing with an electric blue intensity, his gaze piercing through the chaos. His mind races, instantly assessing the danger, a silent command to check their weapons echoing in his thoughts. His AI core instantly scans the firearm, a semi-automatic handgun, confirming a high-performance silencer is attached. A surge of blue energy flares around him as he realizes this weapon can shred barriers, meaning these aren't just some random low-level goons. The system tags them as burglars, but the cold, hard truth hits, he's completely unarmed. A little girl next to him exclaims about their skill, but he quickly warns her to watch her words, his resolve hardening for the fight ahead. UR, with his crew by his side, shuts down any talk of retreat, calling it illogical and demanding a better reason to back down. Eyes locked on the scene below, UR processes the grim reality, Yunha isn't coming down from the 7th floor. The chilling truth hits, her floor is already compromised. Meanwhile, two terrified civilians, hands up, brace for impact, the man asking if the threat is coming for them, and the woman grimly stating he'll be shot. Shaking, she presses, what happens to us then? UR's eyes scan the compromised floor, spotting armed figures and a woman in a green dress. A cold truth dawns on him, these armed thugs don't care about anyone else. Then, one of the armed figures drops the bomb, the woman in green is their target. A man in a dark suit is absolutely fixated on a woman in a green dress, his mind racing, who is she? Some kind of foreign dignitary? But then the bombshell drops, the woman, Scarlett Kelly, is the CEO and founder of Cheolan Omega Tech, an American company leading the charge in cutting-edge tech, a true industry giant, on par with Apple or Google, and she even owns her own search engine. His face contorts, a bead of sweat dripping down his temple, this news hitting him like a truck. Turns out, he's the heir apparent to his father, Benjamin Lee, the CEO of Cheolan Machinery, a major player in the film and performance industries. Meanwhile, Scarlett Kelly, now rocking a fierce red suit, drops the bomb. Her brother actually asked her to book a reservation here, pulling strings with her connections because he's a minor celebrity who pops up on TV. The second she found out Scarlett Kelly was dining there, THO Entertainment's entire game plan changed. Her brother, the man in the dark suit, is seen shaking hands with a manager, his company's reputation in the film and performance industries clearly opening doors. But now, with her brother completely gone, Scarlett is stuck in this absolute mess. Her brother lets out a frustrated ugh as Scarlett just glares, clearly annoyed by the whole situation. Trapped and cornered, she makes a chilling vow, if death is inevitable, she'll face it alone, protecting everyone else from this nightmare, refusing to give up. Then, a chilling rattle cuts through the air, a stark reminder of her captivity. As one of her captors lays down a chilling ultimatum, the access code for her freedom, reminding her that dying makes her stubbornness pointless. But Scarlett isn't easily swayed. She fires back, demanding to know the price of their betrayal. The masked man, clearly thrown off, repeats her question, a flicker of surprise in his stance. But her resolve is unbreakable, her gaze burning with defiance. A chilling smirk plays on the captor's lips, a silent threat. He tries to play it cool, claiming it's not just for cash, then instantly trips over his own words, admitting it's all about the money after all. But Scarlett stands firm, her voice ringing with absolute defiance, she'll die before she ever gives them that code. Still refusing to break, Scarlett throws down the gauntlet, daring her captors to torture her. Only for a masked interrogator to chillingly retort, let's find out just how committed you are. The sheer terror of their words twists her features into a silent scream. Another masked figure ups the ante, his voice a cold promise, we have plenty of means to kill anyway. But Scarlett? She doesn't flinch. Just as a sudden, sharp sound rips through the air. Silenced gunshots and shattering glass echo from somewhere above, a new, unexpected variable in this deadly game. And you are, ever the strategist, immediately pinpoints the source, questioning if it's the 7th floor, or at least the 5th. He quickly processes the information, specifically the 2 distinct shots. He processes the first gunshot, a possible warning, as the building around him erupts with breaking glass and muffled gunfire from higher floors. Benjamin Lee and Nicole snap their heads up, startled, their minds racing to comprehend if it's just shutters breaking or if bodies are plummeting from above. You are, now in the thick of it, observes the chaos erupting around him, a mother desperately shielding her child from the terror. Back in the interrogation room, Benjamin Lee and Nicole are utterly terrified, he hissing at her to control her fear. Amidst the pandemonium, a gloved hand tightens around a firearm, the chilling rattle of the weapon slicing through the chaos. The gun's wielder grimly states the enemy is about to open fire on innocents, revealing himself to be a police officer. Amidst the escalating chaos, a masked figure, weapon drawn, was caught completely off guard, their shock palpable at the sudden appearance of law enforcement. Clutching their gun, they could only manage a stunned, disbelieving gasp. The masked assailants' confusion intensified, their plans instantly derailed. But you are, ever the strategist, simply observed, his gaze unwavering. Then, in a flash of blinding speed, he struck. His arm shot out, a casual remark escaping his lips, as if this was all just a friendly greeting. Just like that, the masked figure was down, utterly bewildered, screaming in disbelief at their swift defeat. Gazing down at the defeated foe, you are delivered a chillingly calm lecture on proper behavior. A knowing smirk spread across his face as he finished, their true colors revealed by their very words. Inside, a subordinate frantically points to the window, shouting to his captain about a figure lurking outside. But from a hidden perch, a masked sniper, armed with a subsonic rifle, sneers, convinced their elevated position guarantees mission success. He scoffs at the thought of missing, his confidence absolute as he lines up the shot. A silent click, a deadly whisper, and the sniper unleashes his shot. But in a flash, before the bullet can even connect, UR is there, a blur of motion delivering a brutal mid-air kick that sends the masked attacker flying. The sniper screams in shock and agony, his entire plan shattered in an instant. Mid-air, as the attacker flails, UR snatches his arm, twisting it with bone-shattering speed. A sickening crack rips through the silence, as the arm shatters under the sheer power. The sniper lets out a guttural ARGH. A bullet slams into an invisible shield, spiderwebbing across its surface. UR crashes down, obliterating the floor beneath him, as one attacker is already sent flying. But the fight's not over. More assailants unleash a hail of gunfire. They keep firing, a relentless storm of lead. UR stands unyielding, his shimmering, bulletproof barrier pinging as it deflects every single round. Their subsonic bullets are absolutely useless against his unbreakable defense. Then, with an explosive burst, UR springs into action. He charges, a blur of motion, his barrier still shrugging off bullets, leaving his enemies stunned and vulnerable. And with a single, brutal strike, UR sends one of the masked figures soaring through the air. He's not holding back. A devastating kick connects, sending one of the masked goons flying with a sickening crash. The impact sends them soaring, a streak of blue energy trailing behind as they dash through the air. But UR's already moving, a rapid whir of blue energy coiling around him for the next strike. He's a whirlwind. Another assailant gets a direct wham, a fist connecting hard with their mask. The impact is brutal, sending their legs flying back with a sickening whack. And they're launched, crashing into the wreckage like a ragdoll. But then, a broken comm device on the ground sparks to life, a voice spitting, UGH. UA****. Suddenly, another masked assailant, gun already up, snarls in rage, their weapon rattling with intent. But UR is unfazed, his eyes flaring with an intense, electric blue glow, ready to unleash hell. A desperate die rips through the air, but UR is already there, a blur of motion, delivering a devastating blow that ends the threat with a brutal splurt. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges forward, a force of pure momentum tearing through the battlefield. A shadowy figure in tactical gear unleashes a shot, the air crackling as they taunt a miss. But UR's eyes, now blazing with an electric blue energy, snap into hyperfocus. The attacker's voice rips through the silence, a chilling, murderous command. As the bullet screams through the air, its path is instantly mapped, its fate sealed. With a blinding, glowing flash, UR's hand snatches the bullet from the air, deflecting it like it's nothing. The energy fades, his hand perfectly steady, not a scratch. A sharp crack rings out, and the crowd erupts in stunned gasps at the sheer impossibility. The deflected bullet, now a hypersonic blur, becomes a devastating counterattack. With a bone-jarring impact, the attacker is launched backward, smashing into the wall. The attacker, still stunned from the last hit, was down on the floor, eyes bugging out in pure disbelief. He tried to squeeze off another shot, but all he got was a rapid fire, click click click, the gun was empty. Someone nearby just couldn't believe it, shouting about how anyone could possibly dodge bullets like that. But before the attacker could even register his empty clip, UR was already gone, a mere streak of motion, closing the distance in a flash. He was just a vertical line of speed. Then, with a lightning-fast, powerful strike, a foot glowing with a faint blue energy slammed home. The impact sent shockwaves everywhere, a brutal testament to the sheer power of that hit. The attacker crumpled, out cold, as UR stood coolly over him, the only proof of the insane fight being the chairs scattered everywhere. Nearby onlookers just stared, jaws on the floor, one finally gasping out, he actually beat them. The crowd erupted in cheers and thanks, absolutely stunned by the sheer power that just saved their lives. A bystander, absolutely floored, couldn't even process it, muttering about how effortlessly those armed thugs were crushed. But his focus was already elsewhere, his eye flaring with an intense blue glow, analyzing every detail of the aftermath. Kids were totally watching, a little voice piped up, as another adult gasped, "You're a superhuman, right? You just deflected bullets." Someone else chimed in, correcting the record, "No, he got hit in the arm," followed by an incredulous, "What? That must have hurt like crazy." With kids around, UR's mind raced, too much blood, bad for the little ones. He instantly decided to cover the mess. A blur of motion. He grabbed a piece of the assailant's gear. And with a sharp rip, he covered the guy up. A quick cut to three mysterious figures in work gear, then back to UR, who's scoping out a massive, empty space, phone in hand. One of them snaps, demanding to know what's going on. Then, a foot slams down, crackling with purple energy, as someone freaks out, totally creeped out by what just happened. Meanwhile, the arsenal is laid out, 3 9mm semi-automatic handguns, fully loaded and ready for action. After a full sweep of the zone, UR snags a handgun, stashing it away for when things get real. But a new problem hits him, how's he supposed to pull this off with a crowd watching? He's running scenarios, a window attack would be a surprise move, but a personal escape through it? Too risky. Better to lock down a different exit strategy. Staring at the weapon, the heavy truth sinks in, it's either defend this room, or everyone's going down. He's calculating, knowing he needs to avoid anyone on the 7th floor or higher. A school aide? He scoffs, finding it hard to believe, even with all his wisdom, that he can't quite grasp the full picture. Alone in a vast, empty space, his eyes dart upwards, scanning every inch of his surroundings. Then, with a sharp whish, a broken piece of what looks like a security camera plummets, revealing 3 bound figures in overalls. He instantly recognizes they aren't from around here, all sharing the same distinct ethnicity. These aren't just foreigners, he realizes, they probably don't even speak the local tongue. Whatever their game, they'll hit hard and fast, then vanish. The chilling truth hits him, they're completely outnumbered. With a steely gaze, UR makes a shocking call, he's going to arm the civilians, a desperate gamble. His logic is brutal, better to fight, better to die struggling than be annihilated without a chance. With a decisive clack, he chambers a round in a handgun. His strategies are locked in, driven by his core data, even as a flicker of thought crosses his mind about the unknown lives he's about to involve. UR, ever the strategist, knew speed was key for civilian cooperation, so he immediately put the call out, who here knows how to use a handgun? Brandishing the weapon, he made his demand clear, I need 2 volunteers, now. Amidst the nervous glances, one brave soul stepped up, raising his hand. It was a civilian, ready to answer the call, his hand held high. 4 people. That's all he had. UR's mind was already calculating the risks, knowing an enemy spy could be hiding in plain sight, demanding absolute vigilance. He scanned the faces, the threat of a mole very real. The first volunteer, a former first lieutenant, didn't hold back, declaring his experience in the armored brigade's tank crew. Then, a second volunteer, a true combat expert, stepped up, revealing he was a discharged first lieutenant, and had even been decorated for his combat training prowess. Their experience spoke volumes, and UR wasted no time, you two, you're with me. He cut straight to the chase, demanding to know if these 2 new recruits have families, children even. His mind races, calculating the spy threat, but he quickly rules out children as potential operatives. Meanwhile, the 2 recruits awkwardly confirm their childless status, one even admitting he's single. Kids are out, he decides, they're too much of a liability. Without hesitation, both men snap to attention, their voices ringing out with unwavering loyalty, yes, sir. We'll defend it with our lives. But UR isn't done. His gaze sharpens as he delivers a chilling command, never, under any circumstances, give up your weapons. He elaborates on the threat, ordering them to keep everyone else locked down, safe from police or any interns who might be working with snipers outside, trying to force an escape. His orders delivered, UR swiftly grabs a radio, its simple display glowing faintly. He makes a quick decision, I'll take the Rabbit Mask's radio. He observes it's not even military grade, but it'll have to do. Modified for short-range comms, the radio crackles to life as he broadcasts a direct message, "Hey, cafe group." A sharp burst of static rips through the air from the modified radio in UR's grip. Snapping the attention of nearby civilians, one of them urgently demanding, "Noise upstairs. What's going on?" His gaze sharpens, instantly recognizing the voice on the other end as Ace. He snaps back, "Right?" The radio crackles again, the voice on the other end chillingly reporting they'd executed some disobedient individuals. A brutal update UR then delivers to the stunned, silent civilians gathered before him. His piercing gaze sweeps across the group as a civilian blurts out, "Wait," his voice. It's exactly like the guy in the rabbit mask. A wave of murmurs washes over the crowd, one woman sneering, "Seriously? Is he just trying to impress us?" UR, unfazed, speaks into the radio with steely resolve, declaring, "We can't afford any more mistakes. Stand by for a minute." He then confirms, "Roger that." And just like that, UR was on the move, leaving the past behind him. He spotted a woman and, without missing a beat, asked for a hair tie, getting an immediate "yes" in return. A rare smile graced his lips as he took the hair tie, a quick "thank you" escaping him. Meanwhile, the woman was totally caught off guard, blushing furiously as she managed a meek "of course." He kept moving, noticing they'd even held the elevator for him, proving they were taking things seriously. But as he hit the stairs, a frustrated grumble escaped him. He just couldn't wrap his head around why they didn't get that more people meant more problems, his annoyance building. Seriously, they were just a bunch of amateurs. He's not waiting around. UR's already making moves, his mind a whirlwind of strategy. Fewer people in the cafe than expected, maybe just 2, which means they're clueless about their own amateur colleagues. They've either been together forever, or someone else hired this whole crew for the job, a job that clearly demands more skill than they possess. Someone so powerful they can cancel Yunha Shin's reservation. That means this whole situation is way more twisted than it looks. He's flying up the stairs when suddenly, a system alert blazes, screaming enemy contact, before he even sees them. No hesitation. He unleashes a lightning-fast lunge. A hidden figure barely gets out a shocked gasp before it's too late. A brutal whish rips through the air as the figure gets slammed, letting out a choked grunt. A soft plop as they hit the floor, a dash of pure speed, and then just a weak groan. He shoves a door open, the mechanism groaning softly as it gives way, revealing a clear path forward through the facility. Meanwhile, First Lieutenant An watches the feed from a distance, noting that there should be one more target remaining on the first floor. Back in the facility, UR moves with blinding speed, closing the distance to his next opponent in a blur. Before the white-haired attacker can react, a powerful, glowing fist connects squarely with his face, sending him reeling from the impact. Meanwhile, a visual explanation highlights the special military uniform's ability to freely transform and mend ripped areas, adapting instantly to damage.